Volume 1. Book 1 Chapter 1, Early Morning at a Township. Book 1, Chapter 1, Early Morning at a Township. The town of Wushan. An ordinary little town located within the kingdom of Funlai, west of the mountain range of magical beasts, the largest mountain range within the Yulan continent. As the morning sun rose, in the town of Wushan, there remained a slight hint of the cold, pure pre-dawn air. However, virtually all of the citizens of this small town had already come out to begin working. Even the 6 or 7-year-old children had already gotten out of bed and were preparing to begin their traditional morning exercises. On an empty area in the eastern region of Wushan town, the warmth of the rays of the morning sun passed through the surrounding trees, leaving behind scattered spots of light on the empty ground. A large group of children could be seen there, approximately 100 or 200 in number. These children were separated into 3 groups, each group divided into several lines. All the children stood there silently, their faces solemn. The northernmost group of children were approximately 6 years old. The group in the middle, approximately 9 to 12 years old. The ones in the south, the 13 to 16-year-olds. In front of this large group of children, there were 3 sturdily built middle-aged men. All 3 of them wore short-sleeved shirts and roughly cut trousers. If you want to be a powerful warrior, then you must work hard from youth. The leader of the middle-aged men, head raised high, hands clasped behind his back, said to them coldly. He swept his cold, fierce gaze across the northernmost group of children. All of those 6 and 7-year-olds tightened their lips. Gazing at this man with their big, round eyes, none of them dared to make a sound. The leader's name was Hillman, Shearman. He was the captain of the guard for the Baluku clan, the noble clan which owned Wushan town. All of you are commoners. Unlike those noble families, you won't have access to any secret manuals teaching you how to cultivate battle chi, do-chi. If you want to become someone of worth, if you wish to be respected, then all of you must use the most ancient, most simple, and most basic ways of improving yourselves, through exercising your bodies, and building up your strength. Am I clear? Hillman swept the group of children with his gaze. Understood. The voices of the children replied brightly in unison. Good. Satisfied, Hillman coldly nodded. The eyes of the 6-year-old children displayed their confusion, while the eyes of the teenagers became very determined. They understood the meaning behind Hillman's words. Virtually every male in the Yulan continent would exercise very hard from a very young age. If anyone slacked off, in the future, they would be looked down upon by others. Money and power, these were the things that determined a man's status. A man without power would be looked down upon even by women. If one wanted their parents to be proud of them, wanted women to worship them, wanted to live a glorious life, then they must become powerful warriors. All of them were commoners. None of them would have access to any of those precious manuals which taught the arts of cultivating battle chi. Their only road to glory was through exercising from a young age and gathering strength. Bitterly hard work. They would work harder than those nobles, spend more of their energy and blood in strengthening themselves. When the sun rises in the morning, all things begin to thrive. This is the best time to absorb the natural energy from your surroundings and improve the conditioning of our bodies. Same rules as always, legs spread apart, as wide as your shoulders. Both knees bent slightly, both hands pressed down at the waist. Assume the chi building stance. When assuming this stance, remember, focus your concentration, maintain a calm mind, and breath naturally. Hillman coldly instructed. The chi building stance was the most simple, yet most effective way of exercising one's body. This was based off of the experiences of generations of forefathers. Immediately the nearly 200 children assumed the chi building stance position. Remember, focus your concentration, maintain a calm mind, and breath naturally. Hillman said coldly as he walked amidst the children. At a glance, he could tell that the teenagers in the southern group all were maintaining the stance calmly and breathed naturally. At the same time, all of them attained the goals of being stable and steady in their stance. Clearly, they had attained some degree of proficiency in the chi building stance. But glancing at the northernmost group of children, with their waists and knees crooked at odd degrees, their legs relaxed and loose, it was clear to Hillman that they were standing unstably and without any power. Hillman said to the 2 other middle-aged men, the 2 of you, take charge of the south group and the middle group. I will go take care of the youngest children. Yes, Captain. The 2 middle-aged men immediately obeyed, paying close attention to those 2 groups. Every so often, they would kick the legs of those teenagers, checking to see who was standing firmly and who was not. Hillman walked towards the northern group of children. Those children immediately became nervous. Crap, the head monster is coming. A golden-haired child with large, bright eyes named Hadali, said in a low voice. Hillman strode into the midst of the children. Staring at them, his face was cold, but in his heart, he was sighing. These kids are just too young. They are just too lacking in both wisdom and strength. I can't demand too much from them. However, it's still good to get them exercising from a young age. If they work hard from a young age, in the future, when they are on the battlefield, they will have a higher chance of survival. And to teach young children, getting them interested was the most effective way. If he forced them too hard, it would have the opposite effect. All of you, stand firm. Hillman coldly harumphed. Immediately, all of the children straightened, sticking out their chests and staring straight ahead. A hint of a smile played at Hillman's lips. He then moved to the front and took off his shirt. The lines running across the powerful muscles on his body made the eyes pop out of all of the kids. Even the children in the middle group and southern group couldn't help but stare at him, admiring his physique. Aside from his perfect musculature, on Hillman's bare upper body, there were countless knife scars, sword scars, and dozens of other old wounds. All of the children stared at those wounds, their eyes shining. Knife scars. Sword scars. These were a man's medals. In their hearts, they were filled with veneration towards Hillman. Hillman, a mighty warrior of the 6th rank, a warrior birthed from life and death struggles. Even in large cities, he would be an amazing individual. In the tiny town of Wushan, he was a man who every single person venerated. Seeing the ardent gazes of the children, Hillman couldn't help but let a slight smile escape. He wanted to stir up a feeling of worshipfulness in the children, a desire to be like him. That way, they would work harder and be more motivated. Let's add some more fuel to the fire. Hillman secretly grinned, then walked in front of a giant boulder, which weighed 300 or 400 pounds. With one hand, Hillman grabbed the boulder. In a very relaxed manner, he began brandishing it about. That 300-pound boulder, in Hillman's hands, seemed to be as light as wood. All of those children's jaws dropped, and their eyes widened. Too light. Lori, Luorue, if you have some free time after training, go and get some larger boulders for me. With a casual toss, Hillman sent the boulder flying several dozen meters. Crash! It smote the ground next to a large tree, and the entire ground trembled. Hillman casually walked in front of some random stones. Ha! Hillman breathed deeply. All of the veins on his muscular body popped out prominently, as Hillman directly struck at a nearby bluish boulder. His fist shattered the air, creating a howling sound that made all of the watching children widen their eyes even further. Hillman's mighty fist smashed directly onto the boulder. Crash! The sound of the fist smashing into the boulder made the hearts of all the children tremble. That was an extremely hard bluestone boulder. The bluestone boulder trembled. Suddenly, 6 or 7 giant cracks appeared on it, as with a pang sound, it split into 4 or 5 pieces. But on Hillman's fist, not the slightest injury could be seen. The captain is as formidable as ever. Lori, one of the 2 other middle-aged men, laughed, as Hillman walked back towards them. The other man, Roger, Luojie, also walked over. Usually, when the children practiced the chi building stance, it was time for the 3 of them to relax and freely chat, while paying attention to any child who decided to slack off. Hillman laughed as he shook his head. No way. In the past, when I was in the army, every day I would train like crazy, while on the battlefield, I engage in bloody close combat. Nowadays, all I'm doing is relaxing and stretching my muscles a bit in the morning. I'm not filled with as much energy as in the past. All of the children stared worshipfully at Hillman. That huge bluestone boulder was shattered by a single blow from his fist. What sort of power was this? And that 300 or 400-pound boulder was so easily tossed with a flick of the arm. What sort of power was this? Hillman turned his head. Staring at the children, he was very satisfied with the children's reactions. Remember, even if you aren't able to cultivate battle chi, in principle, if you reach your body's fullest potential, you can still become a warrior of the 6th rank. And a 6th-ranked warrior, upon entering the army, can easily become a mid-level officer, and easily obtain the military manuals which teach one how to cultivate battle chi. Even if you cannot become a warrior of the 6th rank, and can only become a common warrior of the 1st rank, you will still be qualified to enter the military. Remember, if a man isn't able to become even a warrior of the 1st rank, that man can't be considered a man at all, but if you are a man, then you must raise your chest high, welcome any and all challenges, and fear nothing. Upon hearing these words, smiles appeared on the faces of all the 6 and 7-year-olds. All of them forced themselves to remain expressionless. These words were Hillman's often repeated mantra, and he repeated these words endlessly to the children. All of you, stand straight. Look at your elders to the south, then look at how you are standing. Hillman censured them. All of the 6-year-olds immediately tried to adjust their stance to be more stable. After a while, the 6 and 7-year-olds began to wobble. All of the kids felt that their legs were cramping fiercely, but they gritted their teeth. But after holding out for a short period of time, the children began to collapse and sit on the ground, one after the other. Hillman's face was cold and callous, but in his heart, he secretly nodded. He was still very satisfied with the performance of these 6- and 7-year-olds. After a short period of time, some of the 10-year-olds in the middle group also could no longer hold out, and one by one, they began to fall as well. Hold out for as long as you can. I won't force you. But if in the future, you are weaker than your peers, then you'll have no one to blame than yourselves. Hillman coldly said. Laurie suddenly stared, astonished, at the northern group. At this point in time, many of the kids in the middle group had fallen down, but in the northern group, a 6-year-old child had held strong. This must be Linley, first day at training. Who would have thought he'd be so formidable? Laurie said, amazed. Next time Roger and Hillman also noticed. Looking in that direction, they saw that to the north, a single brown-haired boy was still holding firm. His lips tightened, the boy stared determinedly in front, both fists tightly clenched so hard that his fists were white. A look of pleased surprise appeared in Hillman's eyes. Good kid. Hillman secretly praised. Despite being just 6 years old, he could maintain the Nichi building stance for as long as the 10-year-old kids. Linley, full name Linley Baruch, was the eldest son and heir to the Baruch clan, which ruled over the Wushan town. The Baruch clan was an extremely old clan. Once, it was extremely prosperous, but after thousands of years, it had only 3 members remaining. The clan leader, Huoji Baruch, and his 2 sons. The elder son was Linley Baruch, 6 years old. The younger son, Wadun Baruch, was just 2 years old. As for his wife, when she gave birth to the younger son, she died in the midst of childbirth. Linley's grandfather also was dead, having lost his life in battle. Linley's legs were trembling. Although his willpower was strong, his leg muscles were strained to their utmost and were beginning to tremble uncontrollably. He finally collapsed and sat down. Linley, how do you feel? Smiling, Hillman walked towards him. Linley cracked a smile, revealing his small canines. I'm fine, Uncle Hillman. As captain of the Baruch clan's guardsmen, Hillman had watched Linley grow up. Naturally, the 2 of them were very close. Well done. You acted like a man. Hillman patted Linley on the head. Immediately, the hair on Linley's head became tousled like wind-blown grass. Ha ha. Linley grinned widely. In his heart, he felt very happy at being praised by Hillman. After resting for a while, they continued their exercises. The training regime for the 6- and 7-year-olds was a lot more relaxed. But for the teenagers, the training regime was terrifyingly strict. The large group of children, including the 6- and 7-year-olds, were lying down with their heads and their feet each on top of a flat rock, relying solely on the strength in their waists to keep straight. The waist and the thighs form a triangular region. Hillman gestured with his hands to show the area he was describing. This area is a person's nucleus. Speed and power all come from this triangular nucleus, making this region extremely important. As Hillman spoke, he continued to walk about, carefully inspecting the youths to see if their movements were correct. Tighten that up. Your waists need to be straight. Hillman thundered. Immediately, the waists of many youths straightened. This was Linley's first day of training. His tiny head and his feet were both flat on the rocks, but by this point in time, Linley could already feel his waist growing tight and hot. Hold, gotta hold. I'm the best. Linley kept encouraging himself. Linley's body had always been very strong, even as a baby. He had virtually never gotten sick. Given that he also worked very hard, for him to excel was nothing special. Thud. The first child fell down. However, the stones they were using as a pillow and footrest were only 20 centimeters high, so although the child fell down, it didn't hurt much. In the Yulan continent, the goldsmiths used standardized lengths of 1 meter equals 10 decimeters equals 100 centimeters equals 1000 millimeters. Thud. Thud. As time went on, more and more children could no longer hold out. Linley gritted his teeth. He could clearly feel that the tightness in his waist had already reached the limits of his endurance, to the point where it was almost going numb. My body feels so heavy. I'm almost unable to control it. Gotta hold for just a bit more. By this point in time, of the 6 to 8-year-olds, only Linley remained. Staring at Linley, Hillman couldn't help but be filled with surprise and joy. Laurie! Hillman suddenly shouted. Captain! Laurie immediately straightened, awaiting his orders. Hillman commanded, tomorrow, prepare some special dies. When they are practicing their waist strength, put a branch under all of their waists, and dye the branches. If any of them slack off and let their waists touch the branch, their body will be dyed as well. Their training regime will double in difficulty. Yes, Captain. Laurie acknowledged the order. He couldn't help but let his lips tug up in a smile. He secretly laughed. The captain is always filled with so many devilish ideas. Those punks are really gonna get it now. Wasn't that just so? Looks of pain appeared on the faces of all the 10-year-olds. Normally, they could still make slight adjustments and slack off. But with Hillman's idea, they would have no chance to do so. Hillman continued coldly, "Let me tell you all, when a warrior practices his battle chi, the battle chi is stored in a fist-sized location directly beneath the navel. You should understand that this is part of the triangle I was talking about. I expect you all now should understand the importance of strengthening the triangle region. This is your core. If it fails, then your body fails, no matter how strong the other parts of it might be. A good instructor is of paramount importance to the children." And Hillman really was a formidable warrior. He knew the important parts of training, and also knew how to increase the difficulty one step at a time. He knew what sort of tools to use with what ages. If it was too hard, it could make a child's body collapse. Battle chi? Upon hearing these words, all of the youths, including the youngest children resting off to the side, stared at Hillman with wide eyes. All of the commoners were extremely eager to learn battle chi. Even Linley, this scion of a noble house, was extremely eager. Thud. Linley could finally hold out no longer, but he still used his arms to prop himself on the ground as he slowly rolled off. That feels good. Linley could feel that his waist felt a numbness which pierced through to the bone, so comfortable that his eyes crinkled slightly. How long was I able to hold out? Linley opened his eyes wide, looking around him. All of the 6-year-olds had collapsed. Even half the 10-year-olds had collapsed as well. All of the 14-year-olds, however, held on. Hillman's face remained as cold as ever. All of you must remember. Your body is like a vessel, like a wineglass. Battle chi is like the wine. The amount of wine a vessel can hold is dependent on the size of the vessel. Same goes for the body. A person's ability to practice battle chi is based on the extent of his training. If his body is too weak, even if he gains access to powerful battle chi manuals, his body won't be able to hold much battle chi, and he still won't become a powerful warrior. Hillman imparted many important bits of advice to the children. Many warriors, due to not having received proper guidance in their youth, only understood the connection between battle chi and body strength much later in life. But by that age, there wouldn't be much progress when they trained. Many forefathers had gone on many wrong paths and gained much experience. Hillman continued to impart these experiences, like the spring wind imparting life-giving rain, deeply etching these important experiences in the minds of these children. Hillman didn't want these children to go on wrong paths as well. After practicing the chi building stance, the waist, back, thighs, shoulders, and other parts of the body would be harmonized. Now, almost all of the children were sitting, relaxed, on the ground. Hillman's training program was nearly perfect in the difficulty levels he assessed on each age group. Today's training ends now, Hillman announced. Wushan Town's training regimes were regulated. Every day, it happened twice, once at dawn, and once at dusk. Uncle Hillman, tell us some stories. As training ended, the children immediately began to call out. Every day, after the dawn lessons, Hillman would tell them stories of his army days, or some events which had happened on the continent. The children, all of whom had lived in the town their entire lives, thirsted for stories about the military. Hillman smiled. He enjoyed telling stories to the children. This was a way to make the kids eager to train. Hillman had always felt that only by making the children voluntarily train would the children have great results. Today, I will tell you about the legendary 4 supreme warrior bloodlines which everyone in the continent knows about. A look of awe appeared on Hillman's face. The children's ears immediately perked up, and their eyes brightened. Linley, sitting on the ground, felt his heart thump furiously. The legendary 4 supreme warriors? Linley's ears couldn't help but perk up as well, as he stared unblinkingly at Hillman. In Hillman's eyes appeared a hint of excitement. His voice, however, remained calm. On our continent, thousands of years ago, there appeared 4 powerful supreme warriors. All 4 of these supreme warriors possessed power comparable to an enormous dragon. They could wander amidst an army of millions at leisure, and easily take the head of any general. These supreme warriors were known as the Dragonblood warrior, the Violet Flame warrior, the Tiger-striped warrior, and the Undying warrior. Warriors are divided into 9 ranks. I, a mere warrior of the 6th rank, can easily shatter boulders and kick down a large tree. But a 9th rank warrior, even within our country of Funlai, would be considered a top-level expert. But above the 9th rank warriors are the 4 supreme warriors. They have surpassed the 9th rank warriors and can be considered the pinnacle of warriors. They belong to the level of legendary saint-level warriors. Hillman's eyes were filled with excitement. The legendary saint-level warriors can melt giant icebergs, make the boundless sea roar with angry waves, make tall mountains crumble, make cities with millions of people collapse, and make meteors fall from the sky. They are absolutely undefeatable, the highest possible power. Silence. All of the children were stunned. Hillman pointed at a mountain to the northeast. Look at Wushan. Isn't it huge? Hillman smiled. After hearing Hillman's words, many of the kids had been scared silly. They all immediately nodded. Wushan was over 1,000 meters high, and thousands of meters in circumference. In the eyes of men, it would definitely be considered a huge mountain. But saint-level combatants can destroy Wushan in the blink of an eye. Hillman said firmly. A 6th-ranked warrior can only smash a boulder. But a saint-level warrior can smash an entire mountain. All of the children's mouths dropped, and their eyes widened. All of them were shocked, and their hearts were suddenly filled with an unspeakable dread towards these saint-level combatants. But their hearts were also filled with longing. Destroy a mountain? Hillman's words had a huge impact on Linley. After a short period of time, the stunned children returned to their homes. Hillman, Roger, and Lori were the last to leave. Watching the children depart in clusters of 3 or 5, a smile appeared on Hillman's face. These children are the hope and future of Wushan, Hillman said with a smile. Roger and Lori also gazed at the group of children. On the continent, virtually all of the children of commoners had to train hard from an early age. Seeing the kids, Roger and Lori reminisced back to their own youth. Captain Hillman, you are definitely much more formidable than old Potter of bygone years. Under your guidance, I believe that Wushan town will become the strongest town in our region, surpassing the other 10 or so towns, Lori said with a smile. The strength of a teacher determined a place's future. Oh, Captain, how do you know about the power of saint-level warriors, or the 4 supreme warriors? Lori suddenly remembered to ask. Slightly embarrassed, Hillman grinned. Well, actually, I'm not too clear about exactly how powerful the 4 supreme warriors are. After all, they are the stuff of legends. It's been years since any were seen. Lori and Roger were astonished. You don't have any idea, and yet you lie to the kids? Hillman smiled slightly. Although I'm not clear about the exact strength of the 4 supreme warriors, I know this: a saint-level mage maestro, which is to say a mage which has attained the saint level, can execute forbidden magical techniques and eradicate an entire army of tens of thousands, or an entire city. Since saint-level mages are so powerful, I expect that saint-level warriors can't be that much weaker. More importantly, the reason I told the children these stories was to make them work harder. Couldn't you tell how amazed those children were after hearing the stories? Hillman smiled delightedly. Lori and Roger were both speechless. See ya later, Lay. See ya, Hadley. Bidding farewell to his good friend Hadley, Linley went back, alone, to his home. After walking for a while, he saw the Baruch estates. The amount of land the Baruch manor was built upon was actually quite large. Moss was growing on the walls, and all sorts of ivy creepers twined up the walls as well. The scars of time were very apparent on the walls. The Baruch manor located in Wushan town was the ancestral home of the Baruch clan. An ancestral home which had existed for over 5,000 years and endured countless renovations continued to stand here. But, with the decline in the clan's fortunes, the Baruch clan's finances had taken a turn for the worse as well. Towards the end, it could only consume its previous gains. Over 100 years ago, the then leader of the Baruch clan determined that all the members of the clan would live in the front courtyard, which took up a third of the space of the manor. The rest of the manor would no longer be maintained. That way, a great deal of money could be saved. But despite these measures, by this period in time, Linley's father, Hogg Baruch, still needed to sell off family possessions in order to keep the family afloat. The towering doors to the manor were open. Saint-level warriors? While walking, Linley was still thinking about that. In the future, will I be able to become a saint-level warrior? Linley! Hillman's voice sounded from behind him. Hillman, Roger, and Lori had finally caught up to him. Linley turned around and immediately said happily, Uncle Hillman. Following this, Linley sucked in a deep breath. Raising his head to look at Hillman, his voice filled with eagerness, he said, Uncle Hillman, are saint-level warriors really that powerful? Then what about me? Is it possible that I will become a saint-level warrior? In Linley's heart, there was a desire which all children possess. Hillman was stunned. Besides him, Roger and Lori were also speechless. A saint-level warrior? This kid really has the daring to dream big. The country of Finlai has millions of citizens, but even so, after countless centuries, it hasn't produced a single saint-level warrior. To want to become a saint-level warrior, in Hillman's mind, he fully understood how difficult it was to become a saint-level warrior. It required someone to work extremely hard from a young age, the support of a noble clan, and also a high amount of natural talent. It also required luck. How could it be easy to become a saint-level warrior? Hillman knew quite well how much he himself had to suffer in order to become a 6th-ranked warrior, and how many life-and-death battles he had to experience. Even a warrior of the 6th rank was very difficult to become. A 7th, 8th, and 9th-ranked warrior was of course only harder. As for a saint-level warrior? Even in his dreams, Hillman didn't dare imagine himself as one. But he was facing Linley's earnest gaze. "Linley, Uncle Hillman has faith in you. I'm sure you'll become a saint-level warrior." Staring at Linley, Hillman spoke firmly. These words of encouragement caused Linley's eyes to shine. In Linley's heart, as well, a desire arose. A desire which had never been so ardent. "Uncle Hillman, from tomorrow onwards, can I participate in the training sessions with the 10-year-olds? Linley suddenly asked. Hillman, Roger, and Laurie all stared at Linley in surprise. "My Lord Father always told me, if you want to become a man without peer, then you must work harder than other men." Linley unconsciously mimicked his father's manner of speech. Hillman suddenly smiled. He had seen the results of Linley's training today. Although Linley was only 6, his body conditioning could compare with 9-year-olds. He immediately nodded, smiling. "Fine. However, you'd best not slack off. You'd best realize that this isn't a 1-day or 2-day commitment. This will be a long-term regime." Linley raised his small head proudly. Self-confidently, he smiled. "Uncle Hillman, you just wait and see." This was a very normal morning for Wushan town. Afterwards, every morning was the same as this one. The group of Wushan youths would follow Hillman, warrior of the 6th rank, and train hard under his guidance. The only difference was, the 6-year-old Linley was placed in the central squad of 10-year-olds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 2, The Dragonblood Warrior Clan, Part 1. Book 1, Chapter 2, The Dragonblood Warrior Clan, Part 1. In the blink of an eye, another half-year had passed. Training hard and strengthening his body, Linley passed through the gentle, warm spring, the blazing summer, and the chilly autumn. The white poplar tree next to the empty training field of Wushan would always scatter some dried leaves onto the ground whenever the wind blew. The leaves slowly whirled down, covering the entire training ground. The sky had slowly grown dark. Today, there was an exceptionally large number of people on the training grounds, nearly 300. Today's evening training session ends now. Hillman smiled. Before leaving, however, everyone needs to first congratulate this next crop of children who are about to leave Wushan and join the army. With autumn's end came the season of military recruitment. With the entire continent engaged in an age of warfare, every youngster viewed becoming a mighty warrior as a badge of honor. Naturally, there were also those who wished to become mages, but becoming a mage is an extremely difficult task. Perhaps only one person in 10,000 had the necessary qualifications to become a mage. With such a low probability, the average person wouldn't even consider it. Becoming a warrior was much easier. Upon turning 16, as long as they were at least warriors of the 1st rank, they could easily enter the army. "Uncle Hillman, thank you. 126 children, all age 17, respectfully bowed towards Hillman. These youngsters normally did not attend training. They had all become adults, and had their own jobs to do. But since they had all been trained by Hillman since they were toddlers, they all considered Hillman to have been their benevolent master. Before joining the army, they all came here to say farewell to Hillman. Staring at this group of energetic, eager 17-year-olds, Hillman was filled with countless mixed feelings. This was because Hillman knew that all of these children were eager to join the army, but after 10 years of military service, how many of them would come back alive? "I hope at least half of these 126 will be able to return alive," Hillman prayed silently. Hillman stared at the children, and said in a clear voice, "Brats, listen up. You are all men of Wushan town. The men of Wushan town must straighten their chests and welcome any challenges, and accept no fear. Am I understood?" All of those 17-year-old youths straightened their chest, their bodies ramrod straight. Their eyes filled with a hot ardor for military life, they all responded in loud unison, "Understood." Good. Hillman stood ramrod straight as well. His cold gaze was filled with a military aura. "Tomorrow, all of you will depart. Tonight, prepare well. I know how strong all of you are. All of you will be able to easily enter the army. I, Hillman, will wait here for all of you to make your glorious return to Wushan town," Hillman said in a bright voice. The eyes of those youths shone bright. Returning home with honor. This was the dream of every youth. "Now, I order all of you, go home immediately and begin your preparations. Disperse," Hillman said in a cold, fierce voice. "Yes, sir." 126 youths respectfully saluted, and then departed. They were followed by the worshipful gazes of the nearly 200 youths that remained. Tomorrow, they would begin a brand new journey. "I have 2 more years. When I become of age, I also want to join the army. I really want to live the exciting, heart-throbbing life of a soldier. If I had to live here for my entire life, in Wushan town, even if I lived forever, it would be pointless." A group of 13-year-olds chatted amongst each other. All of them longed for that exciting life, a life filled with vigor. All of them wanted to accumulate merits and establish a reputation. They wanted to be adored by the girls and the esteem of their relatives. This was their dream. "Linley, your father, Lord Hogg, has some extremely important business with you. Don't go off playing with the other kids. Come home with me." Hillman walked to Linley's side. Gazing at him, Hillman felt very proud. Linley was exceedingly smart. Under the tutelage of his father, Hogg, since a young age, he had learned many words and could read most books. Reading was a very luxurious thing. Usually, only the scions of noble houses could read. The Baruch clan was an extremely old clan, and it held a large number of books. "Uncle Hillman, I know already. My Lord Father already reminded me 3 times. My Lord Father has never been so insistent about anything. I won't go off and play." Linley grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth, perfect but for the fact that one was missing. Linley was already beginning to grow permanent teeth. "That's enough. You are missing one of your front teeth. When you smile, you let the wind in." Hillman laughed. Go home." In the ancient front courtyard of the Baruch Manor, after the family finished dinner, Linley was playing around with his younger brother. "Big brother, hug, hug." Little Wharton was staring at Linley with a look of pure, simple love. Walking unsteadily, he extended a small, pudgy hand towards Linley, trying to hug him. Linley stood not too far away, quietly waiting for little Wharton to reach him. "Wharton, you can do it." Linley encouraged him. Little Wharton's wobbly footsteps made people fear he would fall with each step. But in the end, little Wharton managed to rush into his big brother's embrace. His smooth skin, as soft as water, was slightly pink. His big round eyes stared at his elder brother, and in a baby voice, he said, "Big brother, big brother." Looking at his baby brother, Linley's heart was filled with a boundless warmth and love. No mother, no grandparents. Although he had his father and the family caretaker to take care of him, Linley, who had matured early, was extremely loving and protective towards his little brother. In Linley's eyes, as the big brother, it was his job to take care of his little brother. "Wharton, what did you learn today?" Linley asked, smiling. Wharton frowned, an extremely cute expression. After pondering, he excitedly said, "Today I learned about using rags." "Rags?" Linley's face revealed an uncontrollable smile. "What did you wipe?" Counting on his fingers, little Wharton said, "First I used the rags to wipe the floors, then the toilet chamber pots, and lastly I wiped the plates." He looked excitedly at Linley, awaiting Linley's praise. "You wiped the chamber pots, and then wiped the plates?" Linley's eyes were huge. "What, did I do it wrong?" "I really wiped them clean." In little Wharton's tiny head, his eyes were filled with an uncomprehending look as he stared at his big brother. "Young Master Linley, your father is looking for you." "Let me carry young Master Wharton." A brandy-nosed old man walked over. This brandy-nosed old man was the Baruch clan's housekeeper, Harry Sheely. In the entire manor, aside from the housekeeper, there wasn't even a serving girl. Linley no longer had any time to chat with Wharton. He immediately handed Wharton over to Grandpa Harry, and went towards the guest hall. "I wonder why father summoned me." Although he was young, Linley could sense that this time, his father had called him for something important. Entering the guest hall, in one corner there was a desk clock that was higher than Linley was tall. This desk clock can be considered a high-quality object. Generally, only wealthy or noble families had such a clock. At this moment, Linley's father was seated next to the fireplace. The flames in the fireplace burned, constantly crackling and popping. Why did father change his clothes?" Seeing his father, Linley was filled with astonishment. While at home, his father normally wore only very simple clothes. Just then, while eating dinner, his father wore normal clothes. But now, he had switched to a set of very noble, beautiful apparel. Hogg's entire body emanated an ancient, noble aura. That aura wasn't the sort that money could buy. It was something which an ancient noble clan cultivated in its heirs. A clan which had survived for 5,000 years. How could an ordinary noble clan compare? Hogg stood up. Turning around, when he saw Linley, his eyes lit up. Linley, come with me. Let's go to the ancestral hall. Uncle Harry, you know about the matters of my clan, so you can come as well. Hogg smiled. The ancestral hall? Linley was astonished. The members of the Baruch clan only stayed in the front side of the manor. The areas in the far back, virtually no one went there to clean. Only the ancestral hall in the back did they ever visit, once a month, to clean. But this isn't the time to sacrifice to our ancestors. Why are we going to the ancestral hall? Linley had a belly full of questions. Exiting the guest hall, Hogg, Linley, and Uncle Harry, who still held Wharton, followed the blue stone path towards the back manor. Deep autumn. The night was as cold as water. The cold wind blowing, Linley couldn't help but shiver. But Linley didn't make a sound, because he could feel that something was different today. Following his father, Linley entered the ancestral hall as well. Clack. The door to the ancestral hall closed. With the candles in the hall becoming lit, the entire hall immediately became very bright. Linley could instantly see the many spirit tablets placed in the very front of the hall. That thick, dense cluster of spirit tablets spoke volumes as to the age of the Baruch clan. Hogg quietly stood in front of the spirit tablets, not saying a word. Linley felt very nervous. In the entire hall, aside from the sounds of the whispering candles, no sound was heard. The quiet was terrifying, creating an oppressive feeling on the heart. Suddenly, Hogg turned and focused his gaze on Linley. In a weighty voice, he said, "Linley, today, there are many things that must be done. But first, let me tell you some of the history of our Baruch clan." Linley could feel his heart thumping frantically. Our clan's history? What can it be? In his heart, Linley was eager to know, but he didn't dare to make a sound. A look of pride appearing on his face, Hogg said in a clear voice, "Linley, our Baruch clan has existed for 5,000 years. Even scanning the entire kingdom of Finlay, I don't believe we can find a second clan which is as ancient as ours." Hogg's voice contained an absolute pride. Ancient. This was a word which some noble clans viewed with great importance. "Linley, have you heard of the legendary 4 supreme warriors of the Yulan continent?" Turning his head, Hogg looked at Linley. Eyes brightening, Linley nodded. "I know. According to Uncle Hillman, the legendary 4 supreme warriors are the Dragonblood warrior, the Violet Flame warrior, the Tiger-striped warrior, and the Undying warrior." Satisfied, Hogg nodded. Smiling, he said, "Right. Now, I am going to tell you something. The 4 supreme warriors actually represent 4 ancient clans. And our Baruch clan is the ancient clan which contains the exalted bloodline of the Dragonblood warriors. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 1 Chapter 3, The Dragonblood Warrior Clan, Part 2. Book 1, Chapter 3, The Dragonblood Warrior Clan, Part 2. The Dragonblood Warrior Clan? Linley felt as though his entire head was buzzing. In Linley's eyes, his clan was nothing more than just an ancient clan which had fallen on hard times. How could it be related to the legendary Dragonblood warrior? "You don't believe me?" A trace of arrogance could be seen on Hogg's face. "Linley, go up and take a close look at those spirit tablets. By now, you can read all the words on them. On the back of every single spirit tablet is the history of those departed forefathers. The 3 spirit tablets at the very top are 3 who are Dragonblood warriors." Hogg took Linley by the hand. "Come." Hogg led Linley towards the area behind the many spirit tablets. Lifting him up, Hogg said, "Take a close look at those characters behind." Linley widened his eyes and began to read. The words carved onto the uppermost tablet were etched very deep and very clearly. Those 5,000-year-old characters told of an astonishing story. Baruch, the very first Dragonblood warrior of the Yulan continent. In the year 4560 of the Yulan calendar, outside the walls of the city of Linan, Baruch did battle against a black dragon and a titanic frost WYRM. In the end, he slew both the titanic frost WYRM and the black dragon, causing his fame to be spread across the world. In the year 4579 of the Yulan calendar, along the coastline of the northern sea of the continent, Baruch did battle against a 9-headed serpent emperor. On that day, the waves crashed unceasingly and nearby cities crumbled, but after a vicious fight lasting a full day and night, Baruch finally executed the nine-headed serpent emperor. Finally, Baruch founded the Baruch clan, and became the first leader of the Baruch clan. Ryan, Ruayan, Baruch, the second Dragonblood warrior of the Yulan continent. In the year 4690 of the Yulan calendar, in the mountain range of magical beasts, he defeated and subdued a saint-level golden dragon, and became known as the Golden Dragon Rider Saint. In the year 4697. Hazard, Haziida, Baruch, the third Dragonblood warrior of the Yulan continent. Born in the year 5360 of the Yulan calendar, in his very first battle, he fought fiercely with a saint-level bloody-eyed maned lion in the mountain range of the setting sun. He defeated the lion, forcing it to scurry away and flee, causing Hazard to become famous throughout the world. One mighty name after another, one amazing story after another, made the blood in Linley's veins pump all the more vigorously. My clan is actually the clan of the Dragonblood warriors? Linley was extremely excited. Beside him, Hogg said in a low voice, the first 3 generations of the Baruch family were all Dragonblood warriors. Upon becoming a Dragonblood warrior, one's life expectancy would dramatically increase. The second generation Dragonblood warrior didn't get married or have children until after he was 700 years old. And afterwards? Linley wondered. Father, why doesn't our clan have any more Dragonblood warriors? Hogg nodded. To become a Dragonblood warrior, the most important thing is the density and thickness of the Dragonblood which flows in our veins. The higher the density, the better. After many generations, the density of the Dragonblood in our veins has grown thinner and thinner. However, that isn't an absolute. Because as time goes on, sometimes, out of nowhere, a descendant will possess a very high density of Dragonblood. After Hazard Baruch, the fourth Dragonblood warrior appeared, nearly 1,000 years later. And then, after 1,500 years passed, which is to say tens of generations later, the fifth Dragonblood warrior finally appeared in our clan. But in the 1,000 years from then until now, not a single Dragonblood warrior has shown up. Hogg shook his head and sighed. The fifth Dragonblood warrior only stayed on the Yulan continent for around 2 centuries, before he disappeared. In the 1,000 years since then, our Baruch clan has totally decayed. After 1,000 years, even the most illustrious of families could decay. However, our clan still has hope. Perhaps in the future, one of our descendants will have the requisite density of Dragonblood in their veins, and meet the requirements to become a Dragonblood warrior. If they meet the requirements, after just a few decades of training, they would be able to become a true, full Dragonblood warrior. And at that time, the Baruch clan would once more be restored to the glorious days of yore, when we were known as the Dragonblood warrior clan. Hogg's eyes shone. Linley, you are 6.5 now. According to our rules, at your age, the test to see if your blood has a high density of Dragonblood will be fairly accurate. Today, I am going to test you. Linley was stunned. Testing the density of Dragonblood in my veins? Test me? Linley fully understood the implications of his father performing this test. This test would show whether or not he met the requirements for becoming a Dragonblood warrior. Linley, wait here. I'll go get the Dragonblood needle. Hogg clearly was very excited, as he immediately departed the ancestral hall for a nearby private room. Dragonblood warrior? Will I really become a Dragonblood warrior? Linley was mentally fidgeting. Standing there, Linley's mind was a confused mess. He was filled with both eagerness and fear. He feared that the density of Dragonblood in his veins wasn't high enough. If I fail, I guess father will be extremely disappointed. Linley couldn't help but think. Having grown up with his father and his younger brother, Linley didn't want to disappoint his father. But the density of Dragonblood in his veins wasn't something he could decide. After just a short period of time, Hogg returned with a 20-centimeter long needle that was extremely thin as he walked out from the private room. Dragonblood needle? Linley guessed, as he stared at the long needle in his father's hands. All right, Linley. This needle will just barely break the skin when it goes in. It won't hurt at all. Stretch out your hand. Hogg smiled, and Linley nodded. Taking a deep breath, Linley stretched out his right arm. The slight trembling in his arm showed that Linley really was very nervous. Not just Linley. To tell the truth, even Hogg was very nervous. Hold it. Holding the translucent Dragonblood needle, Hogg lightly pricked Linley's ring finger with it, easily piercing the skin. Linley felt a piercing pain, and the translucent needle immediately turned crimson as well. Hands shaking, Hogg immediately lifted the Dragonblood needle up and inspected it carefully. Raising his head, Linley stared at his father, feeling extremely agitated. Is the density of Dragonblood in my veins sufficient? Why has father stared at the Dragonblood needle for so long? Linley had a bad premonition. Sigh, with an exhaled breath, Hogg placed the Dragonblood needle off to one side. Hearing his father's sigh, the nervous Linley knew that the density of Dragonblood in his veins clearly didn't reach the required level. His tears immediately began to flow. Linley, why are you crying? Don't cry, be good, don't cry. Hogg immediately hugged Linley. Seeing Linley cry, Hogg felt sick at heart. After all, Linley was still just 6.5. He was just a child. I won't cry. Yeah. Won't cry. Linley sniffled twice, then forced himself to calm down. Father, I'm sorry. I've let you down. Hearing Linley's words, Hogg felt a warm feeling in his heart. He couldn't help but hold Linley against his bosom. Linley, don't feel bad. I actually didn't raise my hopes too high. Over 1,000 years and tens of generations, no one has become a Dragonblood warrior. It doesn't matter that you also failed. Father doesn't blame you. Feeling the warmth of his father's chest, Linley's tightened chest gradually loosened. By this point, the 2-year-old Wharton had long since fallen asleep in Grandpa Harry's arms. Linley, at this point in time, the Baruch family just consists of you, me, and your little brother. I don't have any extravagant hopes. I've never dared to dream of becoming a Dragonblood warrior. Hogg laughed at himself satirically. How could becoming a Dragonblood warrior be an easy task? Linley raised his head, staring at his father. Linley rarely saw his father speak to him in such a manner. Normally, his father was always very strict and unyielding. Staring at the rows of spirit tablets, Hogg's eyes were filled with a dreary sadness. My true goal is actually to recover the ancestral heirloom of the Baruch clan, passed down across the generations. Our ancestral heirloom? What's that? Why have I never heard about it? Linley asked curiously. Hogg proudly said, our ancestral heirloom, the Warblade, Slaughterer. This was the weapon used by the very first leader of the Baruch clan, the very first Dragonblood warrior of the Yulan continent. Alas, his descendants were unfilial. 600 years ago, because of poverty, a descendant who loved luxury actually sold our ancestral weapon for money. As he spoke, Hogg was filled with so much fury that his body actually trembled. Shaking his head helplessly, he said, afterwards, every single generation tried to recover the Warblade Slaughterer, but despite 600 years of trying, none of us have succeeded. After all, when we sold the Warblade Slaughterer, it was for the price of 180,000 gold coins of gold. 180,000 gold coins of gold. We aren't able to produce such a vast sum, but even if we were, the current owner wouldn't be willing to sell to us. The ancient clan of the Dragonblood warriors actually had sold off its own ancestral heirloom. This was a humiliation. The humiliation of the ancient clan of the Dragonblood warriors. Every succeeding generation had attempted to come up with ways to regain the Warblade Slaughterer, but despite 600 years of trying, they had never succeeded. As the current clan leader, Hogg also had this desire, but the clan's economic situation was in dire straits. 180,000 gold coins of gold? Even if they sold off the manor and all their possessions, they might not be able to produce such a vast sum. The ancestral heirloom was lost. This humiliation constantly weighed on Hogg's heart. He felt ashamed and helpless, and unable to face his forefathers. Seeing the look on his father's face, Linley consoled him, Father, don't be unhappy. I promise that one day, I will recover our family's heirloom and bring it back to this manor. You? Hogg chuckled. Eyes filled with love, he ruffled Linley's hair. In his heart, Hogg secretly said, Linley. Do you know, these words you just said, all those years ago, I said these same words to your grandfather as well? 600 years of efforts had all failed. How could it be easy to accomplish? After all, the person who had purchased the Warblade Slaughterer couldn't be any ordinary person. Why would they be willing to sell? Even if they were willing to sell, how could the decrepit Baruch clan afford the cost? Father, you don't believe me? Raising his head, Linley looked at his father questioningly. I believe you, Hogg laughed. Father and son held each other close. Only 3 members remained of the ancient Dragonblood clan in this era. When would this decaying clan be able to regain the glory and honor it had in prior years? At this moment, lying against his father's chest, Linley's fists were clenched tightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 4, Growth, Part 1. Book 1, Chapter 4, Growth, Part 1. The spring wind came, turning green the poplar trees near the empty space outside of Wushan town. On the empty ground, a group of youths were ardently training. Almost a year had passed since the Dragonblood test, and Linley was 8 years old now. Over the course of this period of time, Hillman clearly saw that Linley had only become even harder working. "Well done, Linley. Hold it, hold it," Hillman encouraged from the side. Right now, Linley was only wearing trousers. His upper body was covered with sweat, and his body, as taut as a drawn bowstring, was lying on the ground. His hands were pressed fiercely to the ground, as straight as tree trunks, while the rest of his body was motionless. He was supporting himself from a push-up position, with just his hands and the tips of his toes. His entire body was taut. The static tension training exercise. A very simple yet very effective training exercise. If a person could reach the level of being able to maintain this pose for an hour, then his body would no longer fear ordinary swords or sabers. Drip, drip. Beads of sweat rolled down from Linley's forehead. The sweat entered Linley's left eye, and he couldn't help but wince at the pain. Lei is really amazing. Just 8 years old, but he's able to match the 13-year-olds in doing that static tension exercise. Some of the children who had already given up were sprawled on the ground, chatting as they watched Linley. "Lei, keep it up. Keep it up for the rest of us. Beat those 13-year-olds. The golden-haired Hadley shouted from the side. "Yeah, keep it up, Lei." The other children started to chant as well. Linley was on extremely good terms with the other kids. Although Linley was the child of a noble house, he was extremely kind to the children of commoners, and often helped them train as well. "Gotta hold it. Gotta hold it," Linley constantly said to himself. In the back of Linley's mind, the words his father said a year ago constantly echoed. "Linley, we are the family of the Dragonblood warriors. As a member of the Dragonblood warriors clan, you have an advantage, but also a disadvantage. The advantage is, even though the density of Dragonblood in your veins hasn't reached a sufficient level, your body will still be much stronger than those of most ordinary people. It might be very difficult for others to become a warrior of the 6th rank through training alone, but for you, it will be somewhat easier. However, your disadvantage is this. The descendants of the Dragonblood clan are not able to train battle chi according to normal manuals. This is because the blood in our veins is only suited to the training method inside the secret Dragonblood manual. It conflicts with all other types of battle chi cultivation methods. Unfortunately, only those who have reached a certain density of Dragonblood are able to practice using the method within the secret Dragonblood manual. Therefore, you will not be able to cultivate battle chi at all. Also, although in theory, anyone training the body can reach the 6th rank, that's just in theory. In practice, the number of people who accomplish this is very low. But for us, it is different. Even if the amount of Dragonblood in our veins is low, our starting level will be higher than others. Just from training alone, we can become warriors of the 6th rank. Your great-grandfather, based on training alone, managed to become a warrior of the 7th rank. Linley remembered his father's words very clearly. Linley growled to himself, "I'm stronger than everyone else now, only because of the Dragonblood in my veins. But since I can't practice battle chi, my only options are to work hard, and to work harder. Since great-grandfather was able to become a warrior of the 7th rank, then I shall become a warrior of the 8th rank. Or even the 9th rank. Nothing is impossible. A warrior of the 8th rank. A warrior of the 9th rank could be considered the most powerful expert in the entire country of Funlai. A warrior of the 8th rank, although unable to restore the Baruch family to its former glories, would be able to dramatically improve its current situation. Gotta hold." Linley gritted his teeth. By this point, his muscles felt like they were being chewed on by countless ants. His entire body was quivering, and every single muscle on his entire body trembled. Every single trembling muscle could be seen visibly. After a long time, in the end. Thud. Linley, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. That feels wonderful. Flat on the floor, his entire body relaxed, Linley could clearly feel how numb his entire body was. All the muscles on his body, after undergoing that training, were slowly growing. Although the growth wouldn't be noticeable from just 1 or 2 exercises, after a long period of time, the effects would be pronounced. Hillman, off to the side, nodded with satisfaction. And then, Hillman's face grew cold as he turned to look at the 14 and 15-year-olds. "All of you had better hold on. Linley's only 8 years old, while all of you are almost adults. Don't let an 8-year-old get the better of you." After morning exercises ended, Linley bid farewell to his group of friends and went towards the Baruch clan manor. If a stranger had seen him, the 8-year-old Linley surely would have been assumed to be 11 or 12 years old, and not just a mere child of 8. The descendants of Baruch truly were different from other men. "Big brother." Upon seeing Linley, the healthy-looking Wharton rushed over. That's enough, Wharton. My entire body is covered with sweat. Let me wash myself first. Lindley patted Wharton on the face and laughed. Wharton humphed. I know that as soon as you wash up, you'll go take lessons from father. As a member of a noble house, Lindley's education began from a young age. The 5,000-year-old Baruch clan was even stricter regarding educational matters than even the royal families of most kingdoms were. Enough, Wharton. I'll play with you around noon. Lindley laughed. Wharton was only a child, while Lindley was much more mature. After washing up and changing into some fresh clothes, Lindley entered the study. At this moment, his father, Hogg Baruch, was sitting in front of a desk, his back ramrod straight. In front of Hogg were 3 thick tomes. Father. Lindley respectfully bowed. Hogg coldly nodded, and Lindley quickly walked next to him. Yesterday, I explained the history of the countries of the Yulan continent to you. Repeat it back to me. Hogg said coldly. This was the real Hogg. Instances like the time when he was holding the crying Lindley in his arms were extremely rare. Normally, Hogg's attitude towards Lindley could be summarized in one word: strict. In all things, Hogg strove for perfection. He wouldn't let Lindley get away with any mistakes. Yes, father. Lindley said calmly. In the Yulan continent, there are 3 dangerous areas. The number 1 mountain range, the mountain range of magical beasts. The second mountain range, the mountain range of the setting sun. And, the number 1 forest, the forest of darkness. The space these 3 dangerous regions take up is incomparably large. The mountain range of magical beasts runs across the entire continent, from north to south, covering over 10,000 kilometers. Within it are countless magical beasts, including saint-level beasts which have the power to destroy the heavens and ravage the earth. Because of the mountain range of magical beasts, the Yulan continent has been divided into different regions. West of the mountain range of magical beasts, there are 12 kingdoms and 32 duchies. Within these kingdoms and dukedoms, there are 2 major divisions. The first is the Holy Union, with the kingdom of Funlai being the principal kingdom. The second is the Dark Alliance, with the kingdom of Haishi being the principal kingdom. These 2 alliances are opposed to each other and constantly battle because one is controlled by the Radiant Church, while the other belongs to the Cult of Shadows. East of the mountain range of magical beasts, there are 4 empires, 6 major kingdoms, and countless duchies. These 4 empires are enormous, and are not influenced by the Holy Union or the Dark Alliance. In these 4 empires, the rule of the emperors is absolute. Any of the 4 empires are comparable to the Holy Union. The 4 empires are the Central Yulan Empire, the Southeastern Rhine, Lane Empire, the Eastern Roalt, Luoyao Empire, and the Northern O'Brien, Obulean Empire. After having said all this at one go, Lindley let himself relax slightly. Just this? Hogg frowned. Lindley was about to immediately continue, but Hogg cut him off. Let me ask you, within our Holy Union, how many kingdoms and duchies are there? Within our Holy Union, there are 6 kingdoms and 5th, Savant. Lindley suddenly frowned. How many duchies were there in the Holy Union? Lindley's memory was a bit hazy. He wasn't sure if it was 15, or if it was 17. He couldn't be sure. Humph. His face cold and harsh, Hogg pulled out a wooden stick, and Lindley obediently stuck his hand out. His eyes narrowing, with a whap sound, Hogg whacked Lindley's hand with the stick. A red line immediately appeared on Lindley's hand, but Lindley could only clench his teeth, not making a sound. Lindley, you must remember, we are currently living within the Holy Union. You must know everything about the Holy Union. Hogg coldly looked at his son. In the entire Yulan continent, the most important entities are the 4 empires and the 2 alliances. Lindley nodded. Although his father's words were simple, Lindley clearly understood the deeper meaning. At the far northern end, the Holy Union shares a border with the O'Brien Empire. While at the southern end, the Dark Alliance intersects with the Yulan Empire. Under the guidance of the Radiant Church, the unity of our Holy Union isn't one whit inferior to that of the empires. Listening to his father's words, Lindley agreed. Yesterday, he had read many books. Clearly, the Holy Union could be considered the cultural center for the entire Yulan continent. At the same time, in terms of economic strength, it was on par with the Yulan Empire, making the 2 of them the most economically powerful entities in the world. In addition, it had the support of the Radiant Church. The Holy Union truly was very formidable. Today, we will study art, Hogg said coldly. As the descendant of a noble family, you must have a thorough understanding and appreciation of art. Art is what gives noblemen an aura of gravitas. Hogg pulled out a large tome as thick as a fist, immediately opening it. In the year 3578 of the Yulan calendar, the Grandmaster Stone Sculptor Puluku was born. Off to the side, Hogg solemnly taught while Linley strove hard to memorize. He wanted to meet his father's requirements. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 5, Growth, Part 2. Book 1, Chapter 5, Growth, Part 2. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the grandfather clock within the hall rang 11 times, signifying that it was now 11 in the morning. "Is Hogg at home?" A clear voice rang out. The Baruch Manor had no guards, so clearly, this person had already arrived within the manor grounds. Hogg frowned, placing down the thick tome in front of him. "Linley, today we'll come to a stop here." Revealing a wisp of a smile, Hogg turned around and walked towards the guest hall. "Ah, Hogg, my dear friend. Just the other day, I heard the cloth spinner birds cry, and I just knew that something good was going to happen. Indeed, by noon, I received your missive, and as soon as I read it, I was overjoyed. Dear Philip, I am very happy to see you as well. Hillman, quickly go and bring me the stone sculpture, Fierce Lion. Philip, come, let's go to the main hall and wait. The sculpture will be here shortly. Hearing these words, Linley felt his heart twinge. We're selling off more family belongings? Linley knew that the Fierce Lion sculpture was one which his father deeply liked. But the Baruch clan, which took very little taxes from Wushan Township, really was in dire economic straits. Fortunately, the Baruch clan was an ancient one, and by virtue of its age, had stored many rare and precious items. Unfortunately, even the vastest of hoards could not withstand so many years of auctions and sales. By this point in time, the number of valuable items within the clan was very few. Linley couldn't help but turn to stare at the grandfather clock. I wonder how long it will be before even this clock has to be sold off. A middle-aged man with long, golden hair and a nobleman's aura strode into the hall by Hogg's side. Linley immediately was able to guess that this middle-aged man must be Philip. Oh, this adorable child must be your son, right Hogg? Philip smiled very warmly at Linley. Linley Baruch, right? May I address you as Linley? It would be my honor, sire. Linley placed his right hand against his breast and respectfully bowed. What an adorable child. Philip seemed very pleased. By his side, Hogg laughed. Philip, stop wasting time with the child. Look, the fierce lion you have desired for so long has arrived. As he spoke, Hillman easily carried in the large sculpture into the hall, and then easily set it down. It was a nearly 1,000-pound stone sculpture, but in Hillman's hands, it seemed like naught but a toy, clearly showing Hillman's strength. Mr. Hillman, your strength amazes me. My own manor doesn't have anyone as fierce as you, guard captain, even though I control 12 towns. Philip smiled as he spoke, but the implicit meaning in his words was quite clear. He wanted to invite Hillman to work for him. Hillman said coldly, Wushan Town is my home, sire. Forgive me. Philip quickly apologized. Philip turned to look at Hogg. Hogg, I must say, although I like the stone sculpture very much, the artisanship of this fierce lion sculpture cannot be considered to be top tier, much less the masterpieces of those grandmaster sculptors. Philip, if you don't wish to buy it, then forget about it. Hogg was quite succinct. Philip's eyes couldn't help but narrow, but then he laughed. Ah, Hogg, don't be angry. I'm not saying that I don't wish to buy it. I'm just telling the truth. How about this? I'll buy this sculpture for 500 gold coins. What do you think? 500? Hogg frowned. This price was much lower than what Hogg had hoped for. He had been hoping for at least 800. In the Yulan continent, 1 gold coin equaled 10 silver coins equaled 1,000 copper coins. The average commoner would be able to earn 20 or 30 gold coins in a year. Even the average army soldier would only earn 100 or so gold coins. The price is too low. Hogg shook his head. Hogg, you must know that in all the 10,000 plus years of the Yulan continent, there have been countless sculptures made. The true value of a sculpture is in terms of its artisanship. As far as the artisanship of this one, well, suffice to say, I just like it. 500 gold really is my highest offer. If you don't accept, then let's just forget about it. Philip laughed as he turned to look at the grandfather clock in the hall. His eyes gleaming, he said, Hogg, if you were to sell this clock, however, I would be willing to pay 1,000 gold. Hogg's face grew cold. Ahem, 2,000 gold would be acceptable as well. This would be my highest offer. Philip hurriedly said. Hogg sternly shook his head firmly. The grandfather clock is not for sale. As for the sculpture, 600 gold. Take it or leave it. Philip carefully studied Hogg for a moment, then chuckled. Fine, Hogg. I'll give you some face. 600 gold it is. Housekeeper, bring me 600 gold. The caretaker for his manor, who had been waiting outside the entire time, immediately ran over with the gold. 6 sacks of yellow gold. 600 gold, Hogg. You can count it, if you want. Philip smiled. Hogg hefted the sacks. Just based on weight alone, Hogg was certain that there really were 600 gold coins in them, 100 gold per sack. Hogg smiled and nodded. Philip, how about staying and having dinner with us? No need, I still have some business back home. Philip laughed. Philip's housekeeper subsequently instructed 2 powerfully built warriors to lift and carry away the sculpture, which they did with difficulty. After Philip and his entourage had departed, Hogg stared at the 6 sacks of gold, a dim look in his eyes. This time, he sold the stone sculpture. Next time? Although the manor still had many things remaining, sooner or later, they would have nothing left. Father, I want to learn to be a sculptor. Linley suddenly said. Linley knew very well that in the Yulan continent, those famous master sculptors could produce works valued at tens of thousands of gold pieces each. Some famous sculptures could even reach 100,000 gold pieces. And wealth aside, the societal ranking of these sculptors was also very high. If I can become a master sculptor, then father will no longer have to sell our family possessions. This is what Linley was thinking. Sculpting? Hogg glanced at Linley, his eyes cold. Linley, do you know that amongst the hundreds of millions of people in the Holy Union, there are at least several million who have studied sculpting? But in the entire Holy Union, the number of true masters can be counted on one hand. In addition, if you don't have a good instructor, you simply cannot succeed on your own. But the inner circle of sculptors is not one which ordinary people are allowed into. You only see the sky-high valuation of the works of the masters, but do you know that the vast majority of sculptors only make a few dozen gold coins each year? Hogg's voice was very fierce. Linley was so frightened, he immediately knelt down. Just now, he only spoke because he thought that sculpting could improve his family's situation. He didn't expect his father to say so much and lecture him so sternly. Enough. The ancestral hall needs some cleaning. After lunch, go and clean it up. Hogg said coldly. Yes, father. Linley said respectfully. Looking at Linley, Hogg sighed in his heart. Sculpting? Oh, child. Do you know that in the past, I also practiced sculpting? I spent 10 full years of my life trying to learn. But unfortunately, my sculptures weren't worth a single coin. Hogg, too, had once foolishly dreamed of becoming a master sculptor and thereby improving his clan's situation. But in his heart, he felt very helpless. Despite spending 10 years training, his sculptures were still worthless. The field of sculpting could be described as a pyramid. Those famous master sculptors were at the top of the pyramid. They enjoyed a high status, and each sculpture they made was worth hundreds of thousands of coins. But the valuation of the work of the countless low-level sculptors at the bottom of the pyramid was soul-crushingly low. Most of their works would just be bought by commoners for just a few silver coins to use as decorations in their homes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 6, Coiling Dragon Ring, Part 1. Book 1, Chapter 6, Coiling Dragon Ring, Part 1. Underneath the setting sun, the rosy clouds seemed to cover half the sky, casting their red hue upon the entire world. Cleaning the ancestral hall is pretty easy. Departing the ancestral hall, Linley had to admit that he had overprepared. He had slotted an hour for this job, but in just 15 minutes, he was finished cleaning. On the Yulan continent, each year was divided into 12 months, each month 30 days, each day 24 hours, and each hour 60 minutes. Most noble families owned grandfather clocks, and were able to accurately tell time. Some extremely wealthy or extremely high-status individuals might even own meticulously calibrated wristwatches. The ancestral hall is cleaned every month. Frankly speaking, in just a month, the ancestral hall won't get too dirty. All I have to do is just casually wipe it down. I have almost an hour before training starts. What should I do? Bored, Linley looked around in all directions. The ancient Baruch mansion had 5,000 years of history. The front courtyard was cleaned every day, but the rooms in the much larger back courtyard, aside from the ancestral hall, were all covered in dust, and even the walls were cracked. Wild grasses and dark green lichen covered the floors and even ran up the walls. Seeing the decrepit architecture, Linley's eyes slowly brightened. Lots of places in the back courtyard haven't been visited in over a century. I wonder if there's any ancient, valuable items there? Upon coming to this realization, Linley's heart began to pound. If I am able to find some valuable things and give them to Father, no doubt he will be very happy. Linley took a deep breath, then immediately entered a decrepit room next to the ancestral hall. Step by step, he walked carefully, wielding a sturdy wooden stick in his hands, which he used to strike down the cobwebs, allowing himself a more careful examination. Immediately upon entering the room, a rotten scent wafted past Linley's nose. Thick cobwebs could be seen in each corner, and spiders could even be seen clambering about. Many spider webs were covering decorative curtains and furnishings. Upon closer examination, all of these curtains appeared very ancient. Unfortunately, the curtains were tattered beyond belief, just barely holding together in the semblance of a curtain. If these curtains weren't ruined, no doubt they would be worth a lot of money. Linley helplessly shook his head. He continued to inspect the room, using his stick to brush aside the layers of cobwebs as he carefully searched. He searched the floor, the cabinets, and even to see if there were any secret passageways on the walls. According to the books I've read, it is quite common for walls to contain hidden levers or passages. Linley carefully rapped the walls, listening to the sounds. Linley very much enjoyed this feeling of searching for treasures in the ancient room. But he had forgotten something. If he could come up with this idea, wouldn't his father, his grandfather, and the other elders of the Baruch clan also have thought of this? These ancient rooms had long ago been scoured clean by the deceased elders of the Baruch clan. Linley was only 8 years old, after all. Although the strict education of the clan helped him mature quickly, there was still a large gap between him and an adult. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to consider things from a more complete point of view. Nothing in this room. Next one, Linley exited the first room and entered the second. There were actually many rooms in the back courtyard. After all, the front courtyard which Linley resided in constituted only a third of the entire manor. The back courtyard was far larger. Linley would probably have to spend an entire day in order to finish searching the entire back courtyard. All these decorations are ruined. There isn't a single one worth money. Linley exited yet another empty room. He stared up at the sky. Looks like it's almost time for training. I have another 15 minutes or so at most. Linley turned his head around and stared at an extremely large room. I'll just look at that last one, that big one. I'll spend about 10 minutes searching. If I can't find anything, I'll go off to training. Having made up his mind, Linley raced towards the large room. This ancient room was much larger than even the main hall in the front courtyard. Stepping inside, Linley carefully scrutinized the place. I bet hundreds of years ago, this was the dinner hall for our Baruch clan. From the ornaments and furniture, Linley could tell that this was a living hall. A huge, grandiose-looking hall. Search the ground first. Same as before, Linley lowered his head, widened his eyes, and began carefully searching the room one part at a time. Upon seeing anything interesting, he would tap it twice with his stick. If it was made out of stone, he would ignore it. Since he didn't have much time left before training was to start, his searching speed increased as well. Time to search the walls and the curtains. Oi. Last, best hope. Linley grimaced as he scanned the surroundings. Clan elders, I really hope you guys left one or two things behind for me to find. Even if it is just a small thing. Linley carefully searched the walls, even peeking behind the tattered curtains. On the ancient walls were many rotted wooden cabinets, each of which had many drawers. Linley pulled open each and every drawer, but the drawers were totally empty, almost immaculately so. The only thing inside of them? Some dust. Alas! After pulling open the last drawer, Linley felt bitter disappointment in his heart. After searching for all this time, I didn't even find a single valuable item. All I did was cover myself with sweat and dust. Linley stared at his clothes. They really were filthy, now. Linley couldn't help but feel discontented. Linley's gaze once more flashed across the room. Poof. I'm leaving. Linley angrily used the stick in his hand to strike hard against a nearby cabinet, as though he wanted to give vent to all the anger which had built up over an hour of fruitless searching. Thud. The stick solidly struck against the cabinet. The cabinet was extremely ancient. After having been chewed on by mites for 100 years, it couldn't withstand any weight. After having been struck so fiercely, it began to creak and groan. Hearing this, Linley couldn't help but look behind him in alarm. Oh no, it's going to collapse. While searching the other rooms, Linley had also destroyed a few other pieces of furniture, so by now, he was very experienced. Linley hurriedly dodged to one side. In the end, the cabinet, which was twice as tall as Linley himself, collapsed. With a crashing sound, the cabinet smashed against the floor, breaking into 7 or 8 pieces, covering the room with even more dust. But hidden amidst the dust, unseen by Linley, was. Upon the shattering of the cabinet, a black ring which had been hidden within the wooden supports came tumbling out, falling to the ground. Ew, ew. Linley spat out the 2 words as he hurriedly tried to escape the wave of dust. How unlucky. My entire body is covered with dust now, and I bet training is about to start. I'd best go take a quick shower and put on some new clothes. With a wave of his arm, Linley pushed open the door and departed the ancient room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 7, Coiling Dragon Ring, Part 2. Book 1, Chapter 7, Coiling Dragon Ring, Part 2. That black ring had rolled forward, landing precisely in front of the doorway. When Linley had strode forward by 3 steps, reaching the doorway, he came to a sudden halt, because he could clearly feel that he had stepped on something hard. Just now, I searched the ground and didn't see a single rock. This must have come from the shattered drawers. Thinking about the collapsed drawers, Linley couldn't help but feel angry, and he viciously stomped on the piece of shattered wood beneath his feet. Based on Linley's thinking, if it was a piece of shattered wood, it should be stomped into fragments. But in reality... Whoa, it's hard. What's under my foot? Linley felt that the item underneath his foot was extraordinarily tough, and immediately stepped aside to take a closer look. He saw a jet-black object in the shape of a ring lying peacefully on the ground. It was covered by a layer of dust, and was not at all catching to the eye. Oh, a ring? Linley's eyes were bandit-sharp. He happily plucked the ring up, then used his filthy sleeves to give the black ring a vigorous rub-down. Only then could Linley make out what this item really looked like. This black ring was made of a material that seemed to have properties of both wood and stone. On the body of the ring, there was a very faint carving of an indistinct object as well. Earthworm? Linley suspiciously looked at the carving on the ring. At first glance, Linley felt that the sinuous carving on the ring seemed to be that of an earthworm. Linley laughed to himself. The carving skill for this ring is really terrible. I bet even an average carver could make something more attractive. Alas, what a waste. This black ring doesn't even have a single diamond on it, much less any valuable magic crystals. Most rings were adorned with either diamonds or magic crystals. Unfortunately, this black ring seemed to have been made out of a material that had properties of both wood and stone. Not even the shadow of a gemstone could be seen. Clearly, it was worthless. But for some reason, upon seeing the ring, Linley immediately felt that he had taken a liking to it. He suspected that it was most likely because this was the only thing he had discovered after spending a prodigious amount of effort in searching the manor. This ring is really thick. There's no way to wear it on my finger without it slipping off. I'll string it through with silk and wear it around my neck. Linley's eyes brightened. The 8-year-old Linley's hands, after all, were much smaller than the hands of an adult. There was no way he could wear the ring on his fingers. Now, what name should I choose for this black ring? Earthworm ring? No way, that sounds terrible. Linley mumbled for a few moments, then his eyes lit up. That sinuous object can also be considered a dragon, right? A dragon curled around the ring, then let's call it the Coiling Dragon Ring. Although in his heart, Linley felt like the carving looked more like an earthworm, but he still chose the name Coiling Dragon Ring for it. Coiling Dragon Ring. Lifting up the dark, unadorned ring, Linley felt exceptionally pleased. Wait, crap. It's almost time for training. Linley suddenly remembered. He frantically stared at his filthy clothes, covered in dust and grime. He looked like a beggar. Oh no, Linley had no time to think. He immediately ran out of the ancient courtyard and charged straight for the washroom. The sound of rushing water. Linley dumped water over himself. His skin was bright and vigorous, and muscular lines were already beginning to develop. This was the result of Linley's training. Underneath the rushing water flow, the dust was quickly washed away. Using the least amount of time possible, Linley washed himself clean, then hurriedly put on his training clothes. String, Linley hurriedly looked about for a thread on which he could hang the Coiling Dragon Ring. Suddenly, Linley's gaze fell on a ruined old washcloth. His eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled a string out from within the washcloth. Although the washcloth was very ordinary, it was very sturdy and durable. The string, too, would be very resilient. He quickly strung on the Coiling Dragon Ring, then immediately wore his makeshift necklace. I'm gonna be late. This is my first time being late. Linley bolted out like a roaring flame. As he ran, he tucked the Coiling Dragon Ring into his clothes. Feeling the coolness of the ring against his chest, Linley couldn't help but feel happy. In exchange for being late, he gained the coiling dragon ring. Linley felt very happy. In a flash, Linley rushed out of the Baruch clan manor, and then immediately ran towards the empty training ground east of Wushan town. By this time, most of the commoners had already returned home, leaving the streets empty, but as they saw Linley run, they were able to guess the reason. "Young Master Linley, careful, don't hurt yourself. Master Hillman is extremely rigorous. I'm afraid young Master Linley is going to be punished." The kindness which the Baruch clan had showed the commoners caused them to also be filled with love and goodwill towards Linley. "How will Uncle Hillman punish me?" Even as he hurriedly rushed forward, Linley was still thinking about this question. At this point, Linley had no time to chat or pay respects to any of the uncles or aunties nearby. In a short period of time, Linley arrived at the training field of Wushan town. By this time, all three squads had already lined up. Hillman was speaking, but upon hearing Linley's footsteps, Hillman's cold gaze couldn't help but shoot towards him. Linley ran towards the training squads. Taking position next to the squads, he nervously awaited Hillman's instructions. "Today's training exercises will be doubled for you. Return to your team," Hillman calmly said. "Yes, sir." Linley raised his head high and said in a bright voice. The youngsters nearby couldn't help but stick out their tongues. He was just late by a short amount of time, but was punished with double duty training. Today, Linley probably wouldn't have any time to go home and eat dinner. Just as Linley began jogging towards his usual position in the team, suddenly, thud! The entire earth seemed to tremble slightly, but with regularity. It was as though a giant creature was walking on the earth, causing it to tremble with each step. East. It came from the east. Linley immediately discerned the direction. Not just Linley. Hillman, Roger, and Laurie all turned towards the east, their expressions growing solemn. The vibrations were growing stronger and clearer. All of the youths present could clearly feel that the regular vibrations were coming from an enormous creature headed their way. Each of the thunderous footsteps seemed to cause a vibration powerful enough to shake Linley's heart. What giant creature was causing this? Linley widened his eyes and stared east. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 8, Magical Beast, Velocidragon. Book 1, Chapter 8, Magical Beast, Velocidragon. The giant creature that caused the earth to shake finally revealed itself. Upon seeing this enormous creature, Linley and the rest of the children were scared silly. Hillman, Roger and Laurie's reaction speeds were very quick. They immediately stood in front of the group of kids and carefully watched the enormous creature. A magical beast of the 7th rank. Velocidragon **. Hillman's facial expression contorted, while Laurie and Roger, by his side, felt their legs grow weak. So big. Is this a legendary magical beast? Linley was totally stunned. Since he was born, the largest creature which Linley had ever seen was the warhorses that sometimes passed by Wushan Township. Those large, powerful horses were 1.8 meters tall. But in front of this giant creature, they seemed like nothing more than a babe in front of a giant. The difference was truly astounding. This creature was easily 2 stories high and at least 20 or 30 meters long. Magical beast, Velocidragon. The Velocidragon's entire body was covered by huge, fire-red scales, each scale glittering with the reflected cold, golden light. The scales alone were stunning and frightening to behold. The Velocidragon's 4 scale-covered long legs were even more terrifying in their thickness. 2 fully grown men would barely be able to surround them with their arms. The flame-red Velocidragon was entirely crimson in color, with the exception of its cold, deadly-looking black claws. The Velocidragon's long, scale-covered tail made up over half of its total body length. Like a whip, it swept across the ground. Each time it struck the ground, a deep thud could be heard emanating from below. Gore! With a low-throated growl, white steam erupted from the nostrils of the Velocidragon, carrying with it the stench of sulfur. Those diamond-like eyes, nearly the size of a lantern, were also, strangely enough, red as well. The huge head of the Velocidragon turned towards Linley and the children. Its cold gaze terrified all of the children, freezing them in their tracks. Tchhh. The Velocidragon's mouth tensed, revealing 2 rows of enormous, saw-like teeth. Each teeth was ivory white, and the sight of them caused everyone's hearts to grow cold. No one dared to question its sharpness. Linley felt as though his heart had stopped beating. Right now, it seemed as though all sound had faded away. Too terrifying. Is there anyone who can possibly defeat such a creature? Linley was scared stiff. Just from looking at this huge magical beast, Linley felt as though its power was irresistible. Linley believed that with but a swipe of its enormous tail, most likely even the sturdiest stones of the houses of Wushan Town would be disintegrated. Is this Wushan Town? Suddenly, a cold voice emanated from on top of the Velocidragon. All of the terrified children looked up, astonished. Upon the Velocidragon's enormous, scaly back, a mysterious man wearing violet robes was sitting cross-legged. The Velocidragon was simply too huge in size, and its back was extremely broad. There was more than enough space for someone to stand, sit, or even roll around. Lord Magus, this is indeed Wushan Town. Is there anything we can help you with, Lord Magus? Hillman's voice rang out. Upon hearing Hillman's voice, everyone seemed to find their bearings again, and recovered from the state of stunned terror. But everyone present, including Roger and Laurie, didn't dare make a single sound. They all stood behind Hillman and fearfully looked at the terrifying Velocidragon and the mysterious, violet-robed Magus. Wushan Town. Looks like I didn't get lost, the violet-robed man said in a low voice. And then the mysterious, violet-robed man didn't say anything else. After gazing at Linley and the rest of the group with its cold eyes, the Velocidragon continued forward, 2 more lines of smoke appearing from its nostrils. Seeing the Velocidragon go in the direction of the township, the expression on Hillman's face changed. Everyone, stay here. After he spoke, Hillman immediately chased after the departing Velocidragon. Uncle Laurie, what is that? Is that a magical beast? Linley was the first to ask. Laurie cleared his throat, a look of terror still in his eyes. But he still nodded. Yes, it is. But it's a very powerful one, a magical beast of the 7th rank. A Velocidragon. Velocidragon? Linley memorized the word, forever etching it in his mind. The Velocidragon's huge body, hard scales, sharp claws, and powerful tail served to create a terrifying appearance. Linley believed a single Velocidragon could most likely annihilate the entire Wushan Township. The defensive power of the Velocidragon's scales is astonishing, and its attack power is terrifying as well. In addition, it is proficient in destructive fire magic. Laurie's heart was filled with fear as he explained to Linley and the others. If faced with a terrifying magical beast such as the Velocidragon, most likely even a platoon of 1,000 soldiers would be wiped out, unless it had a number of 6th or 7th ranked warriors and magi who could unite to penetrate the Velocidragon's scales. Linley's heart trembled. Even a platoon of 1,000 soldiers would be wiped out? However, the most terrifying thing is not the Velocidragon, it is the mysterious violet-robed man. Laurie took 2 stabilizing breaths, calming his agitated heart. By his side, Roger nodded as well. Right. In order to subdue a Velocidragon, one must force the Velocidragon to willingly submit to being a servant. In other words, the violet-robed man must be significantly more powerful than the Velocidragon. Based on his clothing, he should be a Magus. At least a Magus of the 7th rank. Perhaps even a Magus of the 8th rank. Roger's fists couldn't help but tremble as well. I never imagined such an important individual would come to our home. Linley could also feel the fear which was in the hearts of Roger and Laurie. Velocidragon, a magical beast of the 7th rank. And a mysterious Magus whose power dwarfed that of the Velocidragon? This definitely was enough to cause terror. The Magus was even more powerful than the Velocidragon? Linley found this somewhat hard to believe. The Velocidragon's huge body, hard scales, sharp claws, and powerful tail all seemed to dwarf that small human figure of the Magus. Roar! Suddenly, an angry roar erupted from the middle of the township. Crap! Laurie and Roger were stunned. Linley and the other children grew worried as well. Was the Velocidragon's angry roar caused by Uncle Hillman, or by Wushan Township? Nobody knew. All of you, stay here. Laurie and Roger, although terrified, still raced towards the center of the town. Linley gritted his teeth. Uncle Hillman. Linley was also worried for Uncle Hillman, as well as the citizens of Wushan Town. He also ran in that direction. At this moment, Laurie and Roger were both panic-stricken at the thought of the Velocidragon, and didn't notice Linley following behind them. In but a few moments, they arrived in the middle of the town. Hillman was standing far away, watching. Why did you come? Hillman reprimanded in a severe tone. But upon seeing Linley follow behind Laurie and Roger, Hillman frowned even further. Linley, it's far too dangerous here. Go back immediately. Only now did Laurie and Roger notice Linley had followed them. Linley, why did you? Laurie and Roger didn't know what to say. Uncle Hillman, I'm not going back. Linley wasn't willing to return. Hillman helplessly shook his head. He knew how stubborn Linley could be, and how hard it was to force him to change his mind. Fine. Then stay behind me, do not go too far. As long as you stay next to me, I am confident that I can protect you. Thank you, Uncle Hillman. I definitely won't run around. Linley was overjoyed. At this point in time, Hillman's group was roughly 100 meters away from the Velocidragon. They quietly watched the events in the center of town unfold. In front of the huge Velocidragon, a group of youngsters could be seen. 4 men, 3 women. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 9, Magical Beast, Velocidragon. Part 2. Book 1, Chapter 9, Magical Beast, Velocidragon. Part 2. Captain, what's going on up ahead? Laurie said in a quiet voice to Hillman. A hint of a smile played at Hillman's lips. That mysterious Magus seems to be at odds with that party over there. Just stay here and watch. No need for us to interfere. Hillman himself was only a warrior of the 6th rank. In truth, he didn't dare to interfere either. The Velocidragon alone was something he would not be able to fight off, much less the mysterious Magus. The strength of the 7-man party in front of the Magus was not weak either. 5 of them were warriors, while the other 2 were magi. The leader of their party was a powerfully built man with tousled red hair, who rode a pitch-black iron bull. The 2 sharp horns of the iron bull glittered under the light, dark and deadly. Its blood-red eyes gave testament to the true nature of this bull, vampiric iron bull, a magical beast of the 5th rank. With a snort, smoke began to emit from the bull's nostrils as well. Of the 7 people in the party, 4 were men, 3 were women. Both of the magi were women, while the 3rd woman was an archer. Aside from the vampiric iron bull, a huge griffin floated in mid-air. Griffin, a magical beast of the 4th rank. It had the head of a lion, but a pair of enormous, powerful wings. For a party to have 2 magical beasts and 2 magi, clearly this adventuring party was no ordinary one. Youngsters, it'd be better if you handed the depillowing Barrow Shadow Diamond over. The mysterious man seated on the Velocidragon said a second time, his voice cold. Lord Magus, we don't wish to be your enemy, but in order to acquire this Barrow Shadow Diamond, we spend countless amounts of time and effort. The value of it exceeds 100,000 gold coins, but you, Lord Magus, want to buy it from us for just 700 coins. This is impossible. The red-headed leader of the group said in a solemn voice. Listening to the conversation from far away, Linley, by Hillman's side, now understood everything. So this mysterious Magus wanted to spend 700 gold to purchase this Barrow Shadow Diamond, which was worth 100,000. Wow, the price of that diamond, Linley was shocked. For it to be worth so much money, clearly this Barrow Shadow Diamond must have some significance attached to it. Otherwise, it wouldn't cause this Magus to be willing to lower his status and try to forcibly buy it. An offer of 700 gold, for an item worth 100,000. No wonder the small party was unwilling to accept. Humph, the mysterious Magus coldly harumphed. I only have 700 gold on me. Right now, I'm still willing to use money to buy it from you. If you lot don't know how to take a few steps back and do what's best for you, then not only will you not receive a single gold coin, you will also lose your little lives. The Magus said in a frozen voice. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr. The Velocidragon, taller than most of the houses in the town, let out a deep growl, causing all the houses nearby to shudder. Captain, we risked our lives to obtain this Barrow Shadow Diamond. How can we so easily cower in front of this guy and give it away? A woman in black said coldly. As an experienced adventuring party, these 7 people had experienced many battles and wouldn't easily submit. The red-haired captain said in a solemn voice, Honored Lord Magus, I am of the kingdom of Funlai's Cayley clan. This captain wanted to use his background to force the opponent down. But unfortunately, powerful magi usually were eccentric and didn't give a whit about noble families. You all have chosen death. The mysterious Magus sneered coldly. Careful. In a flash, the 7-person party raised its guard. The 4 warriors charged in front, the female archer in behind pulled out her strongest bow, and the 2 female magi began to prepare magic. Roar, dot. The huge Velocidragon opened its mouth, and an enormous plume of fire erupted from its fangs, headed directly for the party. Where the fire came near, the very stone road underneath the fireblast began to warp, crack, and even shatter from the intense heat as the entire road charred black. Careful. The red-haired leader said in a deep voice, as his entire body became suffused with red-colored battle chi. The other 3 warriors activated their battle chi as well. The red-haired leader wielded an enormous claymore in his 2 hands. With rapid speed, he fiercely swung it against a nearby stone wall, and with a thundering sound, the stone wall collapsed, as hundreds of rocks rolled down to the floor and dust exploded outwards. Just at this time, the fire from the Velocidragon enveloped the 4 men, who used their battle chi to resist it. Ha! The red-haired man kicked a large rock nearly half a meter long at the Magus. The other 3 warriors did the same, also kicking large rocks with the speed and power of enormous slingshots. The 4 rocks split the air, howling as they pierced forth towards the Magus seated on the huge Velocidragon. Swish! 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 One after another, a barrage of rocks assaulted the Magus. In the twinkling of an eye, all the rocks from the collapsed wall were used up. Seeing this battle from afar, Limley's hands were tightly clenched. How incredible! They actually dared to use their feet to kick such huge rocks. Watching the 4 men unceasingly kick the huge rocks, he felt all the more in awe of warriors in general. Although, the Velocidragon is even more terrifying. Staring at the Velocidragon, Limley watched as its whip-like tail snapped about, dancing in front of it. Crack! 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 One giant rock after another was smashed into smithereens. The rocks couldn't even come close to harming the Magus on the Velocidragon's back. Swoosh! The Velocidragon's tail seemed to be totally unimpeded. It covered an enormous area, and whenever it casually passed by a stone house, it sliced through it as though the house was made of mud. The stones would be shattered without any resistance. As one house after another began to collapse, stones rolled about everywhere and the entire area was bathed in dust. Roar! Even in the middle of the dust storm, the Velocidragon's mighty roar could be heard, and it continued to vomit fire from its jaws. This entire time, the 2 female magi in the back of the party were continuously mumbling magical incantations in a light voice. The words of magic were totally different from the common tongue spoken on the Yulan continent. It was much more awkward sounding and complex. Before too much time had passed, the 2 female magi finished their incantations. Protective icy carapace. The 2 female magi chanted out in a low voice. Bright light erupted from their bodies, with 4 rays covering the 4 male warriors with a translucent, crystalline armor. The red-haired leader was delighted. With the protective icy carapace supporting his battle chi, he now felt more confident in this battle. Attack! The red-haired leader ordered. The 4 warriors shot out 4 more rocks at nearly the same time, attacking the mounted Magus simultaneously. Immediately following, the 4 warriors charged forward like arrows released from bows as they shot towards the Velocidragon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 10, Dance of the Fire Serpents, Part 1. Book 1, Chapter 10, Dance of the Fire Serpents, Part 1. Roar! The flames erupting from the Velocidragon's mouth encompassed a diameter of tens of meters of the surrounding area, bathing them in a sea of fire. Hiss! The Velocidragon's fire danced around the bodies of the 4 warriors, but guarded by the protective icy carapace and their own battle chi, the 4 warriors definitely would be able to resist the heat. As for the archer, by this point, she had already mounted the griffin and taken to the skies, her bow nocked. The vampiric iron bull stood there like an iron wall, protecting the 2 female magi. Swish! 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 Her eyes filled with a fierce cold gleam, and her hands as steady as a rock, the griffin-mounted archer shot out 3 arrows in a row. The target, the mysterious Magus on the back of the Velocidragon. Whoosh! The Velocidragon's whip-like tail shot out like lightning, moving even faster than the arrows. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the arrows released from the archer's triple shot. Immediately afterwards, its tail swept back towards the 4 charging warriors. The howling sound generated from the tail shattering the air with its movement caused the expressions on the faces of the 4 warriors to change dramatically. They immediately tried to leap backwards, like agile monkeys. But the draconic tail didn't move in a purely straight pattern, it oscillated and curved strangely, with no fixed pattern. Crash! One of the 4 warriors didn't manage to dodge in time, and was directly struck by the draconic tail on the waist. Both the protective icy carapace and his own battle chi were smashed into nothingness in the blink of an eye. With a slight flick, the tail curled around him and tightly wrapped him up. Luke! Lu Jia! The red-haired warrior by his side howled angrily, his eyes filled with pain. No! Luke was also screaming in terror. With but a flick, the draconic tail tossed Luke directly towards the Velocidragon's mouth. The Velocidragon opened its jaws, revealing its bloody maw, and chomped down. With a terrifying crunching sound, the last thing escaping Luke's throat was an anguished scream. Ground beneath the Velocidragon's saw-like teeth, Luke's entire body was turned into mincemeat. Half of one bloody leg escaped the Velocidragon's mouth and fell down to the ground. Gleaming white bone could be seen protruding from the bloody half-leg. Don't look! Hillman covered Linley's eyes. That sudden display was simply too bloody. Even a fully grown adult, when faced with such a terrifying scene for the first time, would be panicked. Linley was just an 8-year-old child. But it was too late. Linley had already seen everything. Huff. Huff. Linley felt as though his heart was being compressed by a giant boulder. His breathing was growing labored, and he started to pant. But in his mind's eye, he replayed the sight of the young man named Luke being eaten, over and over again. His belly was ripped open, and his intestines had been shattered. His skull had been crushed, and half his leg had dropped to the ground. All of these things made it hard for Linley to breathe, and he felt dizzy. This was the first time Linley had seen a fight become so vicious and cruel. It was also the first time Linley had seen someone being eaten alive by a huge Velociraptor. The half-eaten leg, in particular, deeply buried itself in Linley's mind. Hillman, Roger, and Laurie exchanged troubled glances as they watched Linley. What sort of harm to the psyche would this bloody affair cause an 8-year-old child? Would it serve as a constant psychological trauma? Once a youth becomes traumatized by battle, his future accomplishments would be dramatically impacted. Killing someone. No big deal. No big deal. Linley forced himself to think these words repeatedly. When I grow up and join the army, I too will have to kill people. Gotta hold on. Gotta hold on. Linley really was intelligent. He had read many books, and knew what path he had embarked on for the future. On the Yulon continent, when a man grew up, it would be very likely that he would experience life and death struggles. But since Linley was just a child who had not done so yet, he had to repeatedly tell himself to calm down. And slowly, the terror and horror in his heart really did begin to lessen. In fact, much the opposite, in just a short period of time, Linley felt as though his blood was beginning to surge. That battle really is incredibly fierce. It really is exciting. For some reason, that bloody battle just then made Linley's blood boil with excitement, filling his heart with desire, a desire to battle and kill. Is it because of the dragon blood in my veins? Linley didn't know. But Linley suddenly discovered that he was actually very eager to participate in these bloody struggles. Linley immediately stepped to the side, bypassing Hillman's protective arm, and continued to watch the battle which was still going on 100 meters away. Linley, don't watch. Hillman saw that Linley was intending to continue watching, and was shocked. Uncle Hillman, I'm not afraid. Linley turned his head to glance at Hillman. Hillman suddenly noticed a red gleam of excitement in Linley's pupils. Surprised, he no longer tried to prevent Linley from watching. As Linley continued to watch the battle from afar, he saw that it was reaching an even bloodier climax. Roar! With a howl, the Velociraptor turned its head and bit down towards a warrior, while its huge claws swept towards another one. Its lightning-fast, whip-like tail, as well, struck out, aiming at the third warrior. The warriors were pressed to the point of abandoning their assaults and instead retreating. The mysterious magus on the back of the Velociraptor still hadn't moved. He let the Velociraptor deal with the threats as his lips continued to mumble. Dance of the Fire Serpents. The cold voice of the mysterious magus suddenly rang out, and in the blink of an eye, 7 enormous fire serpents, each spanning tens of meters long, appeared. Howling, they erupted away from the magus in all directions. Each fire snake appeared to be a real, living creature, with distinct scales and enormous bodies that inspired fear in all who saw it. Everyone who was watching was stunned. A fire element spell of the 8th rank, Dance of the Fire Serpent. It now became clear that this entire time, the mysterious magus was mumbling the words to a magical incantation. He was preparing this terrifying fire element spell of the 8th rank, Dance of the Fire Serpent. This spell could unleash 7 enormous fire serpents, each of which had a simply astonishing attack power. Even the terrifying defensive ability of the Velociraptor would not be proof against it. If struck, even if it survived, it would be badly injured. If dealing with a magus of the 7th rank, the small squad might be able to hold on for a while longer, but dealing with a magus of the 8th rank, and a Velociraptor as well? They simply did not have the power to resist. Only now did they understand that this mysterious magus was a master of the 8th rank. It's the Dance of the Fire Serpents. Quick, run away. The red-haired warrior's facial expression changed dramatically, and he shouted in a loud voice. The 6 remaining members of the small squad were now all filled with terror. Too late. Prepare for the baptism of death. The mysterious magus said in a cold, cruel voice, which pierced like a cold dagger at the hearts of the members of the small squad. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 11, Dance of the Fire Serpents, Part 2. Book 1, Chapter 11, Dance of the Fire Serpents, Part 2. The 7 fire serpents flew at a very high speed, and wherever they passed through, the stone houses nearby immediately began to blaze. The burning flames towered towards the high heavens, an absolutely catastrophic scene. Seeing their homes be disintegrated from afar, the denizens of Wushan Township, who had long since fled and hidden far away, all felt pain and sorrow in their hearts. In front of the 7 giant fire serpents, their stone houses seemed like naught but toys. They were easily demolished, and the flames and the wreckages rose towards the sky. Run! The female archer no longer cared about anything else. She immediately directed her griffin to fly to a higher altitude. There was a limit to the distance at which a fire element magus would be able to control the 7 fire serpents. If the archer and her mount could fly beyond that point, she would be safe. Whoosh! 2 of the blazing fire serpents enveloped the 2 female magi and the vampiric iron bull as well. Almost instantaneously, the sound of burning, crackling flesh could be heard, and Linley thought that he could smell hair burning. Big brother Carrie, Kai. Save us! The desolate cry of a female magus sounded out, filled with pain, from within the middle of the fire serpent. Snort! Snort! The eyes of the vampiric iron bull were terrifyingly red, and every single muscle in its body was quivering non-stop. It continuously roared in anger, wanting to charge past through the encircling fire serpents, but unfortunately, the restrictive power of each fire serpent was simply too great. Luisa. The red-haired warrior howled angrily, his voice filled with anguish. Very shortly afterwards, both female magi and the vampiric iron bull were reduced to naught but grey ash. But the red-haired warrior no longer had even the opportunity to cry out. He and the other 2 warriors each had to face an enormous fire serpent of their own as well. In front of the titanic flaming body of the serpents, they seemed to be nothing more than children, incapable of the slightest resistance. They had the power to split stone with a single punch, but so what? While constricted by a huge flaming serpent, what could they do? Surrounded by flaming serpents, the 3 warriors couldn't help but let out torturous cries. As they shouted, their battle chi vanished, having been demolished. The hissing sound of burning flesh once again could be heard. The muscles on the faces of the 3 warriors twitched, and their eyes bulged out. All the hair on their bodies was burned clean in the twinkling of an eye, and following that their skin, their flesh, and their bones. Nothing could withstand the terrifyingly high temperature of the fire serpents. In a very short period of time, the 3 formidable warriors had also been reduced to nothing more than dust. Huff, huff. The female archer's breath was ragged, but she had finally escaped the boundaries of the dance of the fire serpents. Luke, Louisa, big brother Carrie, I will definitely avenge you all. Definitely. The female archer cried bitterly, and as she did, she directed her griffin to fly still higher. Zzzt. An enormously thick bolt of lightning struck down from the clear, cloudless skies, striking directly down on the totally unprepared archer. Her entire body was turned directly to dust from that strike, while her griffin was scorched black as well. The 2 of them fell down from the sky, heavily crashing into the stone ground of the town as they crashed through a wooden roof and into the base of a dwelling. Want to run? Hoof. The mysterious magus let out a deep snort. Over 100 meters away, Hillman swallowed hard, his own heart filled with a thread of inescapable fear. Not only is he a magus of the 8th rank, he is a dual-element magus. That spell was called Dance of the Fire Serpents? Linley was still standing there, totally awestruck. The sight of those enormous fire serpents and the inferno they had cast had totally shocked Linley, like he had never been shocked before. Each of the fire serpents was as terrifying as the Velocidragon. 7 of them together? They represented an utter apocalypse. Even the stone houses were disintegrated by their flames. In the blink of an eye, those 4 mighty warriors, those 2 magi, and that archer, as well as their 2 magical beast companions were utterly destroyed, with the possible exception of that griffin. The 7 fire serpents had disappeared by now, but Linley could still feel the terrifying, seismic presence and power emanating from the area. The entire battlefield had been annihilated, leaving nothing left but the finest of debris. The debris all radiated tremendous heat, as though testifying to the power of the battle they had just endured. Amazing. Linley's breathing slowly began to stabilize. Swimming in his mind were images of those 7 fire serpents, and how they had descended on the battlefield like a catastrophe of power. Compared to that vision, even the Velocidragon was not as impressive as before. Linley's gaze suddenly turned towards the mysterious magus on the back of the Velocidragon. By appearances, the magus was much smaller and much weaker. Just then, was he the one who cast the Dance of the Fire Serpents? Linley really found it a little hard to believe. A person who seemed a full size smaller than Uncle Hillman was actually able to cast such an apocalyptic spell. Linley's heart was suddenly filled with dread, as he stared at that far-off, distant figure. This is what a magus is? For the first time, the concept of a magus clearly imprinted itself in Linley's mind. At the same time, Linley suddenly had a powerful urge to become a powerful magus as well. If one day, I too was capable of such a powerful attack, fantasizing about it, Linley felt the blood in his veins boil to the limit. He was in a state of tremendous excitement. Right at that moment, Linley knew the path that he would take in the future. To pursue the peak, the pinnacle of power. Father! Linley suddenly saw that his own father, Hogg. Seeing how Wushan Township had just suffered an unmitigated catastrophe, as the Lord of Wushan Township, Hogg's heart was filled with helplessness. Don't make a sound. Hogg glanced at Linley, conveying that message with his eyes. Hogg turned towards the magus, his heart filled with ruefulness. He's actually a magus of the 8th rank. And a dual-element magus. Perhaps the entire kingdom of Funlai has only a handful of people more powerful than him. Someone like him actually came to our little town. Hogg's only desire, at this point, was that the mysterious magus would leave as soon as possible, and let Wushan Town return to its normal tranquilness. The mysterious magus suddenly leapt down directly from the back of the Velocidragon. He was at least 2 stories up, but he descended easily with a single jump. Striding up to the ashes of the red-haired warrior, the mysterious magus waved his hands, and the grey ash parted. A violet, almost translucent-looking diamond suddenly appeared. With a flick of the wrist, the mysterious magus plucked out the Dibero Shadow Diamond. Ah, the Dibero Shadow Diamond. I searched for you for 10 years. Who would have thought that just because today, I decided to pass by this town, I would actually meet you by accident? Ah, Haymans, Hymanisi, now that I have the Shadow Diamond, once I socket it into my staff, I want to see how you will possibly stand against me next time. Ha, the mysterious magus began to laugh wildly. Hogg and the other residents of Wushan Township simply watched quietly from afar, not daring to make a sound, for fear of angering this powerful, mysterious magus. Wushan Town, eh? Who leads Wushan Town? The mysterious magus suddenly said. Father, Linley was shocked. At this point, Hogg had no choice but to stiffen his spine and step forward. He respectfully said, Mighty Lord Magus, I am the leader of Wushan Town. Oh. The mysterious magus' face was still covered by his violet robes, preventing anyone from seeing his face. He lightly said, Your town suffered some serious damages today. I annihilated this small adventuring party. On their bodies, there is sure to be a good amount of gold coins. The gold coins, no doubt, have been melted and reforged by my dance of the fire serpents, but they are still worth some money. Just consider them yours, as my recompense for what Wushan Town just went through. Hearing the words of the mysterious magus, Hogg felt a sense of relief. This mysterious magus probably wouldn't go kill crazy now. I, Hogg, on behalf of the entire Wushan Township, would like to thank you for your kindness, Lord Magus. Hogg respectfully bowed down. The mysterious magus lightly nodded, then turned and walked towards the Velocidragon. The Velocidragon immediately knelt down, stretching out his foreleg. The magus stepped onto the Velocidragon's leg, walked 2 steps, then easily jumped onto the Velocidragon's back. Humph! The Velocidragon let out a lazy snort, as 2 plumes of white smoke once more emanated from its nostrils. And then, the Velocidragon once more began walking, its heavy footsteps shaking the earth. Watching the enormous creature and the mysterious magus on its back walk far away and disappear off into the distance, all the citizens of Wushan Township finally felt their hearts begin to calm down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 12, The Will of the Mighty, Part 1. Book 1, Chapter 12, The Will of the Mighty, Part 1. Only after seeing the magical beast of the 7th rank, the Velocidragon, and its mysterious magus master depart, did Hogg calm down. Uncle Harry. Hogg immediately turned to look at his house-taker Harry. Immediately order some people to recover all of the melted gold from within those piles of ashes. This adventuring party was quite extraordinary as well. No doubt, they had a great deal of wealth on them. I hope they had enough to recompense the losses we have suffered today. Hogg stared in all directions, seeing how so many houses had been reduced to rubble. Yes, me lord. Harry nodded. Hillman. Hogg turned to look at Hillman. Smiling, he said, What do you think? Hillman nodded as well. I was absolutely terrified. When I saw that magical beast of the 7th rank, the Velocidragon, and that mysterious magus, I knew that Wushan Township didn't have the slightest ability to fight back in any way. If such an exalted personage as a magus of the 8th rank decided to destroy our town on a whim, I doubt anyone would dare to criticize him, much less sanction or punish him. Magi had extremely high social standings. Normally, even an ordinary magus had the same social standing as a noble. And a magus of the 8th rank? Even if he was in the presence of a king, he would not need to kneel or show obeisance. He could just chat while staying standing. From this, one could tell how exalted a level an 8th rank magus held. Right. So, we should all celebrate the fact that not a single person from Wushan town perished today. Hogg laughed. It definitely is worth celebrating. Hillman nodded and laughed as well. Hillman, take some men to assist Uncle Harry. After finishing up, please address the issue of the commoners who lost their houses. Hogg instructed. Yes, Lord Hogg. Hillman assented. Hogg looked behind him carefully, then asked Hillman suspiciously, "HM? Where did Linley go? He was just here a moment ago." No idea. Didn't notice. Hillman shook his head as well. My lord, young Master Linley has already went home, Harry said from the side. Although, when he left, he seemed to be in a daze. No clue what he was thinking about. Hogg thoughtfully nodded. Equals 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 equals. If there was one thing which the Baruch clan manor did not lack for, it was rooms. In the days of the Baruch clan's glories, hundreds of people lived here. The population now was much lower than before. Even an 8-year-old child such as Linley had his standalone quarters. Within Linley's bedroom, Linley was kneeling on the bed, his brow furrowed in thought. Again and again, the terrifying power of the dance of the fire serpents swam about in his mind's eye. Those 7 huge fire serpents and the tempest of flame they generated repeated in his mind over and over again, as well as how they instantly turned everything around them to ash, including the powerful warriors and magi of the small adventuring group. Magi are so powerful. Linley felt a thread of desire in his heart. Although I am a member of the Dragonblood warriors clan, the density of Dragonblood in my veins is too low. The fact that anyone with Dragonblood is totally unable to utilize any other battle-chi cultivating methods is something which will hold back my ability to develop my warrior abilities to the maximum. I wonder if it would be possible for me to be a magus, instead. Linley suddenly had the desire to become a magus. That Velocidragon was terrifyingly powerful as well. If I were to have a Velocidragon, then... Linley began to think back to the awe-inspiring might of the Velocidragon. Its lightning-fast, whip-like tail had so easily shattered the stone projectiles aimed at it, and had demolished any houses it touched. Its enormous body resembled huge siege weapons which armies might field in a war. Once it charged forward at a fast pace, considering how tough its scales were, the Velocidragon really would be a terrifying opponent. Magical beasts, I wonder how someone acquires a magical beast. Linley desired to have a magical beast of his own as well. For whatever reason, as he lay on the bed, Linley simply couldn't fall asleep. He tossed and turned, his mind filled with images of the Velocidragon and the dance of the fire serpents which the magus had displayed. Linley, what's wrong? A familiar voice said. Linley scrambled to his feet. Raising his head, he saw that it was his father, Hogg. At the moment, a smiling, praising look was on Hogg's face as he watched Linley. Father. Linley said respectfully. Suddenly, Linley felt confused. Why is father smiling at me? And with this sort of expression? Hogg was extremely strict with Linley, and rarely smiled at him in such an intimate manner. His current expression made Linley feel all the more astonished. Not bad, Hogg said proudly as he looked at Linley. You really are a scion of our Dragonblood warrior clan. You have our superior qualities. If a descendant of the Dragonblood warriors were to be terrified of death, terrified of blood, of slaughter, then it would be an absolute joke. Upon hearing these words, Linley immediately understood. His father was happy at how he had not been terrified by the sight of the Velocidragon eating Luke alive. Linley said, surprised, Father, you saw everything? That Velocidragon caused such a stir. How could I not? As soon as the Velocidragon arrived at Wushan Township, I came out as well, but I was off to a different side. I could clearly see the expressions on your face and on Hillman's. Hogg nodded. Linley grinned. Back then, aside from the initial bit of panic, he later only felt his blood boil and surge, filling him with a thirst for bloodletting. Linley, as well, had wondered at the time if it was because of the dragon blood in his veins. Hogg laughed. Linley, did the events of today astonish you so much that you even forgot about dinner? Dinner? Linley was startled. Rumble. Linley's belly sounded in agreement at this time. Only now did Linley realize that the evening training hadn't even begun before the Velocidragon and the mysterious Magus arrived. By all rights, it was now time for dinner. But Linley's mind was still preoccupied thinking about that dance of the fire serpents and that Velocidragon. Father, I'd like to ask, is it possible for a member of the Dragonblood warrior clan to become a Magus? Linley's hands unconsciously balled up, clenching his bedsheets. He stared hard at his father. Hogg was startled, but in the next moment he immediately understood. Looks like his child now wanted to become a Magus. It is possible. Hogg nodded. Linley couldn't prevent a look of joy from appearing on his face. Hogg waved his hand, motioning for Linley to calm down, before saying, Linley, there have been magi in the lineage of our Dragonblood warrior clan. However, there's only been 2 in total. Linley, you should know that the most important thing for a Magus is natural talent. Normally, only 1 person in 10,000 has the talent to become a Magus. 1 in 10,000. The chance really is very low. So, you'd best not have too much hope. Linley shook his head. Father, so long as there is any hope, I will persevere. A solemn look was on Linley's face. Hogg looked at the serious expression on his 8-year-old boy's face. By all rights, a young child being so serious was an amusing thing. But Hogg did not laugh. Hogg considered for a while, then said, Linley, every year, when the army recruitment drive begins in deep autumn in the royal capital of Funlai City, there is a Magus student recruitment testing drive. If you really wish to go, when autumn comes around, you can go take the test. Late autumn? Isn't that just half a year away? Linley's eyes were filled with excitement. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 13, The Will of the Mighty, Part 2. Book 1, Chapter 13, The Will of the Mighty, Part 2. At dinner time, the 3 members of the Baruch clan and their housekeeper, Harry, all shared dinner together. Little Wharton raised a cute ruckus at the dinner table, filling it with laughter. By the time dinner came to an end, the old housekeeper carried Wharton back to his room, while Linley and his father, Hogg, began to chat. Right. Father, which one is stronger? A Magus or a warrior? Linley was curious. Hogg glanced at Linley. Chuckling, he shook his head and said, Linley, magi and warriors each have their own strengths. At the same rank, a Magus is perhaps slightly stronger than a warrior. But the most important thing is that the status of a Magus is a full rank higher than that of an equivalent warrior. For example, that dual-element Magus of the 8th rank, in terms of social standing, is perhaps slightly superior to even a warrior of the 9th rank. If they are only slightly more powerful, why is there such a big discrepancy in status? Linley was curious. Hogg laughed. Before discussing this, first you should understand the ranking system of the Magi. There are 9 ranks. 1st rank and 2nd rank Magi are considered junior Magi. 3rd and 4th rank Magi are considered mid-level Magi. 5th and 6th rank Magi are considered senior Magi. The 3 ranks above them, 7th, 8th, and 9th? These are all terrifyingly powerful people. And of course, above the Magi of the 9th rank are the saint-level Magi. The reason why Magi have such social standings is because the destructive potential their spells have is enormous. Hogg picked up a glass of juice and continued talking while sipping at it. Destructive potential? Linley looked at his father. Putting down the glass of juice, Hogg nodded. A single warrior, even a Dragonblood warrior, can at most kill 100 people with the swipe of a sword. When faced with a 1,000,000-man army, at best he could kill their leader, but when a leader dies, he can simply be replaced. But a saint-level Magus? If he chooses to utilize one of those powerful forbidden spells, he can annihilate an entire town or wipe out an army of hundreds of thousands. With an entire army destroyed, even if its leader survived, what's the use? Thus, to a kingdom, a saint-level Magus is more terrifying than an entire enemy army. Linley immediately understood. Let's not discuss saint-level Magi for now. Even a Magus of the 8th or 9th rank would be capable of using spells which contain shocking power and are able to change the course of a battle. This is why Magi have such a high social standing. Hogg said with a light chuckle. Linley quietly nodded. In the war-torn land of the Yulan continent, one could imagine how important the Magi were to a kingdom. Oh, right. Father, I read in one of the books that compared to a warrior, a Magi's physical strength is much weaker. But just then, I watched that Magus jump down from the back of the Velocidragon with ease. How could his body be physically weak? Linley pursued. Hogg replied, let's discuss this question later. Linley, you should know that in the Yulan continent, an average person's lifespan is around 120 to 130 years. Powerful magi and warriors can live for longer, usually up to 200 or 300 years, or sometimes even 400 years. The absolute limit to a person's lifespan is 500 years. Only those who have attained the legendary power of saint-level combatants can live eternally, unbound by the dictates of time. Linley nodded. He had read of this in his books as well. But Linley, do you know the reason why powerful warriors and magi enjoy such a long lifespan? Hogg followed with a question. Linley was startled. Linley had always considered it to be a fact of life that powerful warriors and magi could live for 300 or 400 years. He had never considered the reason. Looking at the expression on Linley's face, Hogg couldn't help but laugh. Linley, first of all, I must tell you that in this world, there are elemental powers. Fire-type element, water-type element, wind-type element, earth-type element, lightning-type element, light-type element, and darkness-type element. Warriors and magi both rely on absorbing these elements from nature as part of their training. Both magic spells and battle chi are fueled by and determined by a specific elemental type. If you had carefully observed, you would have been able to notice that in the adventuring party you saw earlier today, for the 4 warriors, the red-headed leader had fire-type battle chi. The other 3 had either wind-type battle chi, or water-type battle chi. And just like battle chi, the spells of magi also have elemental types. This was the first time that Linley had ever heard about this. Only now did he learn that both magi and warriors relied on absorbing natural energy from the elements. The reason why powerful magi can live so long is because when magi absorb natural elemental energy into their body to generate pure mage force, when the elemental energy flows through their body, it will naturally refine their apertures, their joints, and their flesh, making their bodies stronger and stronger. With a stronger body, naturally they will live longer. By the same logic, when warriors cultivate their battle chi, they also absorb natural energy, which flows through their body and strengthens it. The more powerful a warrior is, the stronger his body will be. Naturally, he will live a long life. Hogg explained everything in detail. Linley felt as though only now did everything become crystal clear. Based on his father's words, the bodies of magi had also been strengthened by elemental power and would therefore naturally be very strong. But father, why is it that people say magi have weak bodies? Linley was confused. Hogg shook his head. Can't you think this through yourself? Magi only have weak bodies in comparison to warriors of the same rank, and not in absolute terms. For example, a magi of the 8th rank might have the same physical strength of a warrior of the 2nd or 3rd rank, even if he never engaged in any physical training. But of course, compared to a warrior of the 8th rank, his body would be very weak indeed. Linley slapped himself on the head, then laughed, somewhat embarrassed. How could he not have realized this simple logic? His thoughts really had been too rigid. Although, despite the fact that magi are vulnerable in melee combat, they do have their own ways to address this deficiency. One method is utilizing magical protective spells, such as the Shield of Earth, Shield of Ice, Shield of Wind, or Shield of Light spells. First, they would use their magic to defend, then, they would use their magic to strike back. And truly powerful magi have another method. Using magical beasts. Hearing these words, Linley's eyes shone. Linley wanted a magical beast of his own as well, such as a powerful Velocidragon. A powerful magical beast can protect the body of his magus, preventing enemies from getting close. This way, the magus can immediately cast his attacking spells to kill his opponents. Hogg smiled as he spoke. Linley immediately asked, Father, how can a person acquire a magical beast companion? Seeing the expression on Linley's face, Hogg couldn't help but laugh. There's only 2 ways to acquire a magical beast companion. The first is to make the magical beast willingly subordinate himself to you and serve you. The second way is to use a soul-binding magical array to enslave the magical beast. The requirements for the former are very difficult. For a magical beast to willingly subordinate himself to you, perhaps the only way is to defeat the magical beast in direct combat. Only then would he willingly follow you. For example, if you wanted to subdue a Velocidragon, you would first have to be able to defeat that Velocidragon in battle. His father's words rendered Linley speechless. He wanted a Velocidragon of his own, but how could he possibly have the power to defeat one? As for the second method, it is extremely complicated to set up a soul-binding magical array. Only a magus of the 7th rank, at the very least, could set up such an array. Hogg said in a composed voice. Linley was stunned. Father, by what you say, only a magus of the 7th rank or higher can enslave a magical beast? No, not necessarily. If you have enough money, you can purchase a soul-binding scroll. When the time comes, all you have to do is to tear it apart, and it will automatically generate a soul-binding magical array. However, a soul-binding scroll is amazingly expensive, Hogg said with a self-deprecating laugh. How expensive is it? Linley pursued the topic. Last I heard, the going price was around 10,000 gold coins. And what's more is, even if you had the money, there's almost no market for it due to its rarity. Hogg's words forced Linley to laugh bitterly at himself. The hardest part to acquiring a magical beast companion was in defeating it. Of course, you could always acquire a weak magical beast as a companion, but what would be the point? But for a powerful magical beast, do you have enough power of your own to subdue it? If you were to defeat it using traps and trickery, how could the magical beast possibly be willing to serve? It isn't an easy thing to convince someone to wholeheartedly subordinate themselves to you. As for the second method of using a soul-binding array, it was clear that this option was only available to powerful magi or to wealthy people. Not even many noble clans would be willing to part with the extravagant sum of 10,000 coins for a single soul-binding scroll. Chewing on his lips, Linley furrowed his brows and thought. If I really want to acquire a magical beast companion, based on my family's economic situation, I would have to become a magus of the 7th rank first. That's the only way. Linley secretly pondered all the possibilities, but he knew very well how difficult this would be. And the first barrier to this plan? The question of whether or not he even had the natural talent to use magic. After all, he only had a 10,001 chance. If he didn't have the natural talent for it, then there was no way he could become a magus. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 14, The Battle in the Sky, Part 1. Book 1, Chapter 14, The Battle in the Sky, Part 1. Dawn the next day. Just like every other day, the empty ground east of Wushan Township was filled with youths. Hillman and the other 2 teachers had not yet arrived, and so all the children were noisily and energetically chatting together. Naturally, the topic of their conversation was yesterday's shocking battle. That magical beast yesterday was so powerful. When Uncle Hillman and the others were standing up in front, I was behind them, sneaking peeks from afar. You guys have no idea. When that huge magical beast simply scraped its claws against the ground, the stone road was shattered into countless pieces. And those houses collapsed like they were made of mud. In the midst of all the children, Hadley, ever the most talkative of them, was narrating glibly and wildly, waving and gesticulating as though he had seen everything with his own eyes. All the children were staring at Hadley with wide eyes. Hadley, yesterday you were with us on the east side as well. You didn't dare go over. How could you see all this? A 13-year-old brown-haired child snorted. These slightly older children weren't as easy to cousin as those 7- and 8-year-old kids. Hadley turned to stare at the 13-year-old youth. His eyes widening, he said, Fora, Fula, you don't believe me? When have I, Hadley, ever tricked anyone? That brown-haired child named Fora said with a sneer, everyone knows what a big talker you are. When do you ever speak the truth? Hey everyone, why don't you guys speak for yourselves? Has Hadley ever told the truth? Fora said to the children next to him. Those 12 to 15-year-old children all began to laugh. Right on. This little scamp Hadley is always filled with nonsense. A number of slightly older children stood on Fora's side. Hadley immediately said urgently, you guys don't believe me? Fine, don't believe me. Furious, Hadley turned around, searching everywhere until he found Linley. His eyes brightening, he immediately said, but everyone here knows that aside from Uncle Hillman and the other 2, Linley also went. Linley saw everything with his own eyes. Linley's words should be true, right? Let Linley tell you if I spoke the truth or not. Young Master Linley? The youths turned to look at Linley. In the eyes of the children of Wushan Township, Linley had some stature amongst them. First of all, he was the heir to the Baruch clan, and secondly, as an 8-year-old child, Linley could match the 13 and 14-year-olds in training. In the war-torn land of the Yulan continent, Linley's prowess caused all of the children of Wushan Township to admire him. Young Master Linley saw everything with his own eyes. Naturally, we would believe whatever young Master Linley says. Those youths nodded. Those 13 and 14-year-olds were more mature as well. They knew that Linley was a noble and not like them. Almost all of them addressed him as young Master Linley. Only Hadley and the rest of the rascally 7- and 8-year-olds still continued to directly address him as Linley, without regard for propriety. Tell em, Linley. Was I lying? Tell em what happened. Hadley rushed towards Linley, tugging Linley's hand and secretly winking towards Linley. Linley couldn't help but feel helpless. How was it that Hadley's nonsense roped him into this conversation as well? That magical beast is known as a Velocidragon, and is a magical beast of 7th rank. It is incredibly powerful. Its entire body is covered in extremely hard scales, impenetrable to normal weapons. It is also armed with a sturdy, whip-like tail and with sharp claws. Those tough road stones and floor foundation stones were ripped apart like paper by its tail and claws. It was even able to breathe fire from its mouth, fire so hot that even the stones cracked apart. Linley said truthfully. All of the children listened quietly to Linley. Actually, all of you knew how powerful the Velocidragon was from the moment you saw it. No need for me to elaborate. Linley said with a smile. All of the older children nodded. As soon as they saw the Velocidragon the previous day, they had been scared stiff. Its huge body had seemed as massive as a mountain cliff, and those huge red scales on its body left nothing to the imagination with regards to how tough they must be. You hear that? I told you, that Velocidragon creature is really powerful. Hadley began shouting loudly. That youth named Fora glanced at him, and was about to say something. Uncle Hillman is coming. Linley saw Hillman, Laurie, and Roger walking towards them from afar, and immediately spoke up. Immediately, all of the children calmed down and in a very orderly fashion, lined up into 3 groups. The empty training field immediately settled down. Only the footsteps of Hillman and the other 2 could be heard. Hillman and the other 2 walked to the front of the 3 groups, facing the children. Hillman smiled and directly addressed what was on everyone's mind. Everyone should know about what happened yesterday, right? We do. Hearing Hillman's words and seeing how relaxed Hillman was, all of the children immediately replied vigorously. Great. Hillman's facial expression suddenly turned serious. That huge creature is known as a Velocidragon. The Magus on top of the Velocidragon is incredibly powerful. But everyone should know one thing. Hillman's gaze immediately sharpened as it swept across the faces of each child. Even that mysterious Magus gained his power one step at a time, starting from the bottom ranks. In order to subdue that powerful Velocidragon, he had to spend many years of toil and hard work. If you guys want to subdue a Velocidragon of your own, to be as powerful as that mysterious Magus, then all of you have to work hard without fail. Every single person has the potential to become mighty. The only question is, are you willing to work hard enough at it? Uncle Hillman's words were as clear and as hard as nails. His gaze was fierce and cold. Immediately, all the children quieted down, but all of them still had their own imaginations running wild, and their gazes shone with their different thoughts. Now, time to do our morning exercises. Same as always, face the sun, and begin the chi-absorbing exercise. Hillman crisply began the day's program, and immediately the 3 groups of children began to practice the chi-absorbing stance. Underscore 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 underscore. Based on each squad's ability, Hillman assigned different exercises. Under the guidance of the 3 adults, each child studiously completed each exercise. Today, the training atmosphere was totally different. Almost none of the children complained of being tired. Every single one of them had some fire in their belly today, and they trained hard. 50, 51, Linley counted mentally as he laid horizontal to the ground, supporting himself with just the fingertips of one hand and the tips of his toes. His entire body was tense. He was in the middle of training through 5-finger push-ups. This exercise could not only train his palm strength, it could also improve his finger strength and his elbow strength. This method was simple and effective. If someone wanted to be a mighty warrior, normally they would have to practice cultivating battle chi. The ability to cultivate battle chi, in turn, was determined by how strong and sturdy one's body was, as a stronger body would be able to enjoy a more powerful battle chi. Since my body has Dragonblood in its veins and is unable to practice battle chi, my only option is to far outstrip everyone else in bodily strength. Linley's eyes were firm, and his fingers jutted into the ground, as tough and unyielding as old roots. He did one push-up after another, amazing many of the already exhausted youths around him. 98, 99. Linley continued to persevere. Underscore 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 underscore. Morning exercises are over. Hillman said in a loud voice, facing the children. After saying these words, Hillman took a deep breath as he thought to himself, what story should I tell them today? Every day, when morning exercises were completed, Hillman would tell the children stories. This had turned into a routine. Uncle Hillman, we dash. A child's voice rang out. But just at that moment, halfway through the child's words, Hillman, who had been looking slightly downwards as he collected his thoughts, suddenly felt a strange feeling. He lifted his head up. Right now, all 3 groups of children were all staring east, eyes wide and jaws dropped. Roger and Laurie had also turned to stare east, and their gazes were also filled with awe. Surprised, Hillman couldn't help but turn around as well and stare to the east. In the east, not too far away, perhaps 200 or 300 meters in the air, an enormous, ebony-colored dragon lay coiled in the sky, its body at least 100 meters long. The enormous black dragon's giant eyes were the size of cartwheels. Its sparkling black scales were huge enough to fill any man's heart with dread. And its 100-meter-long wings were gently flapping, but with movement contained incredible powerful. Magical beast, black dragon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 15, The Battle in the Sky, Part 2. Book 1, Chapter 15, The Battle in the Sky, Part 2. Black dragons were ranked amongst the most powerful magical beasts in the world. The black dragon race were generally at least magical beasts of the 9th ranks. Powerful members of this race could even reach the stage of being saint-level combatants. But regardless of whether a black dragon was of the 9th rank or saint level, it would indubitably be incomparably more powerful than the Velocidragon. At present, the group of children and the 3 instructors were about several hundred meters away from the black dragon. To see a 100-meter-long black dragon from such a close distance is an awe-inspiring experience which simply can't be explained with words. The most terrifying thing of all? On top of the head of the black dragon, a gray-robed man stood, arrogant in demeanor. The wind howled about him, but although the man's gray robes fluttered a bit, he himself maintained a ramrod-straight posture, as though he were a carved sculpture. His gaze was focused on a middle-aged, green-robed man who hovered in the middle of the air in front of him. The green-robed man wore a sword behind his back. The gray-robed man mounted on the black dragon and the sword-bearing green-robed man were staring at each other. Hovering in the sky. Aside from wind-type magi who were able to use the 7th rank spell, soaring technique, only saint-level combatants were able to stand and hover in the sky. The sword this green-robed middle-aged man bore on his back gave testament to his true status. Warrior. A saint-level warrior. A man in gray who was able to subdue a black dragon? And a saint-level combatant who can fly? The 8-year-old Linley was totally stunned, even after having witnessed the previous day's amazing battle. Not only him, even Hillman, a warrior of the 6th rank, was totally flabbergasted. Saint-level combatants. Actual saint-level combatants. Hillman was mumbling, his entire body trembling. Hillman, being a man who had been tested in trials of blood and death, was the first to recover and clear his mind. But even after recovering, Hillman still felt as though he were in a dream. Yesterday, a dual-element magus of the 8th rank came. Today, something even more amazing, 2 saint-level combatants, and a black dragon. In my entire life, I've never seen anything so amazing. Hillman felt slightly dizzy. Black dragons were amongst the most powerful of magical beasts, at least 9th rank in power. Someone who was able to subdue one was almost certainly a saint-level combatant. And from the looks of it, the person facing off against him was also a saint-level combatant. This was ample proof that the gray-robed man was a saint-level combatant as well. Hillman and the others were hundreds of meters away from the black dragon. No matter how sharp their ears were, there was no way for them to hear the words being exchanged by the 2 parties. Not knowing what was being said, they just watched, until suddenly. Rohea Wayer. Suddenly, the enormous black dragon let out a furious roar as its 2 huge wings began to flap vigorously. It emanated a terrifying pressure, causing everyone, Hillman included, to feel their legs grow soft and to feel as though they couldn't breathe. Is this dragon's fear? Linley also felt as though his heart was being squeezed by a huge stone, making it impossible for him to breathe, but nonetheless, Linley felt extremely excited, and his blood was beginning to boil. The black dragon was simply too powerful. Rudy, Ludi. Don't go overboard. That green-robed man suddenly let out a powerful shout. The explosive sound of his words reverberated in the air as though it were thunder. Not only did Hillman hear these words clearly, every single person in Wushan Township heard the words clearly. Hillman paused. He mumbled the words, Rudy? Rudy? But Hillman quickly realized what was going on. Rapidly turning around, he shouted fiercely at all the children, everyone, go home right now. Go home and hide. Now. Hillman's loud roar and his urgent expression stunned every child present. Hillman's thought processes were very clear. These 2 saint-level combatants obviously were engaged in some sort of dispute. Apparently, they were about to come to blows. When saint-level combatants were about to engage in a fight, the children standing there watching the fight would not be able to protect it whatsoever. The slightest side reverberations could kill all the children present. Saint-level combatants were reputed to have the power to shatter the heavens and obliterate the earth. Even if that reputation was slightly exaggerated, they definitely did have the power to obliterate a city or a tall mountain. quick, let's move. Don't stand there in a daze, move. Hillman shouted loudly while shoving some children away. Only now did the rest of the children awaken from their stupor. Although they didn't understand why Hillman was pushing them to go back to their homes and wanted to continue watching the saint-level combatants, Hillman's awe-inspiring presence was still enough to send all of the children running speedily for their homes. Lori, Roger, quick, take the 6 and 7-year-olds back home. Quickly. If saint-level combatants clash, when the side effects of their struggle reach us, the aftermath will be. Hillman's face was filled with urgency. Understood, Captain. Lori and Roger totally understood what their captain was thinking. Lori and Roger immediately turned around and lifted up the children who were slow runners. They carried 2 on each arm and 2 on their backs as well. Hillman joined them as well, quickly beginning to pick up child after child. Lindley, go home, quick. Hillman, still carrying several children, shouted towards Lindley, who was also running. I know, Uncle Hillman. Lindley replied loudly. Although Lindley was only 8 years old, his running speed was on par with 14-year-olds. While running, Lindley would often turn back to stare at the sky. That huge coiled black dragon and those 2 saint-level combatants had fully captured his attention. Captain, Lord Hogg ordered us to come assist you. 12 warriors had come flying out of the Baruch clan manor. As soon as they saw Hillman, they shouted at him. Quick, take these children home. Hillman immediately ordered. Yes, Captain. The warriors hastily replied, and quickly began sending the 6 and 7-year-olds to their homes. All of you, go home. Go home and hide. Protect yourselves. Hillman shouted again in a loud voice. Hillman possessed a great deal of authority in Wushan Township. Upon hearing his words, many of the villagers who had been terrified at the sight of a black dragon knew immediately what to do. Right now, the entire Wushan Township had turned into a frenzy of activity. All of the children and all of the workers fled to their homes. At this point in time, the only thing which could protect them was the sturdy stone of their houses. Lindley directly charged into his own residence. Quick, hide in the cellar beneath the storage room. Hogg was standing in the middle of the courtyard. Upon seeing Lindley, he immediately ordered him in. The cellar beneath the storage room was the largest, most sturdy cellar within the Baruch clan's manor. Anyone hiding there definitely would be able to survive. Yes, father. Lindley repeatedly nodded, and immediately ran in the direction of the storage room. While running as fast as he could, Lindley's mind returned to the black dragon, its grey-robed rider, and the green-robed man. He couldn't help but turn once again and look back at the eastern sky. Since all the buildings in the small town were fairly low in height, he could clearly see for hundreds of meters. Right now, the black dragon was growling in a low voice non-stop. Dylan, DeLong, if you are going to be so stubborn about this, then don't blame me for my actions. A cold voice emanated from the sky. Immediately afterwards, the black dragon began to let out a series of angry roars and belching forth smoky black fire from its mouth. Rudy, today I'm going to see exactly how powerful of a saint-level magus you are. The green-robed man shouted angrily. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 16, Catastrophe, Part 1. Book 1, Chapter 16, Catastrophe, Part 1. Clearly, the swordsman wearing green was named Dylan, while the grey-robed man was named Rudy. The black dragon beneath the grey-robed man breathed out a huge plume of black flame, surrounding the green-robed man and swirling like smoke. Suddenly, the green-robed swordsman's eyes shone with a fierce green light, and then his entire body was surrounded by a protective green aura, preventing the flames from injuring him in the slightest. At the same time, the ringing sound of a sword could be heard. That ringing sound was even louder and more pure than the dragon's roar, encompassing the heavens and the earth. The green-robed man struck out with his long sword, and suddenly, a huge, indistinct sword tip spanning tens of meters in length appeared and slashed outwards into the air, fiercely attacking the grey-robed man. The grey-robed man stared coldly at that sword of light. Not moving in the slightest, he just constantly mumbled magical incantations. Is this the tip of a sword? The tip of an enormous sword? While running to the warehouse, Lindley was still watching with his head turned. How is that grey-robed man going to block? Using the black dragon? Crash! The black dragon didn't block at all, and allowed the enormous sword tip to come crashing down directly on the body of the grey-robed man. The man's grey robes immediately exploded in all directions, but after having done so, a suit of shining protective battle armor was revealed underneath it. The battle armor was so shiny, it was piercing to the eye, as though it were made of diamonds. The sword tip's collision with the battle armor had actually done no harm at all to the grey-robed man. How is that possible? Linley was truly scared silly. Since he wasn't watching where he was running, Linley suddenly stumbled on a stone and went crashing to the floor. But even on the floor, Linley was still continuing to watch that battle in the eastern sky. What sort of armor is that? How could its defensive abilities be so strong? Linley, hurry! Stop daydreaming. Seeing Linley, Hogg couldn't help but let out a furious roar. Yes, father. Linley was startled awake. He immediately clambered to his feet and began running in the direction of the warehouse again. Rumble, rumble, suddenly, a terrifying sound could be heard from the heavens, followed by a terrifying screech which shook the entire Wushan township. Linley couldn't help but once again turn his head towards the eastern sky to take a look. That single glance stunned him once again. The eastern sky had suddenly become densely filled with giant flying boulders, every single one of them the size of a house. Swoosh, 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 dot. All of those house-sized boulders were covered with flashing light, the color of yellow dirt. They flew through the air at astonishing speeds as they struck like meteors towards the green-robed man. Every single stone had to be tens of millions of pounds in weight. Each one of these boulders were uncountably times heavier and larger than the stones used by catapults in times of war. Even the walls of a city could not resist such a powerful boulder. A single giant boulder carried such powerful force, but now, the entire sky was filled with them, as countless boulders were arcing towards the man in green. Every single person in Wushan Township was stunned by the sight. Crash! As the first boulder struck the man in green, the amount of green light covering his body suddenly increased dramatically, transforming him into a green sun, emanating piercing rays of green light in all directions. Countless boulders converged on the green man, like drops of water in a rainstorm. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as though he had become completely surrounded by boulders. The green light could now only be seen through tiny cracks in that wall of boulders. Shatter! With a thunderous cracking sound, one boulder after another began to explode, as the boulders began to be shattered into tiny pieces by that terrifyingly powerful battle chi. Each and every boulder, originally the size of a house, was shattered into much smaller pieces, and shot outwards in every direction. They were hundreds of meters in the air to begin with. When shot out with the force of that battle chi, the rubble shot out with tremendous power to an extremely far distance. Oh no! Hogg's face had turned white. Hillman, who was still on the streets of Wushan Township, saw this and his face turned white as well. They all understood. A catastrophe was descending upon Wushan Township. Countless rocks, ranging in size from 2 meters in diameter to man-sized, fell down in all directions, with no rhythm or pattern. Each boulder had produced tens, if not hundreds, of pieces, and perhaps 20% of them were shooting in the direction of Wushan Township. Quick, go inside, quick! Hogg was so agitated, he roared with fury. At this moment, Linley was still tens of meters away from the warehouse. Hearing his father's angry roar, Linley paid attention to nothing else and ran towards the warehouse at top speed. As he did, he could hear one crash, crash, crash after another. The sound of countless stones raining on Wushan Township had begun. It was like an earthquake was occurring. A picture of absolute disaster. Whoosh! A boulder that must have weighed hundreds of pounds shot right past Linley, coming to a crashing rest not too far away from his feet, creating a huge crater. Linley felt cold sweat pour down his back. Just a tiny bit of a difference in trajectory, and his little life would have been over. Crash! 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 The sound of stones smashing apart houses could be heard. The sound of stones colliding with the ground, the sounds of stones shattering wood, the sounds of people howling in pain, all sorts of sounds mixed together unceasingly, forming the symphony of disaster. Swoosh! Another huge rock slammed into the ground in front of Linley, forcing him to rapidly jump backwards. But if he kept on having to dodge like this, how would he manage to hide within the warehouse? Young Master Linley, hurry! A man came charging out from within the warehouse. It was Uncle Harry, the housekeeper. His body was currently covered with red battle chi, and he ran directly towards Linley. Big brother, hurry! At the door to the warehouse, 4-year-old Wharton stood crying as he yelled towards Linley. Wharton, go inside now! Linley roared back angrily. Whoosh! A huge rock nearly 2 meters in diameter came flying in their direction from far away, headed directly towards the warehouse. Linley immediately realized that when this giant boulder smashed into the warehouse, Wharton would either suffer serious injury or even die. Quick, Wharton, inside! Linley's eyes were opened so wide as to appear bloodshot, and he howled angrily as he ran towards the warehouse at top speed. He no longer paid any attention to the raining stones, nor did he try to avoid them. He ran directly towards the warehouse in a straight line. Harry was facing Linley, and simply couldn't see the giant boulder headed towards the warehouse. But Linley saw everything clearly. When the boulder descended and shattered the room, how could little Wharton survive? Young Master Linley? Seeing how Linley was acting, Harry couldn't help but feel shocked. 3 more boulders came crashing down near Linley, but moving like a panther, Linley continued to charge forwards, his gaze fixed on little Wharton as he finally entered the warehouse. Harry, turning around, only now became aware of that 2-meter-long boulder descending towards the warehouse. His face immediately turned white. "Lie down!" Linley roared angrily, his face fierce. Wharton had never seen his big brother look so angry before, and was so terrified that he immediately lay down. His eyes filled with tears, he looked at Linley and mumbled, "Big brother," but with a flying hug, Linley tackled Wharton and covered him with his own body. Almost just at that instant. Crash! The sound of the boulder crashing into the warehouse. That enormous boulder had smashed into the warehouse roof with terrifying power. Although the stone roof of the warehouse was sturdy, when slammed into by such a huge boulder, it still broke apart. Even the floor of the warehouse was shattered apart by the vibrations from that collision. Young Master Housekeeper Harry's eyes immediately turned red. The battle chi in his body exploded, and like a bolt of red lightning, he flew towards them. Using his own body as a protective barrier, he also used his 2 hands to push at a huge piece of the falling roof which was going to fall on Linley's body. Harry and that collapsing ceiling arrived next to Linley at almost the same time. Rumble, rumble. In the blink of an eye, Wharton, Linley, and Harry were totally trapped and pressed down under the falling rubble. Hogg was in the courtyard, wielding an enormous sword, deflecting one boulder after another. But when he turned his head towards Linley, he saw Linley risk everything to protect Wharton, and then Housekeeper Harry fly towards them to protect them both. His mind immediately went blank. The warehouse collapsed, and rubble poured down into it. Linley! Hogg's eyes turned red. Right now, there was no way for Hogg to tell if Harry had managed to position himself in front of Linley in time, or if the falling rocks had slammed into Linley first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 17, Catastrophe, Part 2. Book 1, Chapter 17, Catastrophe, Part 2. Thud. 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 A few more crashing sounds continued to sound out from within Wushan Township, but a short period of time later, no more stones fell from the sky. All of the boulders had been thoroughly demolished by the green-robed swordsman. But by now, no one in Wushan Township had any spare energy left to pay attention to their battle. "Lord Hogg, Wushan Township is in bad shape." Just then, "Lord Hogg? What's wrong?" Hillman rushed into the manor. Just as he was beginning to report on the town's situation, he saw that Hogg was standing there in a daze, not making a single sound. Hogg's body trembled. Only then did he regain his usual faculties. "Linley!" Hogg charged violently towards the warehouse at an astonishing speed. Seeing this, Hillman guessed what had happened and immediately followed Hogg. Smash! Before Hogg had arrived, the rubble covering Harry, Linley, and Wharton had been blasted apart. Housekeeper Harry stood up from within the rubble. "Uncle Harry, what's the situation?" Hogg's voice was trembling. At the same time, he stared at the prone bodies. The first thing he saw was Linley, head covered with blood. The sight of the blood was so piercing to the eye that Hogg felt his head grow foggy, and his body swayed, almost falling down. Up till now, Linley's body was still elevated from the ground, as he had been using his fists in a push-up position, so as not to crush Wharton. "Father!" A youthful voice emanated from beneath. Wharton slowly crawled out from under Linley. His body was small, and he had been fully covered by Linley, so he didn't experience any injuries at all. Big brother, what's wrong?" Wharton tugged at Linley's body. "Linley! Linley!" Hogg's voice was quavering. Housekeeper Harry said from off to the side, "I was still a little too slow. There was one piece of rubble that I managed to block, but before it struck young Master Linley in the head. Although I believe that the strike shouldn't have been too heavy." I'm fine." A low, hoarse voice. Linley forced himself to lift up his head and stare at Hogg, managing a weak smile. At this moment, upon seeing Linley's smile, Hogg's tears came spilling out. Linley straightened his body and sat up. His clothes were covered with blood, as was his face and his hair. When the stone had struck him, it had caused a great deal of blood loss. At the moment, Linley also felt slightly woozy. Still staring at his father, Linley said in a weak, low voice, "Father, you are crying." I'm fine." An excited smile appeared on Hogg's face. "Wharton? Why were you at the doorway earlier?" Linley rubbed his little brother's head and said in a reproving tone. Wharton also knew that he had made a mistake. Lowering his head, he said, "Big brother, I'm sorry." Housetaker Harry, off to the side, said, "This was my fault. This disaster came too suddenly, and as soon as I had taken Wharton into the warehouse, I saw young Master Linley in great danger, so I immediately rushed forward to help him. I didn't imagine that in just that instant, a huge boulder would head for the warehouse. This was my fault." Rumble. Suddenly, a huge trembler shook the earth. Everyone's facial expressions changed as they stared towards the eastern sky. A giant had appeared, hovering in the sky, over 10 meters tall, muscles bound tightly, with a ruthless expression on its face. Its entire body was the color of yellow earth. At the moment, this earthen giant was engaging in a fierce battle with the green-robed swordsman, and their every exchange of blows created a sound like crashing lightning or roaring thunder. The sound of the blows alone gave testament to how mighty the earthen giant was. Every single one of its blows was more powerful than the combined force of those countless boulders from earlier. Linley stared at this battle in awe. This earthen giant must have been conjured by the magic of the grey-robed Magus. Linley could easily come to this conclusion, since the grey-robed Magus was a mighty Magus, after all. "Linley, how are you feeling?" Hogg said with concern. Linley squeezed out a smile. "I'm fine. There's just a cut on my head, is all. I just lost some blood." "Young Master Linley, you actually lost quite a bit of blood. If you lose too much, you could die." Housekeeper Harry immediately retrieved some white gauze from within the warehouse and wrapped it around the injury on Linley's head. Hogg took a close look at Linley. "Uncle Harry, how does his injury look?" Uncle Harry smiled at Hogg. "Not bad. Linley is in excellent physical shape, and he hasn't fainted. There shouldn't be too much to worry about. In the coming days, he just needs to eat more meat to replenish his blood, and he'll be fine." Only now did Hogg secretly let go of a breath he had been holding. Just then, when he saw Linley charge over to protect Wharton, Hogg had truly been scared silly. He had truly been terrified that his sons would have died, just like that. After taking a deep breath, Hogg looked at Hillman. "Right, Hillman, you were just saying that Wushan Township was in bad shape. How bad of a shape is it in?" "I can't say with exact precision as to how bad the condition is," Hillman said, his face grim. "But from what I could see, some people must have died, and many were injured or even crippled. This catastrophe came simply too quickly. Even though I shouted for everyone to hide, many people didn't have the chance to barricade themselves in their cellars. It really did come too fast." Hogg turned his head to stare at the eastern sky. Saint-level combatants were on a totally different level than the people of Wushan Township. A Saint-level combatant could wipe out the entire town with the wave of a hand. Earlier, the rain of boulders and the green-robed man's destruction of said boulders was nothing but the opening gambits of these two combatants. But even the side effects of just those initial, testing blows were enough to cause an utter catastrophe to Wushan Township. The legendary Earth-style incantation of the 10th rank, a forbidden spell, the Earth Element World Protector. The power of this World Protector is extremely terrifying. It's considered the most powerful offensive spell available to an Earth-style Magus. Staring at the earthen giant, Hogg's face had grown cold as he spoke. Hogg was a member of the Dragonblood warrior clan. Although the Dragonblood warrior clan had fallen on hard times, their 5,000 years of history meant that within their family archives, there was information about all of the most powerful magical attacks used by the most powerful people in history. Hogg naturally could tell what was going on at a glance. An incantation of the 10th rank. Linley took a deep breath. Linley badly wanted to one day also ride a black dragon and utilize apocalyptic incantations of the 10th rank. His thoughts naturally turned to the magical testing and recruiting event. The test will only be held in autumn in the capital. There's still half a year left. From the bottom of his heart, Linley was eagerly awaiting the magical ability examination in half a year. "Hillman, in a little while, accompany me in inspecting the situation of the residents of Wushan Township," Hogg said, and then looked at Harry. "Uncle Harry, after these two Saint-level combatants depart, take Linley home to change his clothes and make sure he gets some rest." "Yes, Lord." Harry nodded. Hogg turned back to look at Linley, who was enraptured watching the exciting battle between two Saint-level combatants. Laughing, he said, "Oh, Linley, you little rascal. Even though you are injured, you still want to watch Saint-level combatants fight. Fortunately, given that the Saint-level Magus has unleashed the World Protector, this battle is about to come to a close soon." Absorbed in the shocking battle going on off in the distant, Linley didn't notice at all that around his chest area. Since his head was injured, the so-called coiling dragon ring he wore underneath his clothes had also been stained by blood. But the blood on the coiling dragon ring seemed to have disappeared, like water into an endless ocean, as the strange black material slowly absorbed it all. And then, the coiling dragon ring actually began to shine with a faint, dim light. But since it was being worn underneath his clothes, no one could possibly notice the faint light coming off from the surface of the coiling dragon ring. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 18, The Coiling Dragon Spirit, Part 1. Book 1, Chapter 18, The Coiling Dragon Spirit, Part 1. In the eastern sky, the grey-robed man still stood on the head of the black dragon which lay coiled in the sky. A self-assured smile was on his face, as he watched the green-robed man battle against his earthen giant. Shei-cha-wang, dot. A piercing sound split the air as the green-robed man's sword pierced directly into the earthen giant's head. Rumble. The earthen giant's head split apart, but the earthen giant didn't collapse. Its boulder-like fists directly slammed onto the green-robed man's body. Ah! Then green-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire face turning ashen white. And then, the earthen giant's shattered head began to reform and regenerate, as though no damage had been done at all. Dylan, you'd best just hand it over. The world protector that I summoned isn't something that you can overcome. The grey-robed man riding the black dragon said calmly. The green-robed man stared coldly at the grey-robed man. He suddenly said in a fierce voice, "Rudy, if I can't have it, then you won't either." A bright green light began to shine from within the green-robed man's hands. Upon seeing this, the grey-robed man who had previously been standing so calmly on the head of the black dragon immediately grew startled and anxious. Stop! Splatter! The green-robed man's arms suddenly shone as bright as the sun. An explosive sound could be heard, and then immediately disappeared. Dylan, you dash! The grey-robed man pointed angrily at the green-robed man, but couldn't say anything. The green-robed man's face was ashen white as he stared at the grey-robed man, whose face had also turned white. Now, nobody has it. Rudy, I've been injured, but if you want to kill me, that's still going to be quite hard to accomplish. With a cold laugh, the green-robed man transformed into a beam of green light as he flew off at a fast speed into the northeastern skies. The grey-robed man watched him fly off. He only frowned, and did not pursue. The earthen giant by the grey-robed man's side also slowly disappeared. The stellar sword Saint Dylan? Pity. I can't kill him yet. The grey-robed man said in a low voice. And then the black dragon underneath his feet, as though knowing his master's wishes, flapped its enormous wings and went flying off into the southeastern direction. In the blink of an eye, these two saint-level combatants had disappeared. But Wushan Township was still filled with the sight of utter devastation. Nearly 1,000 houses had collapsed, and screams of pain, angry curses, and sorrowful, pain-filled cries filled the air. In a short period of time, the previously peaceful township had turned into a disaster area. Within the Baruch clan manor courtyard, there was only Hogg. Hogg was seated at a table, his forehead furrowed. As the controller of Wushan Township, he absolutely had to think carefully about how to take care of his people. Footsteps. Uncle Harry emerged from within the living room. Lord! How is Linley? Hogg immediately turned his head and asked. Harry chuckled. Lord, please be at ease. I've already washed and cleaned young Master Linley's wounds, then rebandaged them. I've made him eat a big meal, and then change his clothes and go to bed. By the time he wakes up, he'll be much better. Only now did Hogg feel relieved, and he nodded. But his forehead was still furrowed. Lord, are you worrying about the people of Wushan Township? Harry asked. Hogg nodded. Smiling wryly, he said, Uncle Harry, most of the people in Wushan Township aren't like us. Wushan Township's men won't be too bad off, as most of them are warriors of the first or second rank, but the women aren't. For so many boulders to come raining from the skies non-stop, it would be hard for them to block any at all. Harry nodded as well. The number of people in Wushan Township who were able to utilize battle chi could be counted on one hand. Just now, thousands of rocks had descended from the heavens. If people hadn't managed to hide in cellars early on, or use thick shields to block, then as soon as the stones came crashing down. There's nothing we can do now, aside from waiting on Hillman's report. Hogg felt extremely restless. After a long time, urgent, rushed footsteps could be heard entering the manor. Hogg's eyes brightened. Turning, he saw Hillman striding quickly into the manor. Hillman, what's the situation in Wushan Township? Hogg quickly asked. Hillman let out a pain-filled sigh. We just ran some calculations. Over 300 people died, and 1,000 were injured. The entire township only had a population of 5,000. This meant the casualty ratio was about 20%. And this was for those who lived in stone houses. This really was a disaster. So many casualties? Hogg couldn't help but begin to grow worried. Food was the lifeblood of any nation, and a small town was the same. For their workforce to suddenly decrease dramatically, but the number of injured and crippled to skyrocket, the economic situation of the town was going to worsen even further. Ugh! Hogg let out a long sigh. He wanted to lower their taxes, but Wushan Township's tax rate was already very low. Right now, his own clan's survival had already become a problem. How could he assist the commoners of the town? The situation was different from those other towns, where taxes were so high that many commoners died of exhaustion and misery. Lord Hogg, all the commoners in Wushan Township greatly appreciate your kindness and generosity. Everybody knows how much you have done for us. Please don't be too vexed. Hillman said from the side. Hillman himself was born in Wushan Township. Based on his status as a warrior of the 6th rank, even in the capital, he could be the guard captain for a noble family. But because Hillman felt gratitude towards the Baruch clan due to their kindness and generosity, after Hillman retired from his army career, he directly became the captain of the guard for this decaying old noble Baruch clan. Hillman, lead the guard squad to do some more scouting about the township. Uncle Harry, go and get some rest. Hogg directly instructed. Yes, Lord. Hillman said. Housekeeper Harry also bowed respectfully and departed. After Hillman also left the pavilion, once again, the only person left remaining was Hogg. Within Linley's bedroom. Due to Linley's head injury, Harry had instructed everybody not to bother Linley and to let him get some rest. While Wushan Township was a whirlwind of activity, Linley's bedroom was peaceful and quiet. Linley himself had been drawn deeply into a world of dreams. Ding! A gentle, chime-like sound could be heard as rays of light began to leak out from Linley's chest area. And then, a cage of light surrounded the pitch-black coiling dragon ring, which slowly flew out from under Linley's pajamas and began to hover roughly 10 centimeters away from him. The ring began trembling more strongly, and the glow from the coiling dragon ring began to grow as well. Fortunately, there was no one in Linley's bedroom right now. Anyone entering the room would have been stunned. Linley, however, was still blissfully asleep, and didn't notice at all that the coiling dragon ring was now floating. Ting! The glow surrounding the coiling dragon ring suddenly began to contract rapidly, and then a single ray of hazy light flew out from within the ring. Descending next to Linley's bed, it transformed into a person's image. The image was of an amiable-looking old gentleman with moon-white robes and a long white beard. At this point in time, the coiling dragon ring directly fell back onto Linley's chest, powerless. Linley's eyelids flickered, and then slowly opened. Upon seeing an old man whom he had never met before at the head of his bed, he couldn't help but feel shocked. You, who are you? Hello, kiddo. My name is Doring Cowart, Dalin Kuwatii. I am a State-level Grand Magus of the Puang Empire. The amiable-looking old man said with a smile. Linley's eyes suddenly turned round. You are a State-level Magus instructor? The white-haired old man nodded confidently. No way. Gramps, you just said you are from the Puang Empire. The Puang Empire that was eradicated over 5,000 years ago? Linley was quite familiar with the history of the world, and he knew very well that the Puang Empire had ceased to exist before his own clan had even came to be. In the modern era, the Puang Empire was not one of the 4 great empires of the world. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 19, The Coiling Dragon Spirit, Part 2. Book 1, Chapter 19, The Coiling Dragon Spirit, Part 2. The Puang Empire had lasted for an extremely long period of time, and had been erected over 8,000 years ago. The entire Puang Empire had lasted for 3,000 years, but in the end, it was still destroyed. The domain which the Puang Empire had previously held sway over was approximately the combined borders of the Holy Union and the Dark Alliance. In other words, the entire mountain range of magical beasts, the 12 kingdoms, and the 32 duchies all once belonged to the Puang Empire. From this alone, one could tell what a vast empire it had been. But the Puang Empire had been destroyed long ago. Over 5,000 years ago? The white-haired old man was momentarily stunned, and then let out a sigh. There's no way for me to sense the passing of time from within the world ring. I didn't expect that by the time I left the world ring, over 5,000 years would have passed since the destruction of my country. Gramps, what are you talking about? I'm confused. Linley felt as though his entire mind had been turned muddy. This old grandpa had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and claimed that he was a Grand Magus from the era of the Puang Empire, which had been destroyed 5,000 years ago. What could be more ridiculous than this? Linley even wondered if he was in a dream. Kid. The white-haired old man looked at Linley. Smiling, he said, "The ring you wear next to your chest is the divine artifact I once used, the World Ring." Wait. Linley immediately peered up at him and said, "What World Ring?" "This ring around my chest was left behind by elders of my ancestral clan. Its name is the Coiling Dragon Ring." Coiling Dragon Ring? It was originally named the Coiling Dragon Ring? The old man said in surprise. Linley was stunned. Original name? What do you mean, original name? Linley looked questioningly at the old man. Only now did the old man begin to laugh. "Oh, Coiling Dragon Ring must be the name you gave it. Or perhaps the name an elder of yours gave it. When I originally discovered this ring, I searched through all sorts of documents but couldn't find any information about it. Thus I gave myself the authority to title it the World Ring. But as to what it was originally called, even I have no idea." "Oh, Gramps, you chose the name for it yourself as well. But now it belongs to me, and I named it the Coiling Dragon Ring." Linley was quite stubborn. Fine, call it the Coiling Dragon Ring if you wish." The old man chuckled, not wanting to debate with Linley. "Gramps, can you tell me why you just appeared from within the Coiling Dragon Ring?" Linley questioned. The old man smiled. "In year 4280 of the Yulan calendar, I dash." Upon hearing this, Linley was secretly shocked. Year 4280? This year is year 9990. In year 4280 of the Yulan calendar, I encountered an old foe of mine, a saint-level Grand Magus named Hamulin, and the two of us began to fight. I didn't expect yet a second saint-level combatant to ambush me and sneak attack me. In the end, I was defeated, and my body was destroyed. I didn't wish for my spirit to be captured and tortured by my enemy, Hamulin, so I sealed myself within this worldly dash, this Coiling Dragon Ring. The old man explained what had happened in the past. The Coiling Dragon Ring is an extremely amazing object. It doesn't appear to emanate any magical aura, but in usefulness it can even compare with divine artifacts. When I sealed my soul within the ring, Hamulin and the others searched a long time for me, but weren't able to find me. This, too, is thanks to the Coiling Dragon Ring." The old man smiled as he spoke. Linley secretly nodded. The Coiling Dragon Ring, by appearances, really did look quite plain. As the member of an ancient clan, Linley had a rather appraising eye. Normally, precious items would have at least some sort of elemental aura. But this Coiling Dragon Ring seemed like nothing more than plain, inert wood. "Gramps, you said that 5,000 years ago, you were ambushed by a saint-level Grand Magus and a saint-level combatant, and then you were self-sealed within this ring? And that this ring is an artifact which is comparable in power to a divine artifact?" Linley finally said. "Right." Seeing that Linley understood, the old man couldn't help but smile and nod. "Then Gramps, how is it that you appeared from within the ring just now?" Linley looked doubtfully at the old man. Laughing, the old man explained, "Actually, when I sealed my spirit within the Coiling Dragon Ring, I interwove my very existence into the Coiling Dragon Ring. Only when a person becomes the new owner of the ring would I be allowed to depart it." Becomes the new owner of the ring? Right. Through dripping blood onto the Coiling Dragon Ring. The old man laughed. Linley frowned while mumbling, "Dripping blood onto the ring?" Frowning as he tried to recollect when that had happened, Linley suddenly remembered that when the rock had cut his head open, fresh blood had suffused his clothes and his chest. Most likely, it was around then that the blood had dripped onto the ring. "Oh. Then that makes me the owner of the Coiling Dragon Ring." Linley nodded. "Right. Only now, after you became the owner of the Coiling Dragon Ring, am I able to depart the ring and once more experience the air of the Yulan continent." A hint of a smile was on the old man's face. "Right. Kid. I just told you my name, but what is yours?" Linley smiled brightly. "My name is Linley. Linley Baruch. Linley, a fine name." The old man smiled. "Gramps, are you going to be forever bound to the ring and unable to ever regain your freedom?" Linley felt rather bad for him. The old man smiled and nodded. "Linley, you must know that when most people die, their spirits will enter the nether realm. But because I was a saint-level Grand Magus at the time of my death, my mental energy had obtained physical form. That was the only reason why I could temporarily resist the call of the nether realm and seal myself within the Coiling Dragon Ring. Right now, there is only one way for me to leave this ring: exhaust all of my remaining mental energy." "Exhaust all your remaining mental energy?" Linley didn't quite understand. What men called mental energy, ghosts might call spiritual energy. When a person's mental energy was utterly exhausted, his soul would naturally dissipate. In other words, when my soul dissipates, it will leave the confines of this coiling dragon ring. The old man said calmly. But the current situation is fine also. Although I am confined by the coiling dragon ring, preventing me from ranging more than 3 meters away from it, this isn't too bad. Linley's heart trembled. Suddenly, in his heart, Linley felt some pity for this old man. Haha, Linley, I'm already very satisfied. You don't know this, but, if my spirit had been captured by Hamelin, it would have been a fate worse than death. The old man sighed. Gramps, you said your name is Doring Cowart? Can I address you as Grandpa Doring? Linley suddenly said. Doring Cowart was a mighty Grand Magus of the Powan Empire, and thus had an extremely high personal status. Back then, he would have ranked amongst the top 5 personages in the Yulan continent. He fell only because he had been despicably ambushed by Grand Magus Hamelin and another saint-level combatant. However, Doring Cowart had never had a child, nor grandchildren. Upon hearing Linley address him as Grandpa Doring, Doring Cowart's heart, which had been lonely for thousands of years, suddenly felt warm. Yes, yes. Doring Cowart felt extremely happy. A look of excitement suddenly appeared in Linley's eyes. Grandpa Doring, just now, you said that you are a saint-level Grand Magus. Then, can you teach me how to use magic? Linley's heart was frantically pounding. The person in front of him was a 5,000-year-old saint-level Grand Magus. In Linley's mind, the huge body of the Velocidragon, the terrifying spectacle of the dance of the fire serpents, and the countless boulders falling from the sky began to play over and over again, along with the spectacle of that proud man who stood on top of the black dragon. He deeply desired that one day he, too, would step on top of the head of a black dragon and make the heavens tremble. Doring Cowart stroked his white beard. His eyes shining, he said, "Of course I can. Your Grandpa Doring is a saint-level Grand Magus of the almighty Earth style, and amongst all of the elements, the element of Earth is the mightiest of them all." As he began to discuss magic, Doring Cowart began to get excited. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 20, Earth-Style Magic, Part 1. Book 1, Chapter 20, Earth-Style Magic, Part 1. Linley's anticipation was about to erupt like a volcano as he immediately became suffused with excitement. Grandpa Doring, can you really teach me to become a Magus? Linley excitedly looked up at Old Man Doring. Doring Cowart, seeing the state Linley was in, stroked his white beard. Linley, your Grandpa Doring is a saint-level Grand Magus. Even if you don't have much natural talent, I can still teach you magic. Of course, if your talent is low, your accomplishments will be low as well. If any other Magus had been present and heard his words, they would have been astonished. Amongst the Society of Magi, the most important thing is talent. No talent meant no possibility of becoming a Magus. Many people believed this. But Doring Cowart dared to claim that even if his student's talent was poor, he still had the ability to make a Magus out of the student. If anyone else had made this claim, they would be viewed as just wildly boasting, but the man who said these words was a 5,000-year-old saint-level Grand Magus. Low talent, low accomplishments? Linley felt his heart tremble. The reason he wanted to become a Magus was because he wanted to restore glory to the Baruch clan. Even if he couldn't accomplish this, he hoped to at least accomplish the one task which generations of clan elders had strove to achieve for centuries, reclaiming their ancestral heirloom. If he could accomplish this, it would be enough. But to do so, power was an important component. Linley, don't be worried. Your aptitude for magic hasn't even been assessed yet. Who knows if it will be high or low? Perhaps you will have a tremendous talent for magic. Doring Cowart stroked his white beard as he smiled. Grandpa Doring's tranquility brought calm to Linley as well. Grandpa Doring, how does one test for magical aptitude? Linley couldn't help but grow eager. It is actually quite easy to test for magical aptitude. Just as Doring Cowart spoke, suddenly footsteps could be heard from outside the door. Hearing them, Linley immediately grew nervous. He quickly said to Doring Cowart, "Grandpa Doring, quick, hide. Someone is coming." If this 5,000-year-old saint-level Grand Magus of the bygone Powan Empire was discovered, it could be disastrous. Doring Cowart only smiled, not moving at all. Grandpa Doring. Linley was beginning to grow impatient. Creak. The bedroom door swung open, and housekeeper Harry stuck his head inside. Seeing that Linley was awake, he couldn't help but smile. "Young Master Linley, I didn't expect that you would have already awoken. How do you feel, young master?" Linley immediately forced out a smile. Nodding, he said, Thank you for asking, Uncle Harry. I'm much better now. Linley felt extremely agitated. He couldn't help but turn to look in the direction of Doring Cowart, but Doring Cowart was still standing there, grinning. What's going on with Grandpa Doring? Ugh. We're about to get discovered. It's going to be so annoying to have to explain. Young Master Linley, it's time for dinner. Since you are already awake, come eat dinner with us. Uncle Harry smiled as he spoke. Oh. Got it. Linley snuck another peek at Doring Cowart, his heart filled with questions. What's going on? From Uncle Harry's expression, it seems as though he can't see Grandpa Doring at all. Seeing Linley constantly glance at the corner of his bed, Uncle Harry asked curiously, Young Master Linley, why are you staring at the side of your bed? Did you drop something? I can help you look for it. No, nothing. Linley immediately crawled out of bed. Uncle Harry, let's go eat dinner. Although he found Linley's reaction to be a bit odd, Uncle Harry didn't think too much of it, just nodding and smiling. Linley dressed himself, but still couldn't help but sneak a peek at Doring Cowart. But just as he did so, Doring Cowart, who was still grinning at him, suddenly disappeared from Linley's field of vision. He entered the coiling dragon ring. Linley could now clearly feel that a spirit was now residing within the coiling dragon ring. Unlike in the past, Linley had now soul-bound the ring with his own blood, giving him a deeper level of understanding. Linley, no need to speak aloud. Just speak to me mentally. As the master of the coiling dragon ring, you can directly engage in spiritual communication with me, as I am a spirit within the ring. Doring Cowart's voice rang out in Linley's mind. This greatly surprised Linley. Grandpa Doring? Linley tested the mental link. I hear you. Doring Cowart's voice rang out in Linley's mind as well. Linley's heart was immediately filled with joy. But as he engaged in conversation with Doring Cowart, he didn't pay attention to where he walked, and he tripped over the doorway. Uncle Harry, walking ahead of him, turned and laughed. Young Master Linley, watch where you walk. Got it, Uncle Harry, Linley laughed in reply. While excitedly engaging in mental conversation with Doring Cowart, Linley entered the dining room and sat down. Today's dinner was actually quite sumptuous, including a fragrant-smelling roasted sheep. Hogg glanced at Linley. Smiling, he said, Linley, have some. As he spoke, Hogg personally tore off a strip of meat from the sheep's lower hind legs for Linley. Thank you, Father. Linley felt quite surprised. His family was in poor economic straits, so normally their dinner was quite Spartan. But today, they even had roast sheep? What Linley didn't know was, when the rain of stones descended on the town, aside from men and women, even many animals were killed. The Baruch clan aside, even some poor families who rarely ate meat were enjoying an extravagant meal today. Grandpa Doring, why didn't Uncle Harry see you just then? Linley mentally asked Doring Cowart. Linley, I must inform you that aside from you, nobody can see me. Because right now, I'm just a spiritual projection, which has no matter. I'm invisible to the eye. Only you, as the master of the coiling dragon ring, can see me. Doring Cowart explained in detail. Linley suddenly understood. Previously, Grandpa Doring had said that he had died long ago, and only his spirit now remained. Grandpa Doring, in the future, doesn't that mean you can always appear by my side? Linley felt extremely happy. Just as Linley spoke, he saw that next to him, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was Doring Cowart. But Hogg, housekeeper Harry, and his younger brother Warden still continued to eat and chat, not noticing Doring Cowart's existence in the slightest. Wow! Hearing and seeing were two different things. When he personally witnessed all the other people at the dinner table be unaware of Grandpa Doring's presence, Linley felt deeply astonished. There's still some people who can sense my presence. Those whose spiritual presence are on par with me can feel my presence. But naturally, if I hide within the coiling dragon ring, they definitely won't be able to sense me. Doring Cowart's voice sounded within Linley's head. On the same spiritual level as Grandpa Doring? Linley chewed and fought at Doring Cowart at the same time. Those who have the same spiritual power as me are most likely saint-level combatants. Only saint-level combatants can sense my presence, if barely. But of course, the prerequisite is that I appear outside the coiling dragon ring. Once I enter the ring, there is no way they can find me. Doring Cowart smiled as he spoke. Linley mentally nodded as he grabbed a roasted leg of mutton and chewed on it. Linley, eat more slowly. Hogg saw how fast Linley was eating and couldn't help but laugh. Linley grinned at his father, but continued to devour his food with haste. In the twinkling of an eye, he had stripped the leg of mutton of all flesh. Linley let out a comfortable burp, then used the napkin to wipe his lips. Standing, he said, "Father, Uncle Harry, I'm done eating. I feel like my head is still a bit dizzy, so I'm going to go and get some more rest. Wharton, see ya." Linley was the first to finish eating. "Still feeling dizzy? Then go and get some rest," Hogg hurriedly said. The earlier events of the morning had left a lasting impression on Hogg. There was a moment when he even thought Linley had been crushed to death. After experiencing such an event, Hogg's attitude towards Linley clearly had improved substantially. "Big brother, see ya." Chubby little Wharton waved at Linley with a grease-covered hand. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 1 Chapter 21, Earth-Style Magic, Part 2. Book 1, Chapter 21, Earth-Style Magic, Part 2. Linley ran directly back to his room, and then tightly shut the door behind him. He quickly removed his shoes, then jumped onto the bed and sat down. "Grandpa Doring, come out now. Help me test my magical aptitude." Linley was extremely impatient. When he was eating dinner just now, all of his thoughts were turned towards this. A misty ray of light shot out from within the ring, falling onto the floor and transforming into Doring Cowart. Grinning, Doring Cowart said, "Linley, don't be so impatient. First, I must tell you that because I don't have any specialized magical aptitude testing equipment with me, I can only test whether or not you have any talent for Earth-style magic. Since I have no tools, there's no way for me to test and see if you have aptitude for any other magic." "You can only test for my aptitude for Earth element magic?" Linley felt a little disappointed. He had also heard that in order to test for magical aptitude, special tools were needed, but since Grandpa Doring was a saint-level Grand Magus, Linley had been hoping Doring might have some special methods. "What's wrong with the Earth style?" "Linley, let me tell you, amongst the elements of earth, fire, water, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, Earth is the mightiest style of them all." A look of pride was on Doring Cowart's face. Clearly, he was filled with confidence. After all, he was a saint-level Grand Magus of the Earth element style. Linley found this somewhat hard to believe. Each style should be equal. How could the Earth style be the mightiest? "Grandpa Doring, I heard that fire-style elemental attacks are the most powerful? And that darkness-style elemental attacks are the most unpredictable? How could the Earth style be the mightiest?" Linley frowned. The formerly amiable Grandpa Doring suddenly turned angry as he grumbled, "Linley, let me tell you that when it comes to attack power, each elemental style has its strengths. For example, the forbidden fire-style spell of heavenly fire burning the fields, earthly fire burning the cities can burn an entire city to ashes, true. But the water style has the forbidden spell of absolute zero, which when unleashed can freeze to death hundreds of thousands of people. Thunder style's heavenly lightning of absolute destruction can unleash tens of thousands of lightning bolts, which no one can survive. Wind style's forbidden spell, annihilating tempest, can fill the entire sky with blade-like gusts of wind." Doring Cowart let out a long sigh. Linley's heart was trembling. He had thought that the fire style's attacks were the most powerful, but from the sound of it, that was an absolute joke. Every single elemental style, at the level of forbidden spells, contained astonishing destructive power. And Earth style? Linley didn't forget about the Earth style elemental magic. Doring Cowart self-confidently said, "How could the Earth style be weak? When the Earth style's forbidden spell, Heavenly Meteor's Descent, is executed, countless enormous boulders will rain from the sky and reduce a city to rubble in the twinkling of an eye. It also has the forbidden spell, Heaven Collapses, Earth Shatters. When this spell is used, the Earth itself will begin to roil about like waves in the ocean. Houses will collapse, the Earth itself will split apart, and magma will spew out from the cracks, killing countless people." Linley didn't dare to even breathe. Simultaneously, the Earth style also has the wide-ranging protective spell, Pulsating Guard. Once the Pulsating Guard is used, the area above, below, and around an entire city will become protected from all attacks. Even if an opponent uses the heavenly lightning of absolute destruction, this spell can fend it off. Doring Cowart began to speak faster and faster while laughing. "But of course, I'm just speaking of wide-range destructive spells, and not one-on-one battle magic." Linley nodded. He could tell that Grandpa Doring was exclusively talking about wide-range, catastrophe-level magic. "Grandpa Doring, it seems like the Earth style has lots more forbidden spells? Why is that?" Linley said curiously. Doring Cowart said confidently, "Linley, there's something you aren't understanding. Actually, each elemental style is roughly balanced, but in different environments they will have different effects. For example, in the water-rich environment of the ocean, water-style magic will be extremely strong. In some places where the wind blows powerfully, wind-style magic will be very powerful as well." Linley began to understand. Linley, in the entire world, isn't it true that most battles and most magi are on the earth? And when used while standing on the earth, earth-style magic is extremely effective. A smile was on Doring Cowart's face. As you stand firmly on the boundless earth, an earth-style magus will have an extremely effective assistant. Linley now understood. Each elemental style of magic was more effective in certain places. But the battles fought by the magi of the Yulan continent were virtually all on land, meaning that earth-style magi were almost always at an advantage. Amongst all the styles of magic, as the earth style allows us to absorb earth elemental essence into our bodies, earth style has the most benefit for improving your physical form. Mother Earth is most benevolent towards us. A look of veneration was on Doring Cowart's face. When we earth-style magi sit upon the ground, we can feel the vastness of the earth, feel its pulse, and feel Mother Earth's love for us. When it comes to attacks, earth-style magic has the one-on-one World Protector Forbidden Battle spell, and also the destructive spells of Heavenly Meteor's Descent and Heaven Collapses, Earth Shatters. When it comes to defense, amongst the forbidden spells, there is the wide-ranging protective spell, Pulsating Guard, as well as the personal protective spell, Earth Guard. When it comes to personal protection, nothing beats Earth-style elemental spells. Doring Cowart appeared very confident. Personal protection? Grandpa Doring, you're saying that the Earth-style has the strongest personal protection spells? Linley looked questioningly at Doring Cowart. Doring Cowart laughed as he said, at the earliest levels, Earth-style magi have access to simple spells such as a Shield of Earth, or a Wall of Earth. Upon becoming a magus of the 5th rank, you will gain access to the Earthguard spell, which will continuously grow in power along with you. When utilized by a magus of the 5th or 6th rank, it will cover your entire body with a layer of stone armor. But upon reaching the 7th rank, it will transform into an armor of jadeite. Upon reaching the 8th rank, this Earthguard armor will be made up of crystal jade. And upon reaching the 9th rank, it will be composed of platinum. Finally, when a Saint-level magus executes the Earthguard spell, the protective armor will be made out of diamonds. The defensive power of this spell, as he spoke, a smile appeared on Doring Cowart's face. Linley couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Earth-style element really was a mighty one. When the Earthguard spell reached the Saint level of power, it was composed entirely of diamonds. Linley knew that diamonds were an extremely hard and unyielding substance. And the diamonds composing the Earthguard were no ordinary diamonds, but ones formed from magic, making them even tougher than real diamonds. Oh, right. Linley suddenly remembered the 2 Saint-level combatants who were fighting in the sky. He remembered how the green-robed man had landed that huge hazy sword-tip attack on the gray-robed man, whose robe shattered and revealed a diamond-like armor beneath it. That Saint-level magus named Rudy had relied on that diamond armor to block the attack by Dylan. That must have been a Saint-level Earthguard spell. Linley felt secretly shocked. It was powerful enough to take a direct blow from a Saint-level combatant. From this, one could tell how powerful it was, defensively. This is why I told you that Earth-style magic is the mightiest elemental style of them all. Doring Cowart's white beard fluttered about, making him look all the more self-satisfied. After all men survived by living on the earth. They lived on the earth, and they made war while on the earth. Naturally, Earth-style magi would always have an advantage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1 Chapter 22, Spring Ends, Autumn Comes, Part 1. Book 1, Chapter 22, Spring Ends, Autumn Comes, Part 1. Actually, all of the elemental styles, including Earth style, had their own particular strengths. But as a Saint-level Grand Magus of the Earth style, it was only natural that Doring Cowart would strongly praise the Earth style. The 8-year-old Linley, upon hearing Doring's words, was filled with eagerness. Grandpa Doring, hurry up and test me and see if I have any aptitude for becoming an Earth-style magus. Linley was feeling extremely anxious. Doring Cowart began to laugh. Fine, I'll test you right away. First, let me tell you that the test for magical aptitude is a 2-part test, so the test I am administering will also have 2 parts. Doring Cowart was behaving in an unusually generous manner. After having been trapped along in the coiling dragon ring for 5,000 years, of course he was now in a wonderful mood when faced with such a cute little child. Magical aptitude is divided into 2 parts, the strength of one's magical affinity for certain elements, and the strength of one's mental energy. Doring Cowart began to explain the basics of the test. What are these 2 parts good for? Linley asked curiously. Doring Cowart said in a kindly voice, Linley, before answering this, let me ask you, if a magus is about to cast a spell, what does he rely upon? Magical incantations. Linley immediately said. Linley had seen how the magus who rode the Velocidragon first mumbled many magical words before casting his spell. Wrong. I've seen magi cast spells. All of them recited magical incantations first. Linley immediately argued. Doran Coward stroked his white beard and contentedly said, when casting spells, the most important thing for a magus is his mage force and his mental energy. If his mental energy is sufficiently powerful, he can even instacast spells, without need for any incantations. Magical incantations only serve a supplemental function. Oh? Instacast? Linley looked questioningly at Doran Coward. Linley felt as though suddenly, the huge world of sorcery was slowly opening up before his very eyes, but still remained hazy and indistinct. Doran Coward, however, was dissipating the mysterious facade behind this world of magic. Smiling, Doran Coward nodded. Right. To cast a spell, your body must be able to provide a sufficient amount of mage force, and then use mental energy to control that mage force to summon sufficient elemental essence to form it into a spell. Elemental essence? Linley was surprised. Grandpa Doring, are you saying that in order to cast magical spells, we need to draw upon external elemental essences? Ha ha. Of course. Linley, did you think that a powerful magus could simply rely on the elemental essence already in his body? Impossible. Let's look at forbidden-level magical spells. The mage force in the body of a saint-level magus can only provide 1% of the amount of essence needed. The other 99% can only be provided by natural, elemental essence. Let me put it to you like this, a magus' so-called mage force is really just pure, highly refined elemental essence. Mage force can be described as a general, whereas nature's elemental essence is the soldiers. A magus summons his mage force and uses it to direct nature's elemental essence to form amazing spells. Understood? Doran Coward smiled as he looked at Linley. Linley couldn't help but frown. Oh, I understand. Linley laughed and nodded. The mage force inside a magus is kinda like Uncle Hillman, while elemental essence is like our group of kids. Uncle Hillman, all by himself, directs our entire group in training, or in attacking, or engaging in battle. Doran Coward smiled and nodded. Right. Therefore, the mage force of a magus is extremely important. If he doesn't have enough mage force, he will not be able to cast a spell. Linley nodded. Compared to mage force, however, mental energy is even more important. Doran Coward smiled as he spoke. By now, you should have realized that so-called mental energy is really spiritual energy, a form of controlling energy. Linley, a large amount of mage force draws out an even larger amount of elemental essence. If such a huge amount of force is not controlled by spiritual energy, what do you think the end result would be? Doran Coward stroked his white beard as he quietly watched Linley. Linley frowned, pondering. Grandpa Doring. Linley said in a low voice as he frowned. In some books, I read about some military tactics. In it, one of the things it said was, to subdue an enemy, first subdue their king. For example, bandits. If you first kill the bandit leader, the bandit army will naturally crumble to pieces and fall apart. So spiritual energy should serve a similar purpose as the controlling energy which the bandit leader exerts on his subordinates. Without spiritual energy to control a large amount of mage force and elemental essence, this power would run wild. Doran Coward laughed. Ha, Linley, you are very smart. Doran Coward was laughing happily. Right, a large amount of mage force and elemental essence, when controlled by spiritual energy, can be formed into a spell. Sometimes, in order to execute a particularly powerful spell, too high of a demand is placed upon one's spiritual energy. Thus, the assistance of magical incantations is needed. Doran Coward smiled as he spoke. Linley felt as though a huge, important principle of magic had suddenly become crystal clear to him. Smiling at Linley, Doran Coward continued, of course, that's just the basic theory. The world of magic is far more complicated than you can imagine. The question of exactly how one uses mage force and elemental essence to form magic, now that's the real issue. What's the point of having mage force, if you don't know exactly how to shape it into a magical spell? Doran Coward let out a long sigh. The world of magic is an extremely complicated one. Magical research is very difficult and dangerous. But due to inter-empire struggles, countless magi engage in the research of new types of spells. Actually, every single empire researches new ways of using different matrices of mage force and elemental essence to produce different spells. But magical research is extremely dangerous. The more destructive a spell potentially is, the harder it is to research. Sometimes, it can even catastrophically backlash upon the researchers. Doran Coward laughed as he spoke. In most Magus academies, you can only study spells up to the 6th rank. Spells of the 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks, as well as saint-level spells, are considered secrets. Only if you join a kingdom will you gain access to those special spells. Linley had read many books and therefore understood this principle. If you have no instructor? No matter how much mage force you have or how high your spiritual energy is, you won't be able to execute a single spell. Doring Coward smiled faintly. The profound secrets of every magical spell lies in how to control mage force and elemental essence to form the spell. After countless years of magical experimentation, the magical system has essentially been perfected. Stroking his white beard, Doring Coward laughed loudly. Linley, don't worry. In the future, there's no need for you to bend the knee to any kingdom or any lord, because I can teach you 7th, 8th, 9th, and even saint-level spells. Linley took a deep breath. He could feel himself embarking on a new path. Under the guidance of Grandpa Doring, he had no need to continue to follow the path of the warrior. He would now embark on the more mysterious, more powerful way of the magus. Come, let's begin the test of the strength of your elemental affinities. Sit down with legs crossed, close your eyes, and enter a meditative state. Doring Coward said gently. Meditative state? Linley felt his heartbeat quicken. How would his affinity rate? Don't worry. Just carefully try and see what you can sense, and whenever you sense something, just tell me. Doring Coward smiled encouragingly towards Linley. Linley immediately closed his eyes and tried to force himself to calm down. Don't worry. Just do as I instruct. Doring Coward said in a gentle voice. Meditation was one of the basic underpinnings of all magus. It was needed for both absorbing elemental essence to transform it into mage force, and for improving one's spiritual energy. The first time entering a meditative state was the most difficult and dangerous one, but of course, under the guidance of a saint-level Grand Magus, Linley wouldn't find it too difficult. After half an hour of instruction, Linley finally entered the meditative state for the first time. Seeing Linley in a meditative state, Doring Coward let out a faint smile, then waved his hand. Immediately, a large amount of earth essence began to swirl around Linley. Normally, most places only had an ordinary density of earth essence, but right now, Doring Coward was using his powerful spiritual energy to increase the density of earth essence near Linley by 100-fold. If he still can't sense any earth essence around him even under these conditions, then there's no hope for him at all. Doring Coward said to himself. Even a totally ordinary person should sense something, given that the density of earth essence was 100 times greater than normal. Right now, Linley, still in a meditative state, felt extremely happy and excited. He had never realized that around him, there were so many amazing things. Countless earth-colored specks of light were floating around him, in such a high density as to be shocking. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 1, Chapter 23, Spring Ends, Autumn Comes, Part 2. Book 1, Chapter 23, Spring Ends, Autumn Comes, Part 2. Linley, can you feel it? Doring Coward's voice gently sounded in Linley's mind. Grandpa Doring, I can feel it. There's so many specks of earth-colored light. So many, too many. They are clustered so densely, thousands, no, tens of thousands. 100 earth-colored specks of light just floated past my hand. There's too many. Feeling the large amount of earth-colored specks of light floating around him, Linley felt extremely happy. Hearing this news, Doring Coward was immediately ecstatic. Very good. Now, slowly, do as I say. Don't think about anything. Quietly, Doring Coward droned almost hypnotically, helping Linley to depart the meditative state. At the same time, he released the control he was exerting over the earth essence. Immediately, the earth essence density around them returned to normal. After awakening from the meditative state, Linley felt as though he was full of energy, totally different from before. Even while fully awake, Linley felt as though he could still sense some of the oscillations from the nearby earth essences, even though he couldn't sense them as clearly as when he was in the meditative state. Grandpa Doring, I can still feel the movements of those earth-colored specks of light. Really? Even though it's not as clear now, I can still somewhat feel them. Linley was feeling extremely excited. This was his first step into the world of magic. Linley was filled with amazement. What did you say? You can still sense it? Doring Coward was very astonished, because the nearby density of earth essence had returned to normal now, and Linley was no longer in a meditative state. If he could still sense the nearby earth essence, even while awake, then his affinity for earth essence. Grandpa Doring, why aren't you talking? How is the strength of my affinity for earth elemental essence? Linley said nervously. Linley didn't know if he had done well or poorly. Good. Extremely good. Your affinity for earth elemental essence is extremely high. Doring Coward's face was wreathed in smiles. Based on what I know, only perhaps 1 in 1,000 magi would have as strong an affinity for earth elemental essence as you. Truly. Linley felt his heart began thumping frantically. He was so excited he didn't know what to say. But naturally, elemental affinity is just one part. Spiritual energy is the most important of all. After all, given enough time, Mageforce will naturally strengthen. But it's extremely difficult to improve the spiritual energy of a magus. Doring Cowart said solemnly. Linley took a deep breath and nodded. Now, it's time for the second test, to test your spiritual energy. Doring Cowart looked at Linley solemnly. Linley also knew that this test of spiritual energy was an extremely important one. Grandpa Doring, what do I need to do? Linley stared at Doring Cowart, mentally preparing himself. Nothing at all. Doring Cowart laughed. Linley was startled. I am the spirit of the coiling dragon ring, while you are the master of the coiling dragon ring. I am totally capable of sensing the strength of your spirit. There's no need to test it at all. I can tell you right now. Doring Cowart smiled at Linley. How is my spiritual energy? Linley held his breath. The strength or weakness of a person's spiritual energy determined one's destiny. Your spiritual energy is 10 times stronger than the average person of your age. Doring Cowart smiled as he spoke. Linley felt a sense of excitement in his heart. 10 times. That wasn't a small number. But Doring Cowart continued, generally speaking, only 1 in 10,000 can become a magus, principally because there's a high requirement when it comes to spiritual energy. The absolute minimum requirement for a magus is having 5 times more spiritual energy than someone of the same age. 10 times puts you roughly in the middle of the pack, as far as the average magus goes. Linley's earlier excitement was immediately dampened. If it was anyone else instructing you, at most you could become a magus of the 5th or 6th rank. However, since the person instructing you is me, the situation is now different. Doring Cowart stroked his beard contentedly, a look of self-confidence in his eyes. Linley suddenly came to the same realization. Right. Doring Cowart was a saint-level Grand Magus. As long as you work hard, Linley, I am fully confident that you can reach the 8th rank. But as to whether or not you can become a magus of the 9th rank, or even a saint-level magus? That will depend on your own comprehension and your experiences. Doring Cowart said seriously. If you do not work hard, I'm afraid you might not even become a magus of the 6th rank. At that point in time, you'll have no one else to blame. A good instructor in magic was just one part of the equation. The most important part was still one's own effort. Grandpa Doring, please don't worry. I won't disappoint you, or my father, or the Baruch clan. At this moment, Linley's mind was filled with the image of the spirit tablet in front of the ancestral hall, and those illustrious names and stories engraved on the back. To renew the former glory of the Baruch clan. Linley's chest was filled with boiling heat. Good. Starting tomorrow, I will begin to instruct you. Doring Cowart looked at Linley, his eyes gleaming. Right now, Doring Cowart's body was once more emanating the self-confidence and pride which a saint-level Grand Magus possessed. Starting the very next day, Linley began to live an extremely tough, arduous life. He couldn't reveal the existence of Doring Cowart to his father. Every morning and evening, he still needed to attend physical training, while later in the morning, he would have his lessons with his father on politics, religion, religious rites, warfare, geography, art, and all sorts of other lessons. Only in the afternoon, during his previously spare time, would Linley run towards him to Wushan, east of the township, hide in a quiet place, and begin to learn the basics of magic under the guidance of Doring Cowart. He studied hard, while entering the meditative state to absorb and process Mageforce. In addition, each day, after eating dinner, Linley would spend a large amount of time in the meditative state. Every day, Linley would spend only 6 hours sleeping. All of his other time was spent in physical training, intellectual studies, magical instruction, and meditation. 6 hours of sleep a day, frankly speaking, was simply not enough. In truth, entering the meditative state was extremely taxing, far more tiring than most people's lives. Every day, Linley entered a very deep sleep for those 6 hours. Filled. His time was absolutely filled. With each day passing like this, day after day, Linley's improvement was very evident, to the point where it wasn't just improvement, but a form of transformation. As he was hard at work training, he experienced, for the first time, the joy of absorbing elemental essence into his body, and then transforming it into Mageforce. He experienced, for the first time, entering so deeply into the meditative state that he almost became unconscious. And he experienced, for the first time, the excitement of performing Earth-style magic, even if it was nothing more than generating a tiny Earth spike that was only 20 centimeters high. Hard work, day after day. Linley's effort and the speed of his improvement caused even Doring Cowart, the 5,000-year-old saint-level Grand Magus of the Powan Empire, to sigh with amazement. Due to his daily physical training exercises, Linley's body was growing sturdier and sturdier. Because he often entered the meditative state and absorbed earth essence, Linley became calmer and more tranquil. Linley's transformation caused his father Hogg and Hillman to both be amazed and overjoyed. Spring ended, and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, it was now autumn. There was only 1 month remaining before the Magus affinity testing and recruitment event. In the ancestral hall within the Baruch clan manor. Phew. All done cleaning. Time to go do some more magical training. Yesterday I actually managed to successfully execute the earth tremor technique. That was wonderful. Right now, Linley was in an extremely good mood. He quickly strode out of the ancestral hall and closed the door. Walking on the blue-tiled steps of the stone walkway, Linley's footsteps were firm and swift, but made little sound. This was an ability that virtually all Earth-style magi possessed. Because their power was derived from the Earth itself, they could mask virtually all sound from their footsteps. Linley frowned. His ears twitched as he turned and stared towards a far-off building. I heard something? He immediately stealthily walked in that direction. His footsteps made almost no sound. Normally, just while walking ordinarily, he could mask his footsteps. Now that he was intentionally trying to hide them, he made even less noise. He crept closer, step by step. When Linley reached the door to the building and took a peek inside. What's that? Linley's eyes widened. He saw a 20-centimeter long black mouse chewing on a piece of stone rubble. And then, in the blink of an eye, the black mouse appeared tens of meters away in a different direction, and began to nibble on a piece of blue tile. The black mouse's fur appeared very soft. Its eyes were guileless, and its paws were furry. In a word, it looked very cute. It even hopped around just on its 2 hind legs for fun. What an adorable little mouse. And how amazingly fast. Hiding by the doorway, Linley exclaimed silently. Most mice wouldn't reach such a size, and most mouses were loathsome creatures, but this mouse seemed particularly adorable. Its eyes seemed to be full of meaning, as though they could speak. Most importantly of all, it was astonishingly fast. Such speed, I bet even Uncle Hillman, a warrior of the 6th rank, can't catch it. How can it be so fast? Seeing the cute mouse move tens of meters in just the blink of an eye, Linley felt astonished. Doring Cowart flew out from within the coiling dragon ring. Standing next to Linley, he looked at the black mouse with some surprise. A magical beast, a shadow mouse? And judging by its size, a shadow mouse infant. A magical beast? Shadow mouse? It is so big. How can it be an infant? Linley stared at Doring Cowart in surprise. Aside from the vampiric iron bull, the griffin, the velocidragon, and the black dragon magical beasts he had seen, this was the first time Linley had seen any other magical beasts. This adorable black mouse was actually a magical beast? A magical beast, with magical abilities? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 1 Magical Beast, Shadow Mouse. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 1 Magical Beast, Shadow Mouse. Magical Beast Shadow Mouse? Grandpa Doring, what special qualities does a shadow mouse possess, and what rank does it have amongst magical beasts? Linley and Doring Cowart were mentally communicating, but at the same time, Linley was staring excitedly at him. Doring Cowart smiled. He pretended to hem and haw for a few seconds, then slowly said, the magical beast Shadow Mouse cannot easily be hemmed into a particular rank. This is because it represents an entire race of mice. Amongst rat-type creatures, there's 2 major types, the stone-eater rat and the shadow mouse. But both the stone-eater rat and the shadow mouse are omnivores. They can eat anything, whether it is stones, bones, or even meat. Linley mentally nodded. Just now, he had seen that black shadow mouse nibbling on a rock. Magical beasts are divided into 9 ranks. Magical beasts of the 1st rank are the weakest. And of course, above the 9th rank are magical beasts at the saint level. Doring Cowart smiled at Linley. Linley, the weakest type of stone-eater rat is the gray stone-eater rat. Stone-eater rats of the 1st to 3rd ranks are all gray in color, with some minor shading differences. A stone-eater rat, upon reaching the 4th rank, will see its fur turn pure silver. Upon reaching the 7th rank, its fur will turn gold. A gold-colored stone-eater rat will at least be a magical beast of the 7th rank, and at most a magical beast of the 8th rank. Linley, the stone-eater rat race is an extremely terrifying race, primarily because they have huge numbers, and extremely sharp teeth, far sharper than the shadow mouse race. When large numbers of stone-eater rats appear, even an army of 100,000 people cannot hope to withstand them. Doring Cowart sighed as he spoke. Doring Cowart was recalling a catastrophe he had witnessed long ago. The stone-eater rat was not as fast as the shadow mouse, but its body was as tough and durable as steel. The higher ranked a stone-eater rat was, the tougher its body would become, and the sharper its teeth would become. Its body seemed small, but that was deceptive. In large numbers, they were absolutely terrifying. The weapons used by most armies cannot kill a stone-eater rat, but a stone-eater rat can easily kill and devour a soldier. Doring Cowart sighed again. In Linley's imagination, there appeared the image of a vast, endless flood of stone-eater rats descending from the wilderness or mountains and attacking an army of men. Imagining that flood of stone-eater rats devouring the entire army, Linley's heart shivered. Absolutely terrifying. Amongst the two races of rat-type creatures, the stone-eater rat has an extremely tough defense, sharp teeth, and huge numbers. But shadow mice? There are quite a large number of shadow mice as well, but their numbers are far less than stone-eater rats. Doring Cowart seemed like an encyclopedia, all-wise and all-knowing. And shadow mice? How powerful is a shadow mouse? Linley asked. There was a shadow mouse not too far from him. Naturally, Linley wanted to know more about how powerful they were. The weakest stone-eater rat is a beast of the first rank. But the shadow mouse is different. The weakest shadow mouse is a magical beast of the third rank, with jet black fur. When its entire body turns blue in color, that is a sign that it has reached the 5th rank. And when all of its fur has turned violet, that means it has at least reached the 7th rank, and at most the 8th rank. Doring Cowart's words were clear and precise. Linley nodded inwardly. Based on potential power, a shadow mouse was not inferior at all to a stone-eater rat. Grandpa Doring, based on what you just said, a shadow mouse of the 3rd or 4th rank would have pure black fur. Only upon reaching the 5th rank would its fur turn blue. So are you saying that little guy there is a magical beast of the 3rd or 4th rank? Linley followed up with more questions. This black-colored shadow mouse is not ordinary. Doring Cowart frowned as he spoke. The stone-eater rat is famed for its toughness and its sharp teeth, while the shadow mouse is famed for its speed and its sharp teeth. Speed is thus a very good way to determine the strength of any particular shadow mouse. It moved really fast, tens of meters in the blink of an eye. But since it is a shadow mouse, I guess that isn't out of the ordinary. Linley still remembered its earlier movements clearly. Doring Cowart nodded. Shadow mice are indeed very fast, but for an infant shadow mouse to already have reached the speed of an adult shadow mouse is definitely out of the ordinary. A hint of a smile was on Doring Cowart's face. Out of the ordinary? Linley looked at Doring Cowart. Doring Cowart continued, right. For an infant shadow mouse to have reached the speed of an adult shadow mouse of the 4th rank means that when it grows up, it has the possibility of becoming a violet-colored shadow mouse of the 7th rank. I suspect that it is the child of a violet shadow mouse. The child of a violet shadow mouse? Linley said questioningly. But its fur is black. Doring Cowart laughed. Linley, violet shadow mice and blue shadow mice, when born, all start off with black fur. Only as their strength grows will the color of their fur slowly change. The color of their fur is proof of their power. Linley suddenly understood. So that is how it is. Grandpa Doring, then based on your words, this shadow mouse is really amazingly fast. The shadow mouse in front of me is slightly faster than even Uncle Hillman, but you are telling me that it is comparable to a shadow mouse of the 4th rank. For a magical beast of the 4th rank to be faster than a warrior of the 6th rank, Linley couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Doring Cowart laughed. Linley, if they weren't so fast, why would they be called shadow mice? At the same rank of power, a shadow mouse, when running, was far, far faster than a human warrior. A shadow mouse is a rare prize as magical beasts go, especially the 7th ranked violet shadow mouse. Many a magus would want a violet shadow mouse, but they are simply too fast. An adult violet shadow mouse is valuable, but extremely hard to catch and tame. It is much easier to catch and tame an infant violet shadow mouse, but it is extremely rare for one to be able to meet an infant violet shadow mouse by itself. Doring Cowart smiled as he looked at Linley. Linley could imagine it as well. A violet shadow mouse was a magical beast of the 7th rank at least, which meant that at the very least, they had a Velocidragon's level of power. Linley, a violet shadow mouse is considered a king amongst rats, and can command a large swarm of shadow mice. Although shadow mice are not as numerous as stone-eater rats, they are still quite numerous. An infant violet shadow mouse would therefore be protected by many adult shadow mice. Doring Cowart glanced sideways at that distant black shadow mouse, still chewing some rocks. To be so powerful when still so young, 8 or 9 times out of 10, means that it is the infant of a violet shadow mouse. I really wonder how he managed to make his way to your clan's manor, without a single adult Shadow Mouse guard. Doring Coward said with an air of amazement. Linley also agreed with Doring Coward's words. Linley. Doring Coward suddenly looked at Linley with a strange look in his eyes. His voice carrying a hint of enticement, he said, regardless of why the infant violet shadow mouse is here, would you want to collect it as a companion? Shadow mice grow very rapidly, especially violet shadow mice. In 10 years or so, it will finish its growth cycle. By that time, you would have a magical beast companion of at least the 7th, and possibly even the 8th rank, but... Hearing his words, Linley's heart fluttered. Taming a magical beast of the 7th or 8th rank is extremely difficult. But taming them when they are in the infant stage is far easier. In addition, not all infant magical beasts are the same. Some grow up very quickly, while some grow up very slowly. Amongst the dragon-type magical beasts, some can take 1,000 years to mature. Most humans simply don't have the ability to wait so long. Shadow mice were one of the types of magical beasts that grow up fairly quickly. But encountering an infant violet shadow mouse is simply too rare of an occasion. After all, the more powerful a magical beast is, the more importance it attaches to protecting its young. Although it wasn't too clear why this young shadow mouse had appeared within his manor, it was an indisputable fact that it was indeed here, alone. Linley, possessing a violet shadow mouse is equivalent to possessing an entire shadow mouse army. Doring Coward smiled at Linley. This is why the violet shadow mouse is a far more precious magical beast than many other beasts of the 7th or 8th rank. Doring Coward continued to try and entice Linley. How could a 7 or 8-year-old Linley resist? Grandpa Doring, how would I tame this violet shadow mouse? Linley looked excitedly at Doring Coward. Doring Coward felt very happy. If little Linley really can tame this shadow mouse, in the future, I can be a bit more at ease. Doring Coward knew very well that as a spirit, he had no mage force of his own at all. A saint-level Grand Magus without mage force really didn't have many attacking abilities. There was no way for him to protect Linley. But after the past half-year, he had already begun to consider this pure, hard-working child as his own grandson. Naturally, he wanted to come up with ways to improve Linley's strength. Linley, you must be calm. Doring Coward said solemnly. Even if this is just a violet shadow mouse infant, his speed is comparable to a mature shadow mouse of the 4th rank. Even your Uncle Hillman won't be able to catch him. You simply don't have the ability to forcibly subdue him, and you also are not able to utilize a soul-binding magical formation. Linley was startled. His overheated mind suddenly calmed down. Laughing bitterly, he said, now I remember. To tame a magical beast, the first way is to forcibly subdue him, and the second way is to use a soul-binding magical formation, which can only be utilized by a magus of the 7th rank, at least. Linley couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Alas, he was too weak. Even though he had the good fortune to encounter a violet shadow mouse infant, he didn't have the ability to tame it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 2, A Clumsy Method, Part 1. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 2, A Clumsy Method, Part 1. Linley, don't be discouraged. I only meant to say that there is no way for you to forcibly subdue him. I didn't say that it is impossible to tame him at all. Doring Coward laughed self-indulgently. If he was an adult shadow mouse, I probably wouldn't be able to help, but he's just a baby shadow mouse. As a saint-level Grand Magus, I have some methods which can be effective in dealing with a baby shadow mouse. In addition, there is no need for a soul-binding magical formation. Linley's calm mind immediately grew agitated again, and he turned to look at Doring Coward with shining eyes. Grandpa Doring, quick, tell me, what's your plan? Linley excitedly spoke to him mentally. Doring Coward said with a self-satisfied smile, it's simple. The soul-binding technique used by the soul-binding magical formation creates a master-servant bond. And naturally, if one can subdue a magical beast, one is qualified to become its master. Right now, there's no way for us to initiate a master-servant bond, so we can only take a step back and initiate a bond of equals with the shadow mouse. Bond of equals? Linley said curiously. What is that? I've never heard of it. It's normal for you not to have heard of it. Even 5,000 years ago, during the era in which I lived, very few people know about the bond of equals. Doring Coward's eyes crinkled as he smiled. A bond of equals represents that you and the magical beast share the same status in the relationship, with no one being the master or being the servant. As a matter of fact, a bond of equals will give you a more intimate relationship with your magical beast, and your magical beast will more wholeheartedly assist you, giving the two of you superior teamwork. Linley now understood. Oh. Grandpa Doring, from your words, it sounds like there's a lot of advantages to this bond of equals. Why don't most people use it? Linley queried. Doring Coward laughed loudly. Because, the bond of equals is not initiated by people. Rather, it is initiated by the magical beast. Initiated by the magical beast? Linley was stunned. No wonder there was no need for setting up a soul-binding magical formation. This bond was initiated by the magical beast itself. Doring Coward continued, every single magical beast, upon birth, has the ability to initiate a bond of equals, but in their entire life, a magical beast may only enter this bond a single time. It isn't like the soul-binding master-servant relationship, where once the master dissolves the relationship, someone else can use another soul-binding technique to tame the beast again. Linley nodded. But it is extremely difficult to convince a magical beast to willingly initiate the bond of equals, Doring Coward continued more seriously. You need to convince a magical beast that you are like family and make it decide that it cannot bear to part from you. Only then would it willingly enter a bond of equals with you. Linley slightly nodded. Adult magical beasts have very high intelligence, so if you want to move the heart of an adult magical beast and make it view you as family, it is almost impossible. Doring Coward sighed. But juveniles are different. It is much like how human babies have low intelligence and can easily be tricked into liking you by, say, giving them some tasty food. The intelligence of magical beast babies is even lower. As long as you often feed him, he will like you. Then, spend some time playing with him. In a short period of time, this magical beast will come to adore you. This is especially true for an infant magical beast who has been separated from his community. Those are even easier to tame. Hearing Doring Coward's words, Linley felt as though a great weight had been lifted from him. So it's just a matter of coaxing a little kid. Linley laughed. He was extremely experienced in this. Ever since he was young, he accompanied his younger brother, Wharton, playing with him and coaxing him. Linley was very much a master in the art. Linley, don't be too cocky. If you want to coax an infant magical beast, you have to pay attention to many details. If you aren't careful, this little shadow mouse might just give you a bite. Doring Coward reminded. Give me a bite? Linley looked at the far-off shadow mouse. The sound of it crunching through rocks could be heard from afar. The shadow mouse was chewing through it as easily as he normally would have chewed through bread. Linley didn't question the sharpness of the teeth of this shadow mouse in the slightest. Then what should I do? Linley immediately lost his confidence. Relax. Based on my method, you won't have any problems at all. Based on this clumsy idea that I have, all you need is time and patience. Don't get agitated or impatient. Doring Coward slowly began to explain his clumsy idea. Linley, a shadow mouse is an omnivore, it will eat anything. Bones, rocks, meat. But its favorite food is still meat, especially roasted meat. This is based on the experience of elders. Therefore, just go up into Wushan to kill some beasts, then place the cooked meat far away from him on the ground. Remember. Do not try to get near him. Each time he eats, wait for him to approach you. Doring Coward laughed. If you try to approach him, it might cause him to attack you out of fear. But if he approaches you, then there won't be any danger at all. This method is clumsy, but very safe. Doring Coward said with a smile. Linley understood. This method really was a bit clumsy, but it was also simple and direct. Grandpa Doring, won't this shadow mouse run all over the place? Linley was worried that if he went and got some roasted meat, he might come back to find the shadow mouse had gone. There would be nothing he could do then. Who can say? It all comes down to your luck. But I believe that in a short period of time, it won't go anywhere. Doring Coward said. Fine, I'll go kill some wild beasts. Linley nodded, then quickly ran towards Mte Wushan. His footsteps were very sure, but strangely made no sound at all. This was the proof of one's ability as a Earth-style magus. After departing from the back gate of the manor, Linley began to run at a normal pace, and his footsteps began to sound again. Young Master Linley headed to the back mountain again? Uncle Harry, broom in hand, was dusting the floor. He saw Linley and smiled at him. Yup. Linley assented as he sped up his pace. Over the past half-year, Linley had been going to Mte Wushan to train in magecraft almost every afternoon. No one else knew that he was training in magecraft, of course. But they all knew that in the afternoons, Linley liked to spend his spare time playing in the mountains. Autumn. Most of the trees on Mte Wushan had shed their leaves, but there were still many evergreen trees, as well as some maple trees covered in deep red leaves. A vigorous, nimble shadow could be seen piercing through the mountain forests. Linley ran silently but nimbly and fast. After having absorbed Earth Essence for half a year, Linley didn't just possess Mage Force, his physical strength had been raised as well. By this point in time, Linley's body was comparable to the average 15 to 16-year-old in Wushan Township, and possessed the strength of a warrior of the first rank. There were many squirrels and rabbits on Mt. Wushan, while there weren't many fierce beasts. This was the reason why most adults didn't worry too much about their children playing in the mountain. After all, Mt. Wushan was a fairly small mountain, with very few large animals, much less magical beasts. Linley's footsteps suddenly halted, as he saw up ahead a dull yellow-colored rabbit eating grass. Even a very cautious wild rabbit wasn't able to detect Linley in the slightest. Wild rabbits have a fast reaction time, and run fast also. Best if I use magic. Linley immediately began to chant the words to a magical incantation. Linley felt that in the center of his chest, a small gust of Earth-style mage force began to throb. Most warriors stored their battle chi approximately 10 centimeters below their navel, but magi stored their mage force directly in the middle of their chests, at the middle of a line between their nipples. But spiritual energy, of course, was stored in their head. It didn't make much of a difference if a magical incantation was mumbled or shouted. The only thing that mattered was making sure one's spiritual energy was guided by the energies released by the incantation. In scant seconds, Linley finished his incantation, and his eyes lit up as he stared at the hair. Earth-style, magic of the first rank, Earth Spike. Poof! A sharp spike of earth erupted from directly beneath the wild hair, piercing directly into its chest. Scarlet blood flowed out, dyeing its soft fur. Shocked at the ambush, the hare immediately began to struggle, but all it succeeded in doing was make itself lose blood even faster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 3, A Clumsy Method, Part 2. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 3, A Clumsy Method, Part 2. Linley immediately ran over and grabbed the rabbit by the throat with one hand. Crack! The rabbit, previously struggling in agony, twitched twice, then went still. Ever since watching those two battles half a year ago, the bloodthirsty nature of the Dragonblood in Linley's veins had been in full sway. I am both a warrior of the first rank and a magus of the first rank, but in terms of attack power, my magic is stronger. Grabbing the wild rabbit, Linley couldn't help but laugh and sigh. Magi were divided into 9 ranks, and becoming a magus of the first rank was easy. But later on, it would become much harder, and take more time to attain each new rank. Many powerful magi of the 7th or 8th ranks would spend hundreds of years and still find it hard to attain a higher rank. But for the first rank, half a year would be enough for someone talented. Even if one didn't have much talent, as long as they met the basic requirements for becoming a magus, 2 to 3 years would be sufficient for them to become a magus. The rabbit in his clutches, Linley immediately began running down the mountain. Linley, why aren't you cooking it? Although the shadow mouse will eat raw meat, his favorite is cooked meat. Doring Cowart's voice sounded in Linley's mind. Grandpa Doring, I bet you never coaxed any kids before. While running, Linley replied in a teasing voice. Doring Cowart was startled. He had never had any grandchildren, and why would a revered saint-level grand magus like himself stoop to coaxing other kids? No, I haven't. Doring Cowart was forced to admit. Linley self-confidently said, I often have to coax little Wharton. Let me tell you, if you want to give a kid something, you can't give them something too good, right off the bat. Otherwise, in the future, they'll expect something really good every single time, or something even better. Right now, the shadow mouse is chewing on rocks. If I give him some raw meat, he'll be really happy. I'll give him raw meat for 7 or 8 days, and then I'll give him cooked meat. That will make him even happier. Doring Cowart immediately understood. The older one got, the craftier one got. How could he fail to understand this logic? It was the same method he had used in dealing with subordinates. First, giving them just a little taste, and then giving them more later. If you gave them too much too early, it would be hard to satisfy their urges in the future. I read about this as well in a book regarding raising monkeys. Saying 3 in the morning and then raising to 4 in the afternoon is much more effective than saying 4 in the morning and then lowering to 3 in the afternoon. Linley grinned. Doring Cowart suddenly felt that although Linley was only 8, he wasn't any inferior to many young adults. Looks like the educational methods of the Baruch clan are rather effective after all. Doring Cowart silently sighed with praise. Education can raise a person's intelligence, but most commoners didn't have access to education. Most commoners could not meet either the entry requirements or the fee requirements for good magus academies or warrior academies. None of the people of Mt. Wushan found it strange for Linley to be running home with a wild hare in hand. In truth, ever since Linley had learned the Earth Spike spell, he often brought wild hares home. Young Master Linley is so formidable. He caught another wild hare. The commoners in the town grinned as they watched him pass by. Linley also politely smiled back at them as he walked past them on the street. I wonder if the Shadow Mouse will eat something which is provided by another. Taking a deep breath, Linley entered his family's manor and went to the back courtyard, and one careful step at a time, approached the location where the Shadow Mouse had appeared, his footsteps not making a single sound. In a short period of time, Linley returned to his earlier position. Where's the Shadow Mouse? Linley stared at the ancient building, but aside from some rubble and rotting leaves, he didn't see anything. Some of the stones still showed signs of being chewed on, but despite scanning inside the entire building, he couldn't see even the shadow of the Shadow Mouse. Linley couldn't help but feel despondent and miserable. Grandpa Doring, the Shadow Mouse isn't here anymore. It was just an hour. Did it leave already? A ray of light shot out of the coiling dragon ring and transformed into the white-robed Doring Cowart. Doring Cowart also frowned in confusion. That shouldn't be the case. It was just an hour. Did it really leave already? Suddenly. Crunch, crunch. That familiar, soft crunching sound could be heard once again. Linley's eyes brightened, and he immediately turned and headed towards an ancient courtyard nearby. Arriving at the entryway, he clearly saw the black Shadow Mouse chewing on stones in one spot, unmoving. He seemed almost like a sculptor, as he chewed each rock into surprising, bizarre shapes. Linley stood at the doorway. Tap. Linley purposefully let his foot bang into the doorway and make some sound. Eek. The black Shadow Mouse immediately moved and in the blink of an eye, appeared over 10 meters away. His two guileless eyes stared towards the doorway, and he immediately saw Linley. His eyes were filled with caution. Here, this is for you to eat. Linley smiled at the Shadow Mouse, then tossed the wild hare in front of the doorway. Perhaps the Shadow Mouse couldn't understand human speech, but Linley understood that an intelligent magical beast should be able to understand the meaning of a smile. After all, magical beasts weren't like wild beasts. Their intelligence levels were only slightly lower than humans, and some powerful magical beasts were incredibly crafty. Don't rush it, don't rush it. Linley kept on telling himself, and then forced himself to slowly walk away. The Shadow Mouse saw Linley depart, and then looked at the wild hare. He only managed to resist for a short period of time, then he scurried like a flash to the doorway while still staring at the now distant Linley. Only then did he look at the dead hare. The Shadow Mouse immediately grew ecstatic and was so happy that he began to hop about. Squeak, squeak. The Shadow Mouse began to make a happy sound. And then he immediately began to eat the wild hare. His sharp teeth chewed at an incredibly fast rate. Although the Shadow Mouse had a small body, this wild hare which was physically larger than the Shadow Mouse was fully devoured by it, aside from the fur. Even the bones weren't spared. Bwurp. The little Shadow Mouse made a belching noise, and then, in a very human-like gesture, rubbed its belly, extremely content. Compared to stones, raw meat clearly was a much tastier treat. After finishing his meal, the Shadow Mouse glanced again in the direction which Linley had departed to. The baby Shadow Mouse immediately felt a degree of kinship for this young fellow. After all, he was just recently born, an infant magical beast. The baby Shadow Mouse even felt a bit of anticipation. Would this young man return in the future with another wild hare? That same day, before dinner. Wonder if the little Shadow Mouse ate it or not. Linley was currently in the back courtyard of the manor, and walked towards the area where he had tossed the wild hare earlier. Linley, don't worry. That's just a baby magical beast. It's always very hungry. Doring Cowart's laughter echoed merrily in Linley's mind. Linley nodded slightly. He quickly arrived at the doorway, and saw that at the doorway, there was some rabbit fur splattered with blood. But the rabbit's flesh and bones were all gone. Seeing this, Linley's eyes immediately shone. Wonderful! Linley clenched a fist. The first step was a success. The only thing left to do was to persevere. The next afternoon, Linley killed another wild hare as well as a wild chicken. He gave the wild hare to Uncle Harry to prepare for dinner, and then tossed the wild chicken in the exact same location as he had tossed the hare, at the doorway to that courtyard. The Shadow Mouse is actually here staring at me. Linley chuckled as he saw that Shadow Mouse inside the courtyard watch him approach. Linley, looks like things are progressing smoothly. He didn't run away immediately upon seeing you, which means that he doesn't feel much hostility towards you. Upon seeing this, Doring Cowart secretly felt joy for Linley. Linley really was lucky to have met such a powerful juvenile magical beast. I really wonder what this young fella's parents are up to. Doring Cowart was secretly suspicious. After placing the wild chicken at the doorway, he said a few words to the young shadow mouse, smiled, and then retreated. But this time, he didn't depart, just standing off to the side and watched. Shortly afterwards, the young shadow mouse scampered out. Looking around himself, when he saw Linley's far-off presence, he wasn't too scared. He immediately lowered his head and began to eat the chicken. Day 3. Day 4. Day 5. These activities continued. Day after day, Linley continued to undergo meditative training while preparing wild rabbits and other animals for the little shadow mouse to eat. Nobody in the entire Wushan township, including Hogg and Hillman, knew that Linley was learning magic. Similarly, none of them knew that Linley was taking care of a juvenile magical beast that already possessed power of the 4th rank. Only Doring Coward was aware of this all, as he watched Linley mature. There's no way that tiny little Wushan township is big enough for Linley. Watching Linley enter the meditative trance to practice magic, Doring Coward felt a hint of excitement. Sooner or later, he will bring an adult violet shadow mouse and step onto the endlessly broad stage that is the world of the Yulan continent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 4, The Ernst Institute. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 4, The Ernst Institute. As time passed, the little shadow mouse, which had not known much love from others, began to fear Linley less and less. By the 8th day, when Linley put down the rabbit, he moved away only 2 steps, and that little shadow mouse still immediately ran over to eat, and even squeaked twice at Linley. The 10th day. Right, today I'll give the little shadow mouse some cooked meat. Linley covered a wild chicken with a cloth sack, and then happily went to the back of the ancient courtyard in the manor. Doring Coward was walking by Linley's side as well, but aside from Linley, no one else could see him. Doring Coward was smiling so widely that his white whiskers were leaning horizontal. Linley, over these past 9 days, the little shadow mouse has lost all fear of you. Today, you are even giving him cooked meat. He's going to be extremely excited and will become even closer to you. Hearing his words, Linley couldn't help but grin as well. Just as Linley walked into the courtyard. Squeak, squeak. The little shadow mouse immediately ran up to Linley, and began hopping up and down while squeaking at him. I haven't even taken the food out, and he's already run up to me. He really isn't afraid of me at all. Linley felt joy in his heart. Next to him, Doring Coward smiled merrily at the little shadow mouse, which didn't notice his presence at all. Doring Coward said with a smile, looks like he's already feeling quite close to you. Squeak! The little shadow mouse looked at Linley with its innocent black eyes and began to squeak with impatience, as though telling Linley to hurry up and give him the food already. Don't be impatient. Linley took the roasted chicken out of the cloth sack. Upon smelling the roasted chicken, the little shadow mouse eyes shone, and then it looked at Linley pitifully. Seeing this, Linley couldn't help but laugh until his stomach hurt. In the past, when Linley gave good food to Little Wharton would say, "Big bro, I want," while staring at him in a pitiful manner. Now this little shadow mouse was doing the same. Hee, all yours. Linley gave the cooked chicken to the shadow mouse. The little shadow mouse squeaked with joy, immediately seizing the roast chicken. After taking a single bite, the little shadow mouse began to eat faster and faster. In a very short time, the roast chicken, which was about the same size as the shadow mouse itself, had been completely devoured. I really don't get how his stomach can contain so much. How can he swallow that much food? Linley laughed while sighing. It seemed as though this time, the little shadow mouse had enjoyed his meal very much. He was so happy that he immediately began to hop up and down while squeaking at Linley, while even hugging Linley's leg with his own front arms. Linley couldn't help but feel pleased. This was the first time that the little shadow mouse had acted so intimately towards him, even after eating. Linley, try and use your hand to smooth his fur. Usually, most magical beasts like their family members to groom them and stroke their fur. Doring Coward advised. Linley tentatively stretched his hand out and placed it on the little shadow mouse's head. The little shadow mouse didn't dodge in the slightest. Instead, it contentedly half-closed its eyes. Linley immediately felt more confident, and began to stroke his fur, causing the shadow mouse to feel so comfortable that it began to snore. This little guy is so adorable. Linley was really beginning to like this little shadow mouse more and more. Grandpa Doring, magical beasts are so strange. That Velocidragon is so huge and has such tough scales, making it a magical beast of the 7th rank. But this little shadow mouse, when he grows up, will also become a magical beast of the 7th rank. Both of them have the same rank, but why is there such a big difference between them? While petting the little shadow mouse, Linley couldn't help but feel amazed. You can't judge them just based on their appearances. Perhaps an ordinary old geezer that you meet on the street is able to ride a flying dragon and level a mountain with the wave of a hand. Doring Coward laughed merrily. Linley understood this logic. But unconsciously, he still used appearances to judge. For example, that Velocidragon. Seeing how huge body was and seeing how its scales gleamed with a frozen golden light, anyone could tell how powerful it was. I really wonder when this little shadow mouse will initiate a bond of equals with me. Linley mumbled. There was nothing he could do. The bond of equals could only be initiated by magical beasts, so he could only passively wait. Doring Coward laughed. Things are progressing very well. Remember. You must have patience. Right. I got it. Linley laughed as well. In the blink of an eye, time passed. Linley had fed the little shadow mouse for 20 days now, and the little shadow mouse was behaving extremely familiarly with Linley. But for some reason, even though the two of them had become extremely close, the little shadow mouse still had not initiated the bond of equals. Darkness covered the land, and the entire Wushan township was very quiet. Within the Baruch clan's living room, candlelight flickered from within as Linley and his family, along with housekeeper Harry, were enjoying supper together on the long dining table. Linley, I hear that you've often been bringing roasted hares to the back courtyards? Halfway through the meal, Hogg put down his utensils and turned to Linley. Linley was startled. Looks like it is time for me to confess. Linley said to himself, then looked at Hogg and nodded. Father, recently I discovered a cute animal living in our back courtyard, an extremely cute animal. So I often bring him some food. A cute animal? Little Wharton's eyes shone. Oh. Hogg nodded. People rarely visit the back courtyard, so it's normal for there to be animals there. Right. In a week or so, the Funlai City is going to begin another round of magical aptitude testing in Magus recruitment. Do you want to participate? Oh, the Magus testing and recruiting event? Linley suddenly remembered this event. The ray of light which only Linley could see shot out from within the coiling dragon ring, turning into the white-bearded Doring Coward. Doring Coward laughed at Linley. Linley, the Magus testing and recruiting event is optional for you. Under my guidance, will you achieve less than at a Magus Academy? Linley agreed with this line of thought. Doring Coward was a Saint-level Grand Magus. Would any Magus Academies require a Saint-level Grand Magus to teach there? What, you don't want to go? Hogg's face, previously smiling, immediately grew cold as he frowned. Hogg remembered clearly that ever since the battle between the dual-element Magus of the 8th rank and the small party, Linley had very much wanted to become a Magus. Why was he hesitating now? In Hogg's heart, he too hoped that his son could become a Magus. Father, No, Linley, accept your father's offer. Doring Coward frowned and hurriedly said. Linley's words died unspoken on his lips. At the same time, he suspiciously asked, Grandpa Doring, I have you to teach me, right? With you teaching me, why would I need to go to a Magus Academy? Isn't that a waste of family resources? No, Doring Coward said seriously. I haven't interacted with the Yulan continent for over 5,000 years. 5,000 years, Linley. You must understand that many magi in the world have been continuously researching and developing new spells during this time period. Who knows how many new spells have been developed in the interim? Linley suddenly understood. And Linley, you must know that Wushan Township is not the stage on which you will perform. You must step onto a far wider stage. Doring Coward said seriously. A far wider stage. Linley couldn't help but be moved. He couldn't help but remember that huge Velocidragon, and the destructive power unleashed by the Dance of the Fire Serpents, as well as the Saint-level Grand Magus Rudy, who effortlessly controlled those countless boulders to cause an absolute calamity. The future. Linley's heart began to beat faster. If he could one day step atop the head of a dragon and control cataclysmic power, if he too could feel the power of standing at the very pinnacle of mankind, that must be an amazing feeling. When he thought of this, Linley felt his blood begin to boil. Linley, what are you thinking about? Hogg was beginning to grow unhappy. When he was talking to Linley, Linley was daydreaming. Oh, nothing. Linley immediately looked at Hogg and quickly nodded while saying solemnly, Father, in my heart, I really want to become a Magus. In a week, please arrange for me to go to Funlai City to take part in the Magus testing and recruiting event. Upon hearing these words, Hogg finally smiled. Magus, like that fire-breathing Magus? While listening, little Wharton clapped his little hands together. Wharton, that was just a circus trick. Don't mix up circus tricks and real sorcery. Hogg said seriously. Oh. Little Wharton pouted and stopped talking. Linley chuckled, then turned to look at Hogg. Father, there must be many Magus Academies. Which ones are good? Right, are there any combined Magus Academy/Warrior Academy schools? Hogg laughed as well. Actually, all four of the major empires and both the major alliances have their own elite academies. You should know that one of the four major empires, the O'Brien Empire, is the empire with the strongest military power. Linley nodded. Everyone knew that. The most elite school in the O'Brien Empire is the O'Brien Academy, which is reputed to be the #1 warrior academy in the entire Yulan continent. But as far as Magus Academies go, Hogg chuckled. The #1 Magus Academy in the entire Yulan continent belongs to our Holy Union. Its name comes from a legendary Holy Emperor of the Holy Church, Holy Emperor Ernst. The Ernst Institute. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 5, BB the Shadow Mouse, Part 1. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 5, BB the Shadow Mouse, Part 1. The Ernst Institute is the #1 Magus Academy in the world. All of the graduates of the Ernst Institute are at least Magi of the 6th rank, and there's even many who are of the 7th rank. If our Baruch clan was able to produce a Magus of the 7th rank, we at least would stand a chance of recovering our ancestral heirloom. While speaking, Hogg looked at Linley eagerly. Linley could feel the hope which Hogg was placing on him. Our ancestral heirloom. For our ancestral heirloom to be lost to us is a humiliation that must be washed away. Linley could also feel his heart grow heavy. As a scion of the ancient Dragonblood warrior clan, he felt proud of his ancient and mighty lineage. But the mighty Dragonblood warrior clan had lost its own ancestral heirloom. What a humiliation! Hogg and countless elders who had passed away had all felt ashamed whenever they thought about it. Unfortunately, the type of family which could collect the Warblade Slaughterer was not an ordinary one, and the current Baruch clan was far too weak. Ernst? The legendary Holy Emperor of the Radiant Church? The nearby Doring Coward started. What is it, Grandpa Doring? Linley asked questioningly. I bet all of the hundreds of millions of citizens in the 6 kingdoms and 15 dukedoms of the Holy Union know about the legendary Holy Emperor Ernst of the Radiant Church. Linley, also, knew much about the affairs and history of the legendary Holy Emperor Ernst. He had dramatically raised the profile of the Radiant Church, and single-handedly created the Holy Union. I didn't imagine that kid, Ernst, ended up having such accomplishments. And he even became a legendary Holy Emperor of the Radiant Church. Doring Coward sighed. Grandpa Doring, you knew Holy Emperor Ernst? Linley was somewhat surprised. But then, Linley thought things through. That's right. In the past, when the Powan Empire was still unified, the Radiant Church, the Cult of Shadows, and even the Pavilion of Divinities all had many churches within the Empire. But all of those churches were under the control of the Powan Empire. Naturally. Ernst was a genius who entered the saint level when he was nearly 50 or so years old. But in my age, he could only be considered a promising latecomer. Doring Coward said calmly. When Doring Coward was still alive, Ernst had still been developing himself. When Ernst had finally entered the saint level, Doring Coward had already been standing at the very pinnacle of the Yulan continent for a long time. Even amongst saint-level combatants, Doring Coward would have been considered one of the greatest. Doring Coward had an extremely high status within the Powan Empire, which Ernst didn't come close to matching at the time. If Ernst had run into him, he would have had to courteously bow and pay his respects. I didn't expect that after I died, Ernst would become so incredible. Doring Coward laughed faintly. Linley couldn't help but feel a deep sense of veneration for Doring Coward from his heart. A saint-level Grand Magus of the Powan Empire, and one of the most powerful persons in the Yulan continent. And now, Doring Coward was carefully instructing himself in magic. How fortunate Linley was. As dinner progressed, the conversation amongst the Baruch clan manners was quite cheerful. Linley, in a week's time, I'll arrange for Uncle Hillman to take you to Funlai City and attend the Magus testing and recruiting event. Hogg smiled towards Linley. Yes, father. Linley nodded. Young Master Linley, I'm sure that you will be able to enter the finest of Magus academies. Housekeeper Hiri chortled. The finest. Oh. The finest. Little Wharton's hands were covered in grease from eating, but still beamed as he waved his greasy hands. Hogg smiled faintly as he said, becoming a Magus is no easy thing. Perhaps only 1 in 10,000 has the talent. The requirements for entering the Ernst Institute are even higher. Only someone with an extremely high aptitude for magic will be admitted. If Linley can become a Magus, I will be very satisfied, regardless of what academy he is accepted to. I won't let you down, father. Linley's words were filled with confidence. Because Linley, after all, was already a magus of the first rank. As time flowed onwards, in the blink of an eye 7 days had passed. Linley was lying on the grass near the back courtyard, while the little shadow mouse was hopping up and down around Linley. It was squeaking non-stop, but Linley paid him no mind. The little shadow mouse rolled its eyes, then stood up on its hind feet and placed its front feet on top of Linley's body. Squeak! The shadow mouse called out with displeasure. Linley rubbed the little shadow mouse's head. All right, stop making a fuss. Tomorrow, I'm going to leave home and go to the capital. After the Magus recruitment event is over, I'm going to be going to a Magus Academy. I'm afraid we won't have many chances to meet after that. There was no way he could bring a little shadow mouse into a Magus Academy. Not a single student in a Magus Academy was an ordinary one, and there were many powerful magi there as well. If they found a little shadow mouse there, they would probably immediately subdue and tame him. Even magi of the 7th and 8th ranks were present in Magus Academies. Catching a little shadow mouse wouldn't be too hard. After all, he hadn't bonded with the little shadow mouse yet, so anybody could subdue and tame him. Sniff, sniff, hearing Linley speak, the little shadow mouse also began to sniff in a low tone. You don't even know what I'm saying, Linley shook his head helplessly. I don't know how much time I will have to spend in a Magus Academy, or how many years I will be there for. Will we ever meet again? Linley stroked the little shadow mouse's fur, somewhat unwilling to part from it. After playing with the little shadow mouse for the past month, he had really come to care for the cute little shadow mouse. The little shadow mouse enjoyed the petting so much that its eyes grew half-lidded as it squeaked quietly in contentment. The next day, after lunch. The Baruch family's front courtyard. Hogg stood there, straight as a ramrod. Staring directly at Linley, he said, Linley, Wushan Township is located fairly close to the capital, just 90 or so kilometers away. You should be able to make it to the capital before nightfall. Remember, when you reach the capital, don't cause any trouble. There are too many rich and powerful people in the capital. Yes, father. Linley bowed as he said. Hillman, I entrust Linley to you. Hogg looked at the nearby Hillman. Hillman smiled as he said, Lord Hogg, please set your mind at ease. All right, you can go now. Hogg laughed. Farewell, father. Linley said respectfully, and then smiled at little Wharton. Wharton, your big brother is gonna leave now. Little Wharton immediately squinted towards Linley. In a sad voice, he said, Big brother, bye-bye, nut. Linley glanced at the back courtyard, thinking to himself, I'm afraid no one is going to come bring meat to the little shadow mouse in the next few days. Hillman, who was next to him, said to Linley, Linley, let's go. Yes, Uncle Hillman. Linley didn't think about it anymore, and immediately followed Uncle Hillman as they departed from the manor. Squeak! On the rooftops above the living room of the Baruch clan manor, the little shadow mouse watched Linley and Hillman depart. The little shadow mouse's mind was filled with questions. In his eyes, this was the time when Linley should be going off to kill a wild hare. Why had he taken up a bag and headed off with someone else? The little shadow mouse really liked Linley. Over the past month, the friendless little shadow mouse had really come to view Linley as family. Squeak! The little shadow mouse's body flickered and in the blink of an eye, disappeared from atop the eaves of the Baruch clan's manor. In 2 or 3 movements, it moved, reappearing on top of a nearby peasant's house, still watching Linley and Hillman. As it followed behind Linley, the little shadow mouse soon had left Wushan Township. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 6, BB the Shadow Mouse, Part 2. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 6, BB the Shadow Mouse, Part 2. The little shadow mouse had previously watched Linley go hunting rabbits in the mountain, but this time, Linley wasn't headed for the mountain. He was headed off in a totally different direction, traveling on a road. The little shadow mouse immediately panicked. Squeak, squeak! The little shadow mouse suddenly rushed in Linley's direction. Just as Linley was walking, he suddenly discovered that his legs had been hugged from behind. Lowering his head, he saw that it was the little shadow mouse. The little shadow mouse was standing up on his hind legs, his 2 forelegs tightly clenched around Linley. He stared at Linley with 2 quavering, pitiable eyes, as though he were about to cry. What's the little shadow mouse doing here? Linley was somewhat surprised. Next to them, Hillman turned his head towards them. Upon seeing the little shadow mouse, he was shocked. A magical beast. Is it a stone-eater rat? Hillman didn't know too much about the various types of magical beasts, but there once was an entire army which had been devoured by stone-eater rats, so most soldiers knew and feared rat-type magical beasts. Linley, be careful. Hillman immediately rushed towards them. Linley only saw a blur, and then Hillman was there, right next to the little shadow mouse. But the little shadow mouse was even faster, and in the blink of an eye, scurried on top of Linley's shoulder. Uncle Hillman, hold it. Linley finally managed to react. Hillman was startled. Uncle Hillman, he's the pet that I've been feeding and raising in the back courtyard. Linley hurriedly said. Little shadow mouse, isn't that right? The little shadow mouse seemed to understand Linley's words, and his small head nodded. Hillman looked at Linley with shock. Linley, are you saying that you've been raising a magical beast? Uncle Hillman, wait a sec. Let me tell him to go home. Linley cupped the little shadow mouse in his hands and said to it, Little shadow mouse, I am going to leave with Uncle Hillman to the capital. You cannot go to the capital. Understood? The little shadow mouse just stared at Linley with pitiable sad eyes, as though he were about to cry. Linley placed the little shadow mouse on the floor, then waved his hand at it. Go back. And then he pointed to the road. I'm going that way. To the capital. After waving his arm, Linley began to continue going forward. Squeak. Squeawalk. The little shadow mouse stood there, watching Linley. Uncle Hillman, let's go. The little shadow mouse is smart. He knows what I'm saying. Linley said to Hillman. Hillman, who had been watching this spectacle with amazement, chuckled and then continued walking forward with Linley. Seeing Linley and Hillman slowly disappear, the little shadow mouse still stayed there, unmoving. Squeak squeak. The little shadow mouse suddenly gave out a loud squeak, and then turned into a black blur, traveling 20 or 30 meters in the blink of an eye. His speed was absolutely shocking, as was his agility. Linley and Hillman were chatting while walking on the road, but Hillman suddenly felt something was quickly charging them from behind and couldn't help but look back. Whoosh! Hillman wasn't even given enough time to react. That blur suddenly landed next to Linley's legs, and immediately chomped down on Linley's right leg. Ow! Feeling the sudden, fierce pain, Linley immediately jumped up in the air. Looking down, he saw that it was actually the little shadow mouse. At the moment, the little shadow mouse was staring up at Linley with its pitiable, sad little eyes. Linley rubbed his leg, and noticed that he was actually bleeding. He couldn't help but grow unhappy. But seeing how sad the little shadow mouse was, he couldn't grow angry at him. Linley, are you okay? Hillman said. I'm fine, Linley chuckled. Suddenly, a thick, dense black light began to emanate from the little shadow mouse body. A droplet of fresh blood suddenly flew out from the corner of its mouth. That droplet of fresh blood had both Linley's blood as well as the little shadow mouse's blood. That blood suddenly, bizarrely transformed into two opposite, interlocking black triangles, which the thick black light merged with, forming a strange magical formation which gave off a dark aura. Linley and Hillman watched, stunned. Can this be? Linley had a wild guess in his heart. From within the coiling dragon ring, Doring Cowart flew out. His white beard fluttering happily, he said, Linley, the little guy is setting up a bond of equals formation. It really is the bond of equals? Linley's heart clenched. Even though he had guessed as much, he still felt stunned and excited. The strange black magical formation separated into two, with one of the three black triangles flying into Linley's body, and the other one flying into the little shadow mouse's body. Upon seeing this, the nearby Hillman was filled with shock and fear. Linley, are you okay? Hillman was starting to fear for Linley. I'm fine. I'm wonderful. Linley could feel his spirit and the little shadow mouse spirit interlinking. Standing on this quiet road leading out of Wushan Township, Linley and the little shadow mouse stared at each other, engaging in their first communication. Little shadow mouse, what is your name? Linley mentally asked him. The little shadow mouse said, somewhat excitedly, Bay. Linley stared at the little shadow mouse. What's the little shadow mouse saying? Linley didn't really understand. His white beard flowing, Doring Cowart floated next to him and mentally said, Linley, this little shadow mouse is still an infant. He can't form precise sounds yet. Even when engaging in mental communication with you, for now, he can only communicate simple intentions. Due to their spiritual link, Linley could feel the little shadow mouse's excitement, but the little shadow mouse simply couldn't speak at all. Okay. You were saying Bay. Bay, then I'm going to call you BB. How's that? Linley grinned as he watched the little shadow mouse. The little shadow mouse seemed to ponder for a while, and then happily nodded. BB. Linley was grinning so widely, his face was about to split. Squeak squeak. The little shadow mouse immediately began to jump up and down. BB. Squeak squeak. BB. Dot. Squeak squeak. An 8-year-old child and a little shadow mouse were both excitedly shouting. Linley, what is this? Only now did Hillman recover from his stupor. His eyes couldn't help but grow round with shock. Linley, what was that black magical formation just now? What just happened? Are you okay? Hillman had heard that for darkness-style magic, there were many curses and hexes involved. Could it be that Linley had just been hexed? Hillman, who only knew an inkling about magic, couldn't help but feel shock and fear. I'm fine. It's just that BB has become my magical beast, now. Linley was extremely happy. Come, BB, hop onto my shoulder. Immediately, the little shadow mouse let out a happy squeal, then scurried onto Linley's shoulder. You tamed him? Hillman was stunned. Hillman was a worldly man, and of course he knew that taming a magical beast was an extremely difficult, extremely arduous matter. But just now, Linley had actually subdued a magical beast. Hillman felt totally bewildered. You don't have a soul-binding scroll, how did you? That's enough, Uncle Hillman, Linley chortled. Let's hurry, we have a lot of road to make up. The capital is still really far away. As he spoke, Linley pulled Hillman by the hand, not allowing him to speak as they continued heading towards the capital. And the little shadow mouse, BB, stood happily on Linley's shoulders and squeaked. And with his squeaks to accompany them, Linley, Hillman, and the shadow mouse disappeared off into the distance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 7, Funlai City. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 7, Funlai City. Next to the mountain range of magical beasts was the Holy Union and the Dark Alliance. And the capital kingdom of the Holy Union was the Kingdom of Funlai. Funlai City, in turn, was the capital of the Kingdom of Funlai. In addition, it also served as the holy capital of the Holy Union, because the Radiant Church itself was headquartered in the western part of Funlai City. The entire city of Funlai was divided into two parts, East Funlai City and West Funlai City. East Funlai City was governed by the King of Funlai, while West Funlai City was managed by the Radiant Church. Because Funlai City was both the kingdom's capital as well as the holy capital, the opulence of Funlai City could be matched by extremely few cities in the entire Yulan continent. Funlai City took up a huge amount of space, and had more than 1 million denizens living within its area. In the entire Yulan continent, it could be considered one of the top 5 megacities. As nightfall came, Linley and Hillman entered the Funlai City. Wow. As they walked on Fragrant Pavilion Road, the primary road of East Funlai City, Linley felt as though his eyes were dazzled. The little shadow mouse BB had been instructed by Linley to hide within his clothes, but he also took a sneak peek at the surroundings, and then began to squeak in shared excitement. Fortunately, the entire road was filled with all sorts of noises and gaudy things, so nobody noticed the sound. Quiet. Linley gently tapped the little shadow mouse, which obediently went silent. But through its shared mental connection with Linley, it continued to express its excitement. The entire Fragrant Pavilion Road was constructed from symmetrical limestone tiles, wide enough to allow multiple horse carriages to cross simultaneously. On each side of the tiles were hotels, clothing stores, weapon stores, nightclubs, and all sorts of other places. In addition, both sides of the Fragrant Pavilion Road were lined with pine and cypress trees. Rich madams and young ladies, all wearing fashionable new clothes, were chatting and smiling as they walked along the road. Seeing Linley's reaction, some of the nearby noble ladies began to titter quietly amongst themselves while pointing at Linley. Clearly, Linley's reaction was that of a country bumpkin entering the city. The nobility of the capital had a clear sense of innate superiority towards those country bumpkins. Oof. How uncultured. Linley frowned, feeling very unsatisfied by the pointing and laughing of those noble ladies. Having been nurtured and educated by the clan since his earliest days, Linley quickly managed to subdue his sense of excitement, making the expression on his face much more tranquil, at least superficially. Linley, how do you feel about Funlai City? This is the largest city in our entire Holy Union. Hillman walked alongside Linley, occasionally seeing some warriors and even 1 or 2 magi pass by. He couldn't help but sigh. Linley, in Funlai City, mighty warriors and mighty magi are a very common sight. Linley laughed while nodding. In the books, it is said that Funlai City is the political, economic, and cultural capital of the entire Holy Union. This is heaven for rich people or people with status. Hillman nodded and sighed. The Fragrant Pavilion Road, bustling with activity, often had many opulent carriages pass through it. After wandering the Fragrant Pavilion Road for a time, Hillman and Linley headed directly for an ordinary guesthouse to settle down. There was a small restaurant near the guest house, so Linley and Hillman decided to have dinner there. That night, within the guest house, Linley and Hillman were staying in the same room. There were 2 beds in this room. Immediately upon entering, the little shadow mouse, BB, leapt out from within Linley's clothes and immediately began circling around Linley while squeaking loudly. I know, you're hungry. Eat up. Linley threw the roast duck he had brought back from the restaurant onto the floor, and BB immediately excitedly ran to it and began chewing. Linley, get an early night's rest. Tomorrow morning, you will participate in the Magus assessment and recruitment event. Hillman instructed. Understood, Uncle Hillman. Even as he spoke, Linley walked to a nearby window and pulled it open. The guest house was 3 stories tall, and Linley was staying on the 3rd floor. There were no 3-story high buildings in Wushan Township at all, but in the capital city of Finlai, they were a common sight. The capital even had 7 or 8-story tall buildings. Peering out through the window, Linley saw that the streets were still filled with people. Phew. It's been quite a while since I've been in a large city. A hazy white light shone out from the coiling dragon ring, transforming into a white-bearded old man. Doring Cowart and Linley stood side by side as they stared at the street below. Grandpa Doring. Linley immediately greeted him. Linley, how does it feel to be in a big city? Doring Cowart laughed as he spoke. No big deal. Linley quirked his mouth. Doring Cowart sighed emotionally, you haven't been here very long. You don't know much about how large cities like this work. This place will have countless lavish places to spend money, like large auctions, where some magnates would spend even hundreds of thousands of gold coins, or perhaps even millions of gold coins to purchase just a single item. 1 million gold coins? Linley felt his throat go dry. How enormous a sum was that? His own family's possessions, all added together, probably wouldn't even total 1 million gold coins. There's many rich families here. Money, power, beauties, the fight for these things is fierce. Every day, someone dies here. The poor ditch diggers of Funlai City will often find buried bodies, which perhaps used to belong to a noble family. Doring Cowart chuckled calmly. But in order to stand up in that sort of world, you must have some sort of personal power. Don't hope to be able to rely on the benevolence of others. Everything will rely on yourself, and yourself alone. Doring Cowart looked at Linley. In truth, the dragon blood flowing through Linley's veins also made him thirst for battle and blood. If anyone threatens me or my family, I will kill them. Linley said resolutely. After having read many history books about the rise and fall of noble families, Linley knew very clearly that showing mercy to enemies was the same as being merciless to oneself. If you let an enemy off the hook, they might one day murder your family. However, right now my power is very weak. Linley couldn't help but recollect how, when he had first entered Funlai City, those noble ladies had looked down upon him. In the eyes of those upper-class people, he was nothing more than an impoverished little country bumpkin. With a calm smile, Linley sat down on the bed and entered the meditative trance, beginning to gather energy. The meditative trance was a good way to train one's spiritual energy. The way it worked was, it used all sorts of methods to exhaust one's spiritual energy to a bare minimum, and then allow rest to recover it. Within the dantian in the chest, a misty earth-colored haze billowed about within the dantian. This misty haze was the mage force which had been derived from natural earth elemental essence. Based on Doring Cowart's teachings, from the 1st to 6th ranks, mage force appeared as a haze. As a magus continued to progress, the quality of the mage force would rise, and so too would its density. Upon reaching the 7th rank, the mage force of a magus would condense into a liquid. Thus, between the 6th rank and the 7th rank, there was a major leap to be made. This kid, Linley, is so hardworking. Even at night, he is training his mental energy. Seeing Linley seated cross-legged with his eyes closed, Hillman couldn't help but silently praise him. Mental energy was extremely important to both magi and warriors. Early next morning, on East Funlai City's Greenleaf Road, one of Funlai City's principal roads, the buildings constructed on each side of Greenleaf Road were lavishly made and decorated. Some of those buildings were actually owned by the kingdom. And the tallest building of them all? It was the Cathedral of the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church controlled the entire Holy Union, which comprised of the 6 kingdoms and the 15 dukedoms. The Holy Emperor of the Radiant Church had an extremely high status. He had the authority to depose any of the kings of the various kingdoms. This is why in Funlai City, the tallest building was the Cathedral of the Radiant Church. This morning, many people were gathered around the entrance to the Cathedral of the Radiant Church. The vast majority of the people there were richly dressed noblemen. Countless carriages filled up the space in front of the Radiant Cathedral, and the various nobles chatted to each other. Linley and Hillman had arrived here as well. Uncle Hillman, there's so many people here today. Many nobles brought their children here. Linley laughed towards Hillman. At this time, the little shadow mouse, Bibi, was hiding within Linley's clothes, occasionally peeking out to see his surroundings. Hillman laughed calmly. Nobles? Every single student of the Ernst Institute can easily become an earl in any kingdom. An earl in any kingdom? Linley immediately understood. It wasn't hard to be conferred a noble title in any kingdom, but to become an imperial noble would be extremely difficult. After all, any of the 4 great empires were a match for the entire Holy Union. The kingdom of Funlai couldn't come close to comparing to them. Oh, Lord Doyle, Dower, you came as well? Eber, Shibo, I'm here because of my child, of course. Hess, I, come pay your respects to Uncle Eber. Not too far away, a group of nobles were chatting amongst themselves. The testing fee alone at this Magus testing and recruiting event was 10 gold coins. And if a student was accepted to a Magus Academy, then the school fees would be even higher. Most Magus Academies charged hundreds of gold coins each year. Ordinary families simply couldn't afford the fees. But if their children were selected, naturally they would be able to find a noble patron to pay for them. However, not all Magus Academies had expensive tuition fees. For example, the number 1 Magus Academy, the Ernst Institute. Because it admitted so few students, any students who hailed from the Holy Union did not have to pay any fees at all. After all, everyone who could be admitted to the Ernst Institute had to be genius level. In the future, their possibilities were limitless. Hoof. Those commoners and country bumpkins have also come. Aren't they just dreaming? A faraway noble laughed. There were some commoners amongst the hundreds of people crowding the square, and some countryside nobles such as Linley. Usually, those nobles from small countryside noble families were also looked down upon. The nobles of the capital were an arrogant lot who generally looked down on people. Linley, don't pay any attention to the likes of them, Hillman said in a low voice. Glancing at the group of nobles, Linley chuckled quietly. Uncle Hillman, I won't pay any mind to their likes. Under the tutelage of his father Hogg, Linley wouldn't pay too much heed to that group of self-centered, arrogant nobles. The entire square was clearly delineated into 2 camps. A circle of nobles who conversed casually, and another with commoners or countryside nobles. At the moment, 2 armor-clad warriors were standing in front of the radiant cathedral, barring all entry. After a while, a black-robed official stepped forth from the cathedral doors. Stopping in front of the doors, he smiled and said in a bright voice, "The magical assessment ceremony is about to commence. All of the recruiters for the various major Magus Academies are ready as well. Everyone who is here for the test, please follow me into the main hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 2 Chapter 8, The Magical Aptitude Test, Part 1. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 8, The Magical Aptitude Test, Part 1. Under the guidance of the church official, all of the people in the square were walked into the main hall of the cathedral. Within the cathedral, the great hall of the cathedral had a floor paved with marble, and hanging above was a massive crystal chandelier. It could easily fit the hundreds of people who entered yet still feel spacious. In the very front of the great hall, there were a line of chairs, seated upon which were representatives and recruiters of each of the great Magus Academies. Directly in the middle of the great hall was the testing location. The black-robed church official smiled and said in a clear voice, "The testing location is right in the center. All testees, please come one at a time. No one else can enter the circle in the center. All testees, please get in line. Family and friends, please step to one side. Linley, here is the examination fee. Here is your proof of identification. Go quickly. Oh, and right, let the little shadow mouse stay with me. It will be difficult to have the little shadow mouse with you as you take the test," Hillman said. "Bibi, stick with Uncle Hillman for now. I'm going to take the test." Linley mentally instructed the little shadow mouse, who somewhat unwillingly shuffled around a bit under Linley's clothes. But after multiple requests from Linley, the little shadow mouse directly scurried into Hillman's clothes. Linley then accepted the 10 gold coins and headed towards the line. The youths there ranged in age from 6 or 7 years old to 17 years old. These children organized themselves into 2 long lines, while the cathedral pursers collected the fees from each of them. The central circle was 10 or so meters wide, and there were 3 adults within it. 2 of them were responsible for administering the test, while 1 was responsible for recording the results. The testing equipment consisted of a crystal sphere and a complicated, 6-sided magical formation. First, The bald old man pointed at the crystal ball and said, "Place your hand atop the crystal ball. We will test your elemental essence affinities." The first testee was a 12 or 13-year-old young man. That young man nervously placed his right hand atop the crystal ball. Immediately, the entire crystal ball began to emanate a hazy, light red glow, with the occasional hint of green mixed in. The bald elder glanced at the scrap of paper in his hands, and emotionlessly said, "Age, 12. Elemental essence affinities: fire, average affinity. Wind, low affinity. Now, step into the magical formation. Time to test your spiritual essence. Remember, stand there. Don't kneel or fall down. Let's see how long you can take it." The bald elder remained as cold as ever. The young man nodded, then stepped into the six-cornered magical formation. A holy white aura immediately emanated from the bald elder, which shot into the middle of the magical formation. Lightstyle elemental magic, overall. Looks like the testing procedures in this era is the same as it was in the past. Doring Cowart flew out of the ring and appeared next to Linley. Grandpa Doring. Seeing Doring Cowart, Linley felt himself calm down. In the magical aptitude test, the elemental essence affinity test is secondary. The spiritual essence test is the main one. After half a year of meditation, your spiritual essence should be 16 or 17 times that of most people your age. Doring Cowart chuckled at Linley. For you, this test will be extremely easy. In a short period of time, the youth in the middle of the magical formation could no longer hold on. Spiritual essence, 2 times stronger than the average person of the same age. Not qualified to become a magus. The bald elder coldly announced as the magical formation deactivated, and the youngster quietly departed. A burst of noise from nearby. "Silence," the bald elder coldly said, and immediately a large group of nobles no longer dared to speak. Next. Doring Cowart watched with interest from the side. One after another youngster was tested. Of the first 10, none met the requirements. Right now, there was a young lady in the magical formation, who had been able to hold out for longer than any of the 10 before her. HRM? The bald elder's eyes shone, and he immediately increased the power of the magical formation. After a long period of time, the young lady finally dropped down to one knee. The bald elder nodded in a satisfied manner. A hint of a smile on his face, he said, "Spiritual essence, 8 times stronger than most people your age. The minimum qualifications for becoming a magus have been met. You also possess average elemental essence affinity. You can become a magus." The judgment of the bald elder had just determined the fate of this young woman. Oh, how wonderful! The first person to shout with joy was not the young woman. Rather, it was the young woman's father, a bald, middle-aged, gentlemanly-looking person. "Quiet!" the bald elder snapped in a cold, unhappy voice. Immediately, the ushers came and escorted the girl and her father to where the line of Magus Academy's recruiters Saturday. Many envious eyes were cast towards the young woman. As time went on, the people in the main hall grew more and more numerous. The magical testing event would go on for 7 days, so most people didn't see the urge to come right away at the beginning. When Linley's turn came, the line of test takers had already stretched out the main doors of the cathedral. Next, the bald elder said again. Linley calmly walked into the center, with Doring Cowart remaining by his side. In Doring Cowart's eyes, only a saint-level combatant could, just barely, detect his presence. These ordinary magi definitely couldn't detect him. Linley placed his right hand on the crystal ball. Instantly, the crystal ball suddenly burst forth with light, as though it were the sun. Earthen rays of light intersected with green rays of light, and there were even some thin lines of red spaced in between. That eye-piercing brightness forced even the people nearby to squint their eyes. Seeing the sunlight brightness emanating forth from the crystal globe, everyone in the great hall was stunned. The bald elder quivered as he stared at the piece of paper in his hands. It was written clearly on top that Linley was 8 years old. Age, 8. Elemental essence affinities, earth and wind, affinity level of exceptional for both. Fire affinity, average. That bald elder felt his heart thumping wildly. Most magi had average elemental essence affinity. Even high elemental essence affinities were quite rare, and as for exceptional affinity was ridiculously rare. By way of explaining, an ordinary magus might take 10 hours to produce a certain amount of mage force, but Linley would only require a single hour to get the same result. Oh! The entire hall was shocked. Not only was the kid's elemental essence affinity of the exceptional level, it was for 2 different elements. This was simply too terrifying. Exceptional affinity for the wind element? The nearby Doring Cowart was shocked. Whoa, I have affinity for the wind style as well? Linley was stunned. He couldn't help but turn to look at Doring Cowart. Doring Cowart squeezed out a smile. Linley, I did tell you early on that I could only test for the Earth Elemental Essence affinity. Right. When you absorbed natural elemental essence, did you never sense any wind essence? Wind elemental essence? Linley was stunned. The first time you taught me to process elemental essence, you told me to not be distracted, so although I did notice some green-colored specks of light around me, I didn't pay any attention to them. But later on, when I began to absorb Earth elemental essence, I would be surrounded by Earth essence and the green specks would no longer appear. Doring Cowart now understood. When training Mage Force, especially dual-element Mage Force, if one only focused on training one element such as Earth, all the nearby Earth elemental essence would be drawn near while all other essences, including wind, were pushed aside. Afterwards, whenever I trained, I only sensed Earth elemental essence nearby. I didn't think about those green specks of light. Linley was feeling extremely happy as well. Because he knew how powerful a dual-element Magus was, far more powerful than a single-element Magus. After the Elemental Essence Affinity Test, the Spiritual Essence Test. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 9, The Magical Aptitude Test, Part 2. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 9, The Magical Aptitude Test, Part 2. Remember, when engaging in the Spiritual Essence Test, you must hold strong. Resist for as long as you can. Doring Cowart said solemnly. I don't know much about the wind style, so you absolutely must go to a Magus Academy. With such strong elemental essence affinities, it would be an absolute waste for you not to train in the wind style. Linley understood this as well. Please enter the magical formation. The bald elder actually used the word please in addressing Linley. Even the nearby nobles began to look at Linley with a new light in their eyes. For a person to have exceptional elemental affinity meant that they could generate Mage Force in an extremely short period of time. The rest of the time could be spent on cultivating spiritual energy. His future prospects would therefore be unlimited. Linley stepped into the magical formation. The magical formation immediately glowed with a white aura, and then a sense of pressure immediately flooded into Linley's spirit. Lightstyle elemental magic, overawe. How weak. Compared to the overawing presence of the black dragon from half a year ago, it simply isn't even close to being on the same level. Linley was relaxed enough to even think about that. As time went on, the aura of the magical formation grew stronger and stronger, and the overawing presence grew stronger and stronger as well. Everyone in the Great Hall held their breaths, as everyone watching knew very clearly that in the future, this plainly dressed youngster would definitely become a powerful Magus. Does anyone know that youngster? What clan does he belong to? The nobles in front were all whispering to each other. If they had made friends with this youngster of amazing potential, they would have acquired, in the future, an extremely formidable ally. His name is Linley? Some of the Magus Academy recruiters learned his name from the test administrators. The entire group of Magus Academy recruiters, who had previously been sitting there, smiling, all ran over en masse to watch. Which Magus Academy would not want to recruit a genius such as this? Standing alone in the magical formation, Linley continued to resist the overawing presence. Linley was breathing heavily, and at the moment, his entire mind felt hazy. That powerful spiritual pressure was pressing down on him like a mountain, and the strength of the pressure was continuing to rise. But Linley was continuing to persevere. The longer I can hold on, the better an academy I can enter. Linley gritted his teeth. And then, when the pressure had reached a certain height, Linley finally could no longer resist. He dropped to one knee, his hands clenching into fists on the floor. Everyone's gaze turned to the bald elder. His face suffused with happy red glow, the bald elder announced in a clear voice, spiritual essence, 18 times that of his peers, high level. High spiritual essence, exceptional elemental affinity. At this point in time, all of the Magus recruiters charged forth. Hello, Linley. I come from the Landa Magus Academy. Our Lander Magus Academy sincerely would like to admit you into our school. As long as you enroll with us, your entire tuition will be free, and every year we will even provide you with 1,000 gold coins for living expenses. We will also invite an especially skilled Magus teacher to personally train you. Linley, I come from the Whelan Magus Academy. Seeing the swarm of people around him and how warmly they were treating him, Linley was stunned for a long moment, while in his heart, he sighed with amazement. In the blink of an eye, so many recruiters had learned his name. This was really too amazing. Hey, everyone, please return to your seats. We need to continue the test. the bald elder said in a kind voice. He could be arrogant towards those common folk, but he had to be courteous to the representatives of mighty Magus academies. Linley, our Ernst Institute would sincerely like to invite you to become one of our students. From far away, another voice sounded out, and when it did, the entire hall went silent. Even the bald elder stopped speaking. Linley turned around. A white-robed middle-aged man walked over. Smiling, he said, exceptional elemental affinity, high spiritual essence, and dual element. Linley, our Ernst Institute would very much welcome you to join us. I don't know if you would be willing to enter our Ernst Institute? Hillman, nearby, had been staring in stunned silence. He immediately ran over next to Linley, so excited that his hands were quivering. The Ernst Institute? Enter the Yulan continent's #1 Magus Academy, the Ernst Institute? What did that represent? That represented that immediately upon graduation, even if he was just an average student, he could easily become an earl in any of the nearby kingdoms. If he was a superior student, even the 4 great empires would sincerely welcome him to join them. Across the entire massive Yulan continent, each year the Ernst Institute only enrolled a scant 100 students. 100 students a year. What did this mean? Every single student who enrolled into the Ernst Institute could be described as a genius. Linley, agree to him. Hillman excitedly said. Linley also felt extremely excited, but his head was extremely clear, and he also looked very calm on the outside. Linley knew very well that upon becoming a member of the Ernst Institute, and with the guidance of Doring Cowart, in just a few decades, it would not be too difficult to become a magus of the 7th or 8th ranks. His clan would once again flourish. Sir, it would be my honor to enroll within the Ernst Institute. Linley said courteously. Surprised at Linley's equanimity, the white-robed man still smiled. Linley, I will inform the Institute of your biographical details. When the time comes, just bring your proof of identity to the Institute and take a second, correlating test. Then, you will become an official student of our Institute. It was pointless to try and get someone else to take the test for you, because each school would do a backup test as well. Each academic year is divided into 2 semesters, with the first semester beginning in February 9th. As long as you arrive by February 9th, you will be fine. This is your proof of identity. It can also be considered your proof of admission. The white-robed man withdrew a sealed red envelope from within his sleeves. In fact, immediately upon knowing Linley's test results, he had recorded Linley's details into the paperwork in the envelope. Because the white-robed man believed without a doubt, no one would refuse an offer from the Ernst Institute. Thank you. Linley accepted the envelope. Linley didn't look too excited on the outside, but Hillman was uncontrollably excited. A student at the Ernst Institute. Who amongst them were not venerated? Linley's future accomplishments could already be predicted. Uncle Hillman, let's go. Linley placed the red envelope into his clothes, and then left the main hall with Hillman. Despite being packed, everyone in the main hall, from the commoners to the nobles, all discreetly made way for him to move through. Even those nobles who had previously scorned Linley as a country bumpkin were all now smiling at him in a friendly manner. Their attitudes were amazingly good. This was a simple demonstration of the status which an Ernst Institute student held. Watched by a crowd of nobles, commoners, and church officials, Linley and Hillman departed the cathedral. Squeawalk. After exiting the cathedral, the little shadow mouse shouted out, sensing Linley's excitement. Only now did Linley let the excitement he felt show on his face. His hands suddenly clenching into fists, his eyes shone with energy. Turning to look at Hillman, he rapidly said, Uncle Hillman, let's go back. Back to Wushan Township. I've gotta let my father know the news. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 10, The Secret Dragonblood Training Tome, Part 1. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 10, The Secret Dragonblood Training Tome, Part 1. Wushan Township. The Baruch Clan Manor. Hogg had just finished lunch not too long ago, and was currently sitting down, relaxed, on a sofa, while leisurely reading a book. 2 shadowy blurs suddenly entered the manor. It was Linley and Hillman, who had rushed the entire way back from Funlai City. At the moment, both their faces contained uncontrollable excitement, and Linley began to shout from far away, Father, I've returned. Lord Hogg. Hillman was very excited as well. Hogg raised his head. Seeing the wild excitement on the faces of Linley and Hillman, he had a positive premonition. He immediately stood up. Staring at Linley and Hillman, his voice quavered as he said, How did the Magus assessment test go? The Baruch clan had been in a downward spiral for too long. This ancient clan needed a mighty personage to restore it to its former glories. Lord Hogg, the Ernst Institute. It's the Ernst Institute. Linley was accepted by the Ernst Institute, Hillman said excitedly. Hogg seemed to have turned into a statue. At the moment, Hogg felt as though his brain had suddenly been deprived of oxygen, as everything went blank for a moment. Ernst, Lord? Lord? Hillman called out twice. Hogg, slowly regaining his mental faculties, suddenly walked towards Linley and Hillman. In a disbelieving tone, he said, Ernst, did you just say, Ernst Institute? Right now, Hogg's eyes were bulging and round. Father, here's the acceptance letter from the Ernst Institute. Linley directly handed the admissions envelope to his father. Hogg was stunned for a moment, then quickly accepted the red envelope and removed the letter from within it. He carefully scanned the letter. Several names in bright red particularly stood out, Ernst Institute, Linley. Ha 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 ha. Elders of the Baruch clan, there is hope for our clan again. Hogg suddenly lifted his head to the sky and laughed wildly, so hard that his entire body was trembling, so hard that tears began to flow. There is hope for our Baruch clan again. That wild laughter and those coursing tears absolutely stunned Linley. Father, Linley said in a soft voice, as though afraid to disturb his father. Linley had never seen his father act so wildly before, and his father's tears made Linley's heart quaver as well. Housekeeper Harry came over as well. He was also stunned by Hogg's reaction. Harry had no idea what had just happened. Hogg took a deep breath, then looked at Linley, his eyes filled with boundless excitement. Good, good. Hillman, Uncle Harry. Hogg looked at the two of them. Tonight, I am going to host a banquet. Quick, make the arrangements. Tonight, I am very happy, extremely happy. To have such a son, even if I die, I will be able to proudly face the elders of the Baruch clan. Yes, Lord Hogg, Hillman and Harry responded. Squeak squeak. Suddenly, the little shadow mouse BB scurried out from within Linley's clothes. He hopped onto Linley's shoulders to stare at Hogg, his little eyes filled with anger. Mentally sensing the little shadow mouse emotions, Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. As it turned out, the little shadow mouse had fallen asleep next to Linley's chest, but Hogg's explosive laughter startled him awake. An infant shadow mouse spent a great deal of time napping, and hated being awakened. At this moment, naturally he was extremely furious. Shadow mouse. A magical beast, shadow mouse? Upon seeing the little shadow mouse with Linley, Hogg's facial expressions changed dramatically. Father. Linley was afraid that his father would strike, so he hurriedly said, The little shadow mouse and I have already entered a soul-binding pact. Hogg seemed to have been thunderstruck. He stared dumbly for a long moment. You subdued and tamed this magical beast shadow mouse? The two ways to tame a magical beast were 1, subduing it by force, and 2, setting up a soul-binding magic formation. Hogg naturally knew very well that Linley's physical strength was very weak. And even the weakest shadow mouse was of the 3rd rank of power. And in addition, there was no way for Linley to set up a soul-binding magical formation, so that couldn't have happened at all. Yes, father, I've tamed him. Linley said seriously. Hogg only felt that his own son seemed to have dramatically changed, totally changed. Lord Hogg, Linley really did tame this shadow mouse. I personally witnessed it. This little shadow mouse is also the reason why in recent days, Linley has often caught wild animals to feed to the adorable pet he had behind the back courtyard. Hillman explained. He was feeding this pet? Hogg thought for a moment, then stared at Linley disbelievingly. Magical beast shadow mouse. This is the cute animal you told me you were feeding in the back courtyard? Linley nodded honestly. Hogg didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. The cute pet was actually a magical beast? Although he had many questions about how Linley might have entered a soul-binding pact with the little shadow mouse, Hogg didn't worry too much about it. Right now, he was in a wonderful mood. Fine, enough of that topic. Uncle Harry, Hillman, lead the guards to make the arrangements right away. Tonight, I am going to host a magnificent banquet. Hogg laughed loudly. Right now, his laughter was extremely full and carefree. Linley stared at his father. From as far back as he could remember, he had never seen his father so happy. That very night. It was extremely noisy inside the Baruch clan manor. Even the 10+ bodyguards and their families had all been invited. There were 5 full tables placed in the main courtyard of the manor, and the entire Baruch manor was filled with laughter and joy. Yummy, yummy. Little Wharton first grabbed this, then grabbed that, eating excitedly. Young Master Linley, congratulations on being admitted to the Ernst Institute. In the future, young Master Linley will no doubt become a mighty, powerful magus. A clan guard laughed as he toasted Linley politely. During this banquet, Linley was the main attraction. Upon hearing that Linley had been admitted to the Ernst Institute, everyone present had become excited. One could easily understand that entering the Ernst Institute meant entering a certain destiny. In the future, Linley definitely would not be constrained by tiny little Wushan Township. Big brother, all of them are toasting you. I want to also. Little Wharton grabbed his juice cup. Seeing Little Wharton's greasy hands, Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. But he still raised his own glass of juice and tapped it against Little Wharton's cup. Come, we're brothers. Linley grinned as he lifted his cup as well. Late night, the Baruch family ancestral hall. Only Linley and his father were present. The door to the ancestral hall was closed, and a row of candles was lit in the entire hall, making it quite warm. At this moment, Hogg was staring at the spirit tablet in the middle of the hall. His voice low, he said, Linley, after the 5th Dragonblood warrior was born, our Baruch clan began to weaken, generation by generation, to the point where even our hereditary, ancestral heirloom was lost. Every time I think of this, I can't help but feel absolutely ashamed. We're supposed to be the noble Dragonblood clan. Linley stood behind him without making a sound. He felt the shame as well. An ancient clan which had lasted 5,000 years. The Dragonblood warrior clan. Linley felt pride in his heart. But their ancestral heirloom had been lost. Linley. Hogg suddenly turned and looked at Linley solemnly. From today forward, I will no longer treat you as a child. I will view you as the sturdiest pillar in the future of our Baruch clan. Our clan's hopes for the future will all rely on you, now. Yes, father. Linley resolutely nodded. Wait a moment. I am going to get something. Hogg suddenly turned and entered a hidden room next to the ancestral hall. Shortly afterwards, he returned with a thick book in hand. Linley, take this and give it a good read. Memorize everything. This is? Linley looked suspiciously at the thick book he had just accepted. There were no words on the cover, but when he opened it, there were 4 big words printed on the first page, Secret Dragonblood Training Tome. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 11, The Secret Dragonblood Training Tome, Part 2. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 11, The Secret Dragonblood Training Tome, Part 2. The Secret Dragonblood Training Method? Linley couldn't help but look strangely at his father. Hogg smiled. Not only is it the Secret Dragonblood Training Method. This tome also discusses many things related to our Baruch clan. The Secret Dragonblood Training Tome is included within, as well as the method to create and control the Dragonblood needles, as well as the history of some of the elders of our clan. Linley carefully flipped through it. Indeed, the tome was divided into 4 sections. The first part was regarding this Secret Dragonblood Training Tome, while the rest were regarding other matters pertaining to the clan. Linley, even if this tome falls into the hands of outsiders, it would be useless to them, as there is simply no way an outsider can train in accordance with the Secret Dragonblood Training Method. As for our family history, so what if someone learns about it? What's more, we have multiple copies of this tome as well. This one is also just a copy. After so many years have passed, the original has long since turned to dust. Hogg laughed as he spoke. Linley immediately laughed as well. Makes sense. Even if someone acquires it, it would be useless. Linley immediately began to more curiously flip through the pages of the tome and read through each section. Secret Dragonblood Training Tome, Chapter 1. If one wants to utilize the Secret Dragonblood Training Method, one must be able to call forth the blood of the Dragonblood warriors flowing through their veins. There are 2 ways of calling forth the Dragonblood. The first method requires the density of the Dragonblood having reached a certain level. But if the density is insufficient, there is still a second method. Reading this, Linley was stunned. Aside from a high density of Dragonblood, there was another method? Why hadn't anyone in the family succeeded in all these years, then? The second method is to take a deep drink of the blood of a living dragon, or of the blood of a dragon that just died a few minutes ago. The longer a dragon has been dead, the lower the chance of awakening the Dragonblood. A deep drink of dragon's blood can activate the inherent Dragonblood flowing in each member of our clan's veins. For the best results, drink the blood of a saint-level dragon. If one only drinks the blood of a dragon of the 9th rank, the chances of activating one's Dragonblood is rather low. Reading through this, Linley was stunned. Our clan elders really were formidable. They actually came up with the idea of drinking the blood of a living dragon in order to utilize the Secret Dragonblood Training Method. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Drink the blood of a living dragon, and a saint level one at that? Linley, your ancestors really were extremely formidable. Doring Coward had appeared by Linley's side and was reading the tome as well. Seeing the introductory paragraphs, he couldn't help but feel shocked as well. Hogg, of course, couldn't discover Doring Coward's existence at all. Hogg laughed bitterly at Linley. Linley, did you see that? Based on our ancestors' method, the dragon blood is lurking hidden within all of our veins. To call it forth, there are just two methods. But the second method requires one to drink the blood of a living dragon. How can that be an easy task? What's more, Linley, flip to the back and take a look. Linley flipped the page. However, this second method of drinking live dragon's blood is extremely risky. Dragon's blood is extremely forceful. When it is rubbed on one's body, it has the effect of improving the quality of one's body, rapidly increasing one's strength. However, it will also cause pain comparable to one's skin being peeled off. And this is just a topical application. If one actually drinks dragon's blood, then one's body will feel as though it is being scorched, to the point where one can actually be burned to death, with veins exploding, causing immediate death. Upon seeing this part, Linley was utterly speechless. Father, who wrote this secret dragon blood training tome? Since it is so dangerous, why did he even include it? Linley didn't know what to say. Hogg said with a solemn face, Linley, the secret dragon blood training tome was written by our founder and first ancestor, the very first dragon blood warrior to appear in the Yulan continent, Baruch. He naturally must have had his own reasons for writing this down. Nonetheless, in our family history, there have been two descendants who drank the blood of a saint-level dragon, and in the end, both of their veins erupted and they died, but there's been people who have actually drank the blood of a saint-level dragon? Linley was somewhat shocked. But actually, it was quite normal. In the past, when the first, second, and third generation of Baruch clan members were all Dragonblood warriors, the clan was in its glorious ascendancy. At that period in time, it wasn't impossible to procure the blood of a saint-level dragon. The events of the past happened too long ago. The real secrets of that era, this book has not revealed. All I know is that because of this, the dragon race sent representatives to engage in discussions with our Baruch clan's clan lord. After this, our descendants no longer attempted this method. Later on, when our family line weakened, even when we wanted to drink dragon's blood, we no longer were able to. Hogg shook his head and sighed. Linley nodded. The arrogance of the dragon race was something discussed in many books. Capturing a live saint-level dragon to engage in bloodletting? How great a humiliation would this be for the dragon race? It was quite lucky for the Baruch clan that the dragon race didn't exterminate them in a fiery rage. However, from this, one can imagine how powerful the Baruch clan was at that time. This can't be right, father. If no one has ever successfully become a dragonblood warrior as a result of drinking dragon's blood, then why did our ancestor write that it is possible to use dragon's blood to refine our own? And even say that the blood of a dragon of the 9th rank would also have some effect? Linley was really puzzled. Hogg was startled. Linley, don't ask too much. Honestly, I only know a little bit about our family history as well. As far as what happened 4,000 years ago, there's no way we can clearly know what happened. Hogg laughed towards Linley. Linley nodded. But in his heart, Linley was still suspicious. If no one in history had ever successfully become a dragonblood warrior by drinking dragon's blood, then why would this method be written down in the secret dragonblood training tome? Linley, it's getting late. You should go back and get some rest. Hogg laughed. Linley nodded. Night. Linley had returned to his own bedroom and was reading the tome, but his heart was still full of questions. Grandpa Doring, what do you think? If no one has ever succeeded using this method, how could it have been discovered? Linley simply couldn't understand the logic. Doring Cowart was so old that he had become as crafty as a fox. Stroking his white beard, he said in a self-satisfied manner, Linley, the answer is simple. Based on what I know, the dragon race is extremely proud, and also extremely large and powerful. I wager that drinking the blood of a live dragon is probably an effective method, but your clan came under tremendous pressure from the dragon clan, and therefore altered the contents of this book. Linley immediately understood. This was very possible. Under pressure from the dragon race, the dragonblood warriors of the Baruch clan were undoubtedly forced to stop catching live dragons for bloodletting. But of course, that's just my conjecture. Doring Cowart said placidly. And Linley, based on what I know, drinking the blood of a live dragon is not necessarily a road to death. As long as you combine it with some blue heart grass, the negative effects of dragon's blood will be negated. But I bet there's very few people nowadays who know the secret. Linley was stunned. And then, he was wildly overjoyed. Grandpa Doring, are you saying that fresh dragon's blood, when mixed with blueheart grass, is safe to drink? Doring Coward confidently nodded. Of course. In the past, in the Powan Empire, when a princess acquired a serious disease, in the end, the only method of curing her was a medicine that included a mixture of fresh dragon's blood and blueheart grass. As a matter of fact, I was the one who personally caught a saint-level dragon. I remember the master physician who provided the prescription saying that everything in this world has its equal and opposite. For every single ingredient, there was another that would match with it. In that era, the only person who knew how to mix fresh dragon's blood with blueheart grass was that old physician. Since 6,000 years have gone by, no doubt no one knows it any longer. Doring Coward said calmly. Linley nodded. Fresh dragon's blood and blueheart grass, Linley's eyes shone with excitement. In the future, when I am powerful enough and become a magus of the 9th rank or even higher, I will use fresh dragon's blood and blueheart grass to let little Wharton become a dragonblood warrior. Linley even hoped that, if he had the chance, he himself would use this recipe. If he could become both a saint-level magus and a dragonblood warrior, but of course, that was just a dream. To even be able to catch a saint-level dragon was a distant, untouchable dream. The road ahead is still long. Time to sleep, time to sleep. I need to train tomorrow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2, Chapter 12, Instructions. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 12, Instructions. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, months had passed. Many new trees had begun to sprout on Wushan Township, filling the area with a feeling of spring. Beneath a pine tree, Linley was seated cross-legged in a meditative trance, generating mage force. After having entered the meditative trance, Linley could clearly sense large amounts of earthen specks of light and green specks of light. These countless specks of lights continuously swirled into his body, and through his limbs and his bones, were purified and stored within the central dantian in his chest. Within his central dantian, there was a smoky earthen mist intermingled with a smoky green mist. The earthen mist was his earth element mage force, while the green mist was his wind element mage force. Phew! Slowly releasing a breath, Linley exited his meditative trance. Doring Coward, wearing a moonwhite robe, was seated cross-legged next to him, a smile on his face as he enjoyed the surrounding scenery. Seeing Linley awaken, he laughed. Linley, tomorrow you are heading to the Ernst Institute, yet you are still hard at work today? Linley's lips curved up in a smile. Grandpa Doring, I believe you were the one who said that strong combatants must work hard every single day, and not relax for even an instant. Only long-term training will produce astonishing power. Little punk, so now you are going to give me instructions? Doring Coward laughed while grumbling. Hee, Linley chortled. Whoosh! A black shadow from far away came flashing towards them, appearing on Linley's shoulders in the blink of an eye. It was the shadow mouse, BB. Young BB leaned towards Linley, making a chewing motion with his mouth, while pointing at a nearby dead hare. Just from the look on BB's face, Linley knew what was up. You want me to cook it? Linley laughed as he spoke. BB nodded repeatedly. Linley! The nearby Doring Coward mentally spoke to him. This little shadow mouse is really quite strange. It's been months, but judging from his size, it's almost as though he hasn't grown at all. For an infant shadow mouse, the early childhood growth rate should be quite noticeable. I have no idea either. Linley shook his head. Although Shadow Mouse BB did not increase in size, his speed was improving quite remarkably. It really is bizarre. Doring Coward looked at BB. Right now, BB didn't have any idea that a spirit was mentally weighing him. It's getting late. I'll need to start warrior training soon. Linley stood up and grabbed the dead hare as he began heading down the mountain. Doring Coward flew by his side, unhappily saying, Linley, in the future, you will be a magus. Why are you still engaging in warrior training? Linley laughed. Grandpa Doring, I've discovered that warrior training can increase my endurance, and with increased endurance, my spiritual essence can increase as well. I know that, of course. Doring Coward said, dissatisfied. But how could those basic training methods compare to the meditative trance in terms of how fast one's spiritual essence increases? Linley shut his mouth and no longer spoke. While it was true that fighter training allowed one to improve one's spiritual essence, that wasn't the real reason. The real reason that Linley continued his fighter training was this. In the future, if I have the chance to drink fresh dragon's blood, I will be able to practice according to the secret Dragonblood training tome. I have to keep up my physical training. The body is like a vessel, while battle chi is like wine. The body is extremely important. The earlier I begin building my fundamentals, the faster my improvement will be when I study the secret Dragonblood training tome in the future. Actually, based on Linley's affinity for elemental essences, each day, he didn't have to spend too much time or effort to gather and generate mage force. Most of his time was spent in the meditative trance, training his spiritual essence. But spending significant amounts of time training spiritual essence was exhausting. Warrior training served as a form of rest and alternative exercise. The next morning, all of the commoners of Wushan Township gathered on the main road in town, all for the purpose of sending off Linley. It was definitely an incredibly glorious thing for Wushan Township to be able to produce a magus who would attend the Ernst Institute. Each year, the Ernst Institute only accepted 100 students from across the entire Yulan continent. At the moment, Linley was still within the Baruch clan manor, while Hillman and the others were all outside. The only people within the manor were Hogg, Linley, Little Wharton, and housekeeper Harry. Linley, today you are going to go to the Ernst Institute and formally become an Ernst Institute student. When you graduate from the Ernst Institute, you will be a powerful magus. Before you depart, as your father, I want to say to you, on this last day, Hogg had a belly full of things he wanted to speak to Linley. But after pausing for a long time, Hogg only said a few simple sentences. Linley, remember the ardent desire that the elders of the Baruch clan have held for centuries, and remember the humiliation of the Baruch clan. Hogg's face was turning slightly green. When you graduate, you will be at least a magus of the 6th rank. If you work hard and train hard, it won't be too hard to become a magus of the 7th rank. And in addition, you are a dual-element magus. A dual-element magus of the 7th rank would definitely be a major force in the kingdom of Funlai. In the future, you will definitely be capable of retrieving our clan's ancestral heirloom. If you do not, even if I die, I will not forgive you. Hogg fixed a deathly stare on Linley. Even if I die, I will not forgive you. These words made Linley's heart tremble. These were the instructions his father gave to him upon their parting. Father, don't worry. So long as I live, I will ensure that the ancestral heirloom of our Baruch clan is restored to us. I so swear. Linley promised, meeting his father's steely gaze, his own eyes filled with resolve as well. Hogg's eyes began to shine, and he patted Linley on the shoulder with a mighty clap. I believe in you, son. On the road headed east of Wushan Township, Linley turned his head, saw the hundreds of familiar faces which had come to send him off, with his father, Hogg, and his younger brother Wharton standing in the lead. Big brother, bye-bye. Little Wharton waved mightily. Seeing his father and his younger brother, Linley also waved, his eyes turning red. Father. Wharton. Linley's heart was filled with longing. Ever since he was born, Linley had never left home for an extended period of time, but this time, he would be gone for extremely long. At this moment, the little shadow mouse, Bibi, was obediently perched on Linley's shoulders, not making a sound, as if he sensed Linley's thoughts. The nearby Doring coward, in spirit form, also looked encouragingly at Linley. Linley, let's go. Hillman said. Hillman was escorting Linley to the institute, acting as his bodyguard in the event they met with any bandits. Linley unwillingly took one last glance at his family, and then finally forced himself to turn away and begin traveling in the direction of the Ernst Institute. Farewell, my family. Farewell, my home. Yulan calendar, year 9991. The 9-year-old Linley, accompanied by the young shadow mouse, Bibi, and the Baruch clan's guard captain, Hillman, departed from Wushan Township. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 13, A Congregation of Talents. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 13, A Congregation of Talents. Ernst Institute. The finest magus academy in the entire Yulan continent. The Ernst Institute was located in a rustic area approximately 20 kilometers south of the holy capital of Funlai City. The Ernst Institute was founded and financially supported by the Radiant Church. Naturally, it was wealthy and knew how to throw around money. They took up a very large space, with a circumference of 10 kilometers. Such a huge academy was nearly the size of a city. Outside of the Ernst Institute, few visible signs of human presence could be seen, just an empty mountain range. Restaurants, clothing stores, bars, and other sorts of service industries were all located on the campus itself. It could be said that the students of the Ernst Institute spent their entire lives within the campus. What an imposing style. Linley stood at the gateway to the Ernst Institute. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The main gate of the Ernst Institute was fully 50 meters wide. Above the great gate was an enormous, crescent moon-shaped construct, covered with all sorts of magical scripts which one could tell at a glance were amazingly complicated. Just from seeing how complicated the scripts were, one could imagine how powerful and mighty the magical formation protecting the Ernst Institute was. Right now, the main gate of the Ernst Institute was a very lively place. There was a row of academic staff, and a single youth who had brought his admission letter and his proof of identity and had begun to be processed for intake. Linley immediately grabbed his own documents and headed in for processing as well. School officially starts February 9th. Today is February 8th. Based on the notification, students must arrive before February 9th. Since the young man in front of me is also just arriving today, no doubt he also lives rather close to the institute. Linley thought to himself. The young man in front of Linley could actually be more precisely be described as a child. He was half a head shorter than Linley, and there was an old man by his side. Hi there. I'm from the O'Brien Empire, and my name is Reynolds, Lenoir. The student being processed for intake in front of Linley suddenly turned his head and warmly greeted Linley. Hearing that he came from the O'Brien Empire, Linley was startled. The O'Brien Empire? The O'Brien Empire, one of the 4 great empires, was located to the east of the mountain range of magical beasts, while the Ernst Institute was located west of it. In order to reach the Ernst Institute, one had to circle around the entire mountain range of magical beasts from the north or the south. After all, aside from combatants of the 9th rank or saint-level combatants, no one dared to directly cross that mountain range. The mountain range of magical beasts was over 10,000 kilometers long. For someone to come from the O'Brien Empire, the entire trip would have consisted of at least 20,000 kilometers worth of travel. If they came from the eastern part of the empire, the journey would have been even longer. It probably would have taken about a year or so to travel 20,000 kilometers. My name is Linley. I'm from Funlai Kingdom. Linley courteously said to the boy called Reynolds. Reynolds blinked and sighed emotionally. Funlai Kingdom? Then you had it nice and cushy. It took me a full year just to get to Funlai Kingdom from my home. It didn't take you too much time. Right. From my home to here, I traveled for about half a day. Linley honestly replied. Whoa, the expression on Reynolds' face was priceless. One of them traveled for over a year. The other, for just half a day. Students, hurry up. One of the test administrators nearby urged. One of the intake processes for new students was to retake the Magus test. After all, the Ernst Institute was afraid that someone might steal an admissions letter and falsely enroll. Coming. Reynolds went to take the test. Upon seeing the results, Linley couldn't help but feel shocked. This boy named Reynolds had high elemental essence affinity, and as for his spiritual essence. Reynolds, 8 years old. Spiritual essence, 32 times higher than students his own age. Exceptional level. Hearing these numbers, Linley's eyes briefly bulged. But the test administrator seemed to be very calm, and not the least bit surprised. Linley, what is it? Amazed just by this? Reynolds said dismissively. This is the Ernst Institute. Each year, they accept only 100 students from across the entire Yulan continent. Which one of them is not an amazing talent? My results can only be considered average, across the student base. But the Ernst Institute does show some favoritism to the Holy Union. They accept 50 students from the Holy Union, and only 50 more total from the other 4 great empires. It is so unfair. Reynolds sighed. Linley chuckled when he heard this. The Ernst Institute was founded by the Radiant Church. Of course it would show favoritism towards the Holy Union. My turn. Linley ran towards the test giver as well. Reynolds wrinkled his little nose. This fellow called Linley is from the Holy Union. He no doubt had a much easier time being accepted than me. I bet he isn't as talented as I am. Reynolds was extremely confident. But when the test administrator reported Linley's results, Reynolds was shocked. High spiritual essence, exceptional elemental essence affinity? And dual element affinity for earth and wind? Reynolds was totally speechless. Exceptional elemental essence affinity was already extremely rare, but Linley was not only dual element, but had exceptional affinity for both the wind and the earth elemental essences. This was a true talent, one rather more formidable than even himself. After all, dual element magi were extremely powerful. Reynolds, don't just stand there looking silly. Let's go. Linley laughed. Oh. Reynolds was a year younger than Linley, but judging from appearances, seemed 3 years younger. Linley and Reynolds accepted their Ernst Institute student IDs, then acquired their residence keys. At the Ernst Institute, all students, regardless of wealth and economic background, had to live together. Tuition fees and residence fees were totally waived. However, hey, you have to pay tuition? When Linley saw the old man accompanying Reynolds pull out the tuition money, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Hillman, besides Linley, laughed. Linley, the tuition waiver and rent waiver provided by the Ernst Institute is only for members of the Holy Union. All others have to pay an extremely high fee. Reynolds nodded also. The old man next to him smiled at Linley. That's right. This isn't just the rule for the Ernst Institute, the #1 warrior academy in the Yulan continent, the O'Brien Academy, does the same. They provide a full tuition waiver for their own Empire students, but charge an astronomical fee for students coming from other places. Linley wasn't stupid. He immediately understood. Linley, my young master has the same residence key as you. The two of you should be living in the same residence. I hope that in the future, the two of you can help each other out. The old man said. Reynolds said unhappily, Okay, Grandpa Lumu, you can go back now. I've already arrived at the Ernst Institute. Uncle Hillman, you can go back as well. I can take care of myself. Linley smiled as he spoke to Hillman, and Hillman nodded back, satisfied. Linley, then I'll go back now. Work hard. Hillman encouraged. Linley smiled and nodded. Linley, let's go. Reynolds warmly grabbed Linley by the hand, and began to run into the institute. Farewell, Uncle Hillman. Hillman and the old man both watched the children enter the institute. Only after a long time did they depart. After saying his farewells to Uncle Hillman, Linley and Reynolds entered the Ernst Institute together. The Ernst Institute was filled with shady groves, lakes, stone bridges, ancient buildings, and ancient aura permeated the entire place. Just from the size of the giant trees, which 7 people would have to surround in order to hold hands, one could imagine how old the place was. It really is something. It isn't nearly as gaudy as some of the newer institutes. This is what is known as sophistication. Reynolds' curious eyes took in their surroundings while he spoke. Within the Ernst Institute, as a one-time event, there were many instructional signs telling students where each location was. Clearly, this was intended to help assist the new students. Linley, let's go find our dorm. Reynolds, pulling Linley's hand, began hurrying in the direction of the dormitories. Dorm number 1987. Linley and Reynolds had completed their intake processes at the same time, one after another. Most dorms held 4 students. When Linley and Reynolds arrived at the dormitory area, they couldn't help but sigh in amazement. At first glance, there appeared to be thousands of standalone dormitories. Amongst the thousands of dormitories, there were even a few 2-story apartment-style dorms. 1987, Linley and Reynolds inspected the dorm numbers, running south non-stop. The dorm area was numbered very logically, beginning from 0001, with each row housing 100 individual dorms. When Linley arrived at row 20, he saw dorm 1901. And then, as they continued running east, Reynolds began to pant for breath, until finally, they arrived at dorm 1987. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 14, The Brothers of Dorm 1987, Part 1. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 14, The Brothers of Dorm 1987, Part 1. Phew, I'm exhausted. Linley, how come you are in such good shape? Reynolds was panting for breath, but Linley didn't feel anything. What, you are tired already? Linley started to laugh. How short a distance had they just run? He didn't even feel too tired after running from Wushan Township to the Ernst Institute. Hey, just put it down there. Right. Put the box down there. Put it down carefully. If you break it, there's no way you can afford to compensate for it. From within dorm 1987, the clear voice of another youth could be heard. Linley and Reynolds glanced at each other, then entered curiously. Immediately upon entering, they saw several muscular men busily moving things about. A gaudily dressed youth was standing in the center of the room, directing their moves. Immediately upon seeing Linley and Reynolds, the young man's eyes brightened, and he excitedly ran over. Ha, you guys are my dorm mates, right? I've waited so long for you guys. Up till now, it's just been me here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yilu, and I suppose I just barely qualify as a member of the Holy Union. What do you mean, you just barely qualify as a member of the Holy Union? Reynolds mumbled, and then said, My name is Reynolds. I'm from the O'Brien Empire. My name is Linley. I'm from the Holy Union's Kingdom of Finlai. Linley smiled as well. As long-term dormmates, in the future, they would be together for a long period of time. Oh, Reynolds, Linley, I am so happy to see you fellows. Hey, where did my exercise equipment go? Yale turned his head and stared at his servants. Exercise equipment? Reynolds blinked at Yale. Yale, what do you have those for? Are you going to be a warrior? Yale wrinkled his nose as he chortled. Although I am a dignified magus, I still need to work out and have a good physique. Otherwise, how will I be able to seduce beautiful women? There's many beautiful women amongst the ranks of the Magi. And the female Magi of the Ernst Institute are not only pretty, they are also very classy. Plus, there's a lot of face to be gained by being able to brag to others that I have an Ernst Institute student as my girlfriend. Reynolds was speechless. Lindley didn't know what to say either. Seeing the exercise equipment, Lindley wanted to go work out, but he didn't expect that these were the tools which Yale planned to use to do bodybuilding to seduce pretty girls. I'm 8 years old. How about you, Yale? Reynolds clearly was very open-minded. Yale was extremely tall. The 9-year-old Lindley was already 1.5 meters tall, but Yale was half a head taller than even Lindley. Me? I'm 10. Haha, but I'm not getting any younger. My elder brother lost his virginity at age 12. I've got to do some advanced preparations as well. Yale's eyes shone. What does losing virginity mean? Reynolds looked questioningly at Yale. Yeah, what's losing virginity? Lindley also looked curiously at Yale. Staring at his two dormmates, Yale became momentarily speechless as well. Besides Lindley, the ghostly form of Doring Cowart was holding his belly as he laughed uproariously. This made Lindley ask him curiously, Grandpa Doring, why are you laughing? Young master, we've arranged everything. An extremely muscular man said respectfully. You can leave now. Go back and tell my father that in the future, if there isn't something urgent, not to bother me. Oh, right. Remember, every year, he can't forget to transfer money into my Magicite card. He should know very well that a magus needs a lot of money for his Magistaff and socketable gems. Yale said loudly and casually. Yes, young master. The man said respectfully. Yale nodded, satisfied, then dismissed the men with a wave of his hand, as though he were a general. Magic crystal card? Reynolds stared at him in amazement. The Magic Crystal card is only offered by the Golden Bank of the Four Empires, which all four of the great empires established together. I heard that the processing fees for requesting a card totals 100 gold coins. Right on. Yale was quite knowledgeable about this. The minimum starting balance for a Magic Crystal card is at least 1,000 gold coins. But I'm afraid that 1,000 coins wouldn't be enough to even sustain a month's worth of expenditures for me. Lindley, upon hearing these words. Rich guy. Lindley sighed to himself. His own father gave him only 100 gold coins each year for living costs. In fact, in Lindley's eyes, 100 gold coins was more than enough. After all, most commoners would only make 20 or 30 gold coins in wages after a year of hard labor. You really are a rich guy. My dad only gives me 200 gold coins a year. Reynolds mumbled. And he even said that he wants me to spend my time focused on studying magic. Just 100 for me, Lindley laughed. But for a simple life, it's enough. Bah, brothers, my money is your money. If you run out, just come find me. In the future, we'll probably be living together for decades. We'll be brothers for decades. Why quibble about yours and mine? Yale was extremely expansive, but just as he finished speaking, Lindley and Reynolds both started. Decades? Lindley stared at Yale in shock. Yale said casually and naturally, Lindley, you can only graduate from the Ernst Institute if you reach the rank of a magus of the 6th rank. For a magus, the higher you progress, the harder it becomes. For most people, it takes a couple decades to become a magus of the 6th rank. Lindley frowned. Decades? He was going to be a fiscal burden to his father for decades? Grandpa Doring, why didn't you tell me this? Doring Cowart's voice rang out in his mind. Lindley, relax. For most people, decades will be needed to reach the 6th rank, yes. Under my tutelage, I can let you become a magus of the 6th rank in just 10 years. 10 years. In 10 years, Lindley would only be 19 years old. Only now did Lindley relax. Is everyone here already? A clear voice rang out, as a child walked into the room. Approximately the same height as Reynolds, this child looked a bit more mature. Hello, everyone. My name is George Xiaoji. I'm 10, and I'm from the Yulan Empire. Yale, Reynolds, and Lindley all gave basic introductions about themselves to the newcomer. The Yulan Empire? Lindley was startled. The Yulan Empire. the most ancient of the empires of the Yulan continent. When the Yulan calendar was first started, 10,000 years ago, the Yulan Empire controlled the entire Yulan continent. And then, as time passed, the Yulan continent began to fall into war, causing the Yulan Empire to fragment as well. By this era, the Yulan Empire had become just one of the four great empires. But despite this, the Yulan Empire was still the most economically powerful of the empires, and it was also filled with magi. The Magus Academy of the Yulan Empire was second only to the Ernst Institute. George, the Magus Academies of the Yulan Empire aren't that bad. Why did you rush all the way here? Yale said in amazement. George smiled. Although the Magus Academies of the Yulan Empire are very good, they are still a bit weaker than the Ernst Institute. If you're going to go to school, you should go to the best. Although the journey was a bit long, it could be considered a form of training as well. George, you are 10? But you look the same as me. Reynolds said to the side. George immediately began to laugh. The 8-year-old Reynolds and the 10-year-old George were of the same height. Both were the shortest in the group. Lindley was half a head taller than them, while Yale was the tallest of them all. Enough of that topic. I just found out from the admissions office that every one of the 100 new students have at least high levels in both elemental affinity and spiritual essence. I even discovered guys who have exceptional levels in both elemental affinity and spiritual essence. What monsters! George seemed to have good inside information. Yale pursed his lips. That's very normal. Which student in the Ernst Institute is weak? Myself, my elemental affinity and spiritual essence are both high level, putting me towards the bottom of the pack of our 100. If it wasn't for the fact that my old man has a special relationship with the Radiant Church, I probably wouldn't even be able to make it in. Lindley couldn't help but stare at Yale in shock. This Yale fellow's dad surely was something quite amazing, to have a special relationship with the Radiant Church. The person in our dorm with the highest natural talent is Lindley. But have you guys heard of the unmatchable talent who is studying at the Ernst Institute? Yale glanced at the other three. Lindley and Reynolds both shook their heads. But George smiled as he nodded. I've heard of him. The number one genius of the Ernst Institute, Dixie, DQ11, a talent that appears once in a century. He is a dual-element magus, and has exceptional levels of elemental affinity and spiritual essence. But his spiritual essence is especially amazing, 62 times that of others his age. Usually, reaching 30 times is considered exceptional level, so his precise level should be super exceptional, but since the highest level is exceptional, that's what he is classified as. Lindley understood. Dual element. Exceptional elemental affinity and spiritual essence. I'm just 10-something times that of other people my age, but that genius has 68 times the spiritual essence of people his age. Lindley sighed in amazement. The Ernst Institute really did have as many talents as there were clouds in the sky. It could also be said to have congregated all of the magical geniuses of the Yulan continent. Here, Lindley could only be considered above average. However, behind Lindley, there was a 5,000-year-old saint-level Grand Magus. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 15, The Brothers of Dorm 1987, Part 2. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 15, The Brothers of Dorm 1987, Part 2. Most of the students of the Ernst Academy would stay at the institute for decades, so usually by the time of graduation, fellow dormmates would be extremely close friends. Although Yale, Reynolds, Lindley and George were all more mature than most others their age, at heart, they were still children. After just chatting for a short period of time, the four of them immediately grew very close. Everyone, let's spend the day getting to know our campus better. Tonight, I'll treat you all to dinner. Ha ha. Yale slapped his chest and said enthusiastically. This guy even has a magic crystal card. If we don't take advantage of him, who else would we take advantage of? Reynolds laughed. George and Lindley were both still children, and they immediately grinned evilly. Squeak squeak. At this moment, the little shadow mouse, BB, suddenly popped his head out from within Lindley's clothes. Having just woken up, the little shadow mouse was feeling lonely, so he popped his head out. Whoa, what's that? Reynolds was so startled he jumped. BB, you woke up? Lindley laughed as he stroked BB's little head. BB closed his eyes in contentment, and then opened his little eyes and peered at Reynolds, Yale, and George. His little nose snorted 3 times, as though he looked down at them. Magical beast, it's a magical beast. I've seen them in books. Yale suddenly shouted. Lindley, you have a magical beast companion? Reynolds and George were also shocked. They were all children. How could one of them make a magical beast submit to them? Bibi is just a baby magical beast. I just gave him some food, which made him like me. So I entered a soul-binding contract with him. Linley laughed. Good heavens, that's a magical beast. Linley, you are really formidable. I've dreamed of having one since I was young. Yale stared at Bibi, his eyes shining. Although I have access to soul-binding formation scrolls, I don't have the ability to force a magical beast to submit to me. Yale said in a depressed voice. You aren't able to subdue a magical beast? Not even an infant? Linley laughed. Yale shook his head. I'm not even a magus of the first rank yet. Based on my strength, maybe I could train a magical beast of the first or second rank, but what would I do with such a weak critter? And the infants of magical beasts of the 7th or 8th ranks are extremely hard to acquire. What's more, the infants of those beasts are more powerful than me, even as babies. Linley agreed with him silently. The little shadow mouse, Bibi, currently was as strong as a magical beast of the 5th rank. He was far stronger than Linley. But having been together with Bibi for half a year, he could tell that Bibi didn't grow larger at all. This was what confused both Linley and Doring Cowart. Linley, this little shadow mouse is named Bibi? Can you have Bibi allow me to cuddle him? Reynolds' gaze was glued to the little shadow mouse. Bibi? Linley immediately asked Bibi through their soul link. No, no way. Bibi could also express some simple intentions to Linley through their soul link. At the same time, Bibi flashed his fangs towards Reynolds. Squeak squeak. He squeaked loudly, clearly very angry. Reynolds couldn't help but pucker his lips in disappointment. Reynolds, I'll tell you a secret. Bibi loves to eat roast meat. If in the future, you can feed him some roast ducks or roast chickens, I believe that he won't be very hostile to you. Linley laughed upon seeing Reynolds' eyes shine. Can do. Reynolds suddenly frowned as he turned to Yale. Yale, if in the future I run out of money, you've got to lend me some. When Grandpa Lamu comes, I'll pay you back. No problem. Yale said magnanimously. I bet everyone hasn't had a chance to get a good look at the campus yet, right? Let's go for a stroll and familiarize ourselves, shall we? George smiled as he spoke. Of the 4 brothers, George was the most amiable and steadiest boy. Reynolds was the most childish one of them. Yale was the playboy type. As for Linley, in the eyes of the other 3 boys, he was the most mysterious. Dual element magus, exceptional affinity, and a magical beast companion. He really was mysterious. The ancient Ernst Institute was filled with countless buildings which were thousands of years old. In front of some of them, there were even introductory placards. The youngest of them 8, the oldest of them 10. The children stared worshipfully at each famous name, especially at the histories of the saint-level combatants, which caused their hearts to beat faster. All of them dreamed of one day becoming a saint-level combatant. But a voice right next to Linley's ear kept on grumbling. Nothing more than some promising latter-day youths. This guy is actually bragging about killing a violet-tattooed black bear? A saint-level combatant who can only kill 9th-level magical beasts and not saint-level magical beasts can only be considered a newbie saint-level. Many famous graduates of the Ernst Institute were bashed by Doring Cowart as not worth mentioning. The 4 brothers of Dorm 1987, along with the little shadow mouse Bibi, strolled about the entire campus, gaining a basic level of familiarization. That very night, the 4 of them went to a lavishly decorated hotel next to the dormitory area and had themselves a feast. But of course, all they drank was juice. The next day, February 9th, school started. There were no classes this day, those would start on February 10th. February 9th was meant to go and listen to the exhortations of school management to work hard. This group of 6 to 12-year-olds filled the auditorium. They didn't know exactly who the people speaking to them were, so many of the children began to daydream. When the ceremony concluded, all of them happily departed. After dinner, the 4 brothers of Dormitory 1987 were all seated on chairs inside the dorm and discussing their classes. It's so easy here. Just 1 class a day. Oh, Linley is dual element, so he has 2. Yale sighed. But the Ernst Institute is really relaxed. If you want to attend class, you can. If you don't want to, you can skip. George calmly smiled. Yale, don't grow complacent. Although there aren't formal requirements for students, every year, there will be an ability test. Only if you advance a rank in power can you advance a grade. If you don't work hard, do you plan to stay here for a century? What's more, the Ernst Institute has a rule that if one does not become a magus of the 6th rank in 60 years, one will be expelled, no exceptions. Reading the various regulations of the institute written on the introductory packet, Linley nodded silently. Although the school had lax supervision, allowing one to not study at all for 60 years, once you reached the end of those 60 years, if you still had not become a magus of the 6th rank, you would be directly expelled. Expelled? Yale stared. If I really were to be expelled, my old man would probably kill me. Expulsion by the Ernst Institute would result in an unbearably humiliating reputation. No one would be willing to shoulder it. After all, to have been accepted meant they were all talented people. Class starts tomorrow. I wonder how the teachers are. If they aren't even as good as my Grandpa Lamu, I'll have come for nothing. Reynolds mumbled. Reynolds, your Grandpa Lamu is a magus? Linley asked, somewhat surprised. Of course. On the long road from the O'Brien Empire to the Ernst Institute, Grandpa Lamu had already begun to teach me magic. Reynolds said proudly. When Linley and the other three were chatting with each other, they all felt very excited. The Earth Element class isn't that important. In terms of understanding the Earth Element, how could any of the teachers at the Ernst Institute compare with Grandpa Doring? The most important class is the Wind Element class. I wonder what wind magic is like. The day had already begun to grow dark, but the sounds of laughter and chatter continued to sound out from the 4 children within dormitory 1987. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 16, Wind-Style Magic. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 16, Wind-Style Magic. For the academic calendar of the Ernst Institute, every month, the first 28 days had classes. Only the last 2 days were free. Earth magic classes were taught from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. in the morning, fire magic was taught from 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. in the afternoon, water magic from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. in the afternoon, wind magic from 4:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. in the afternoon, lightning magic from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. at night, and light magic from 9:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. at night. But since the majority of students were single element, they only had to take 2 hours of classes a day. Linley was dual element, which meant each day he had just 4 hours of classes. But because these classes were on a voluntary basis, if you didn't want to go, no one would force you. The School of Earth Magic was divided into 6 classes, with each class having its own building. New students in first rank Magi attended the first grade class, Magi of the second rank attended the second grade class, Magi of the third rank attended the third grade class, and so on, up until the 6th rank who attended the 6th grade class. Magi of the 6th rank could choose to graduate at any point in time. But naturally, if they elected not to, they could continue to study. February 10th. Within the classroom of first grade classes. The classroom for first grade Earth Magic was extremely large, and was capable of seating hundreds of students. 20 students had already arrived, and Linley selected a seat located relatively in front, sitting down. At 8 a.m., there were around 50 students present. I expect only part of the students present are new. I wonder how long the others have spent here. Linley wondered to himself. After all, for a new student to reach the second rank, usually they would need to train for several years. Greetings, everyone. An amiable, kindly-looking brown-haired middle-aged man stood in front of the class. My name is Wendy, and I will be your instructor in Earth Magic. Today, we have approximately 20 new students. So, same as always, first we are going to have our new students introduce themselves, so that we can all get to know each other. Immediately, one new student after another began to introduce themselves. My name is Gorhan. I come from the Great Grasslands to the Far East. Upon hearing Garan's self-introduction, Linley was shocked. The students here really do come from all over the Yulan continent. There's even someone from the Great Grasslands in the far eastern part of the Yulan continent. In the Great Map of the Yulan continent. The Holy Union and the Dark Alliance were located west of the Yulan continent's mountain range of magical beasts. East of the range were the 4 great empires, but even further east of the empires was a vast grassland, which contained 3 kingdoms of its own. The distance between the Great Grasslands and the Ernst Institute was unbelievably great. A one-way trip alone would take at least 3 years. My name is Linley. I'm from the Holy Union. Linley as well walked to the front of the classroom and gave a basic introduction of himself. After the self-introductions were complete, the Earth-style Magus Wendy began to brag about Earth-style magic's power. Only in the second hour of the class did he actually begin to instruct in Earth-style magic. Linley and the group of students just listened quietly. Next to Linley, Doring Coward appeared as well. This fellow has a very solid foundation. Although he isn't very strong, in terms of teaching Magi of the first rank, not even Magi of the 8th or 9th rank would necessarily be a better teacher. Doring Cowart nodded as he sighed in praise. Linley knew a great deal about Earth-style magic by now, so listening to the lecture was very easy for him. But Grandpa Doring, although his foundation is solid, he isn't able to distill the profound into simple words like you. He seems to make it more complicated. Linley said. Doring Cowart laughed self-confidently. Stroking his white beard, he said, naturally. A saint-level Grand Magus' understanding of magic is far greater than that of a Magus of the 8th or 9th rank. The saint level is a totally new realm of existence. Naturally, my teachings regarding magic are more profound and point more directly to the underlying nature of magic. After listening to this class, Linley made a decision. From today forward, I will only attend the Earth Magic class once a month. Linley didn't want to waste his time. Linley had it all planned out. Every day, he would spend some time outside training in magic. As for the place he would do the training, Linley had already chosen a place, a mountain located right behind the Ernst Institute. Being located near a mountain range, naturally there were many mountains near the institute. For in the afternoon, Linley was intently listening to the teachings being given in the Windstyle magic class. Greetings, everyone, a handsome, yellow-haired youngster said with a smile. I am a 6th grade student, Trey Tele. From today onwards, I will be responsible for teaching you Windstyle magic. I live in dorm 0298, so if you have any questions after class ends, you can come find me there. 6th grade students, being magi of the 6th rank who could apply for graduation at any time, were fully qualified to teach students of the 1st or 2nd grades. Before this, let's all first introduce ourselves. Trey smiled. This was a basic rule to start off every class for the first time. All of the students gave self-introductions. Hey, Linley, have you noticed? There's lots of cute girls amongst the Windstyle students. Check it. That little blonde girl just smiled at you. Doring Cowart, next to Linley, pointed as he spoke. Based on what that little blonde girl just said, her name seems to be Delia. Delia. Such a cute name. Based on my 1,300 years of experience, when this little girl grows up, she'll be a beauty for sure. Linley, smile at her and build a good foundation. That way, in the future, you'll be able to advance the relationship. Right now, Linley was totally ignoring Doring Cowart. Linley was focused on the Windstyle Magus instructor Trey, and closely listening to Trey's teachings. Windstyle Magi are the fastest, most nimble Magi in the world. In addition, we are the only Magi who can fly before reaching the saint level. Trey's words and mannerisms all conveyed the love which he felt towards wind magic. Do you wish to use your own power to fly above the skies? To soar in the air and gaze down upon countless mountains? How wonderful the feeling is, and how many people desire it. The eyes of many of the children who were seated below, listening, began to shine. Fly? Who wouldn't want to? A saint-level Magus can fly, yes, but the Ernst Institute can perhaps produce just one, at most, in a century. But we Magi of the Windstyle can, upon attaining the 5th rank, immediately execute the floating technique. Trey said confidently, and Windstyle Magi are extremely fast. When they execute the supersonic technique, they can dramatically increase their speed. But of course, those are just common techniques. The legendary forbidden technique, Annihilating Tempest, is the most powerful destructive technique of them all. There's also the legendary forbidden technique, Dimensional Edge, which is the most powerful one-on-one attacking technique. Trey's voice was filled with reverence. Many of the youths stared wide-eyed. Humph, how can the Annihilating Tempest be considered the most powerful destructive technique? What about my Earth-style's Heaven Collapses, Earth Shatters and Heavenly Meteor's Descent? Doring Cowart, upon hearing these words, was somewhat unhappy. Grandpa Doring, what is this Dimensional Edge technique? Linley asked. Given that Grandpa Doring had not mentioned the Dimensional Edge spell, Linley believed that perhaps it really was the most powerful one-on-one attacking technique of them all. The Dimensional Edge spell? It can slice through the dimensional walls which separates matter itself. Of course it is powerful. But although it is ridiculously strong in one-on-one combat, it's still only a one-shot spell. How can it compare to our Earth-style's World Protector, which can battle non-stop with the enemy? Doring Cowart was quibbling and equivocating. But Linley could tell. This Dimensional Edge spell clearly possessed a terrifying power. And most likely, it wasn't as simple as Grandpa Doring made it out to be. A one-shot technique? Even a one-shot technique could be enough, if the opponent couldn't dodge. If I can become both a Dragonblood warrior as well as utilize Windstyle magic, then, Linley's heart was moved. And then, he just continued to listen to the class. Linley became more and more intrigued by Windstyle magic. Of the four elements of earth, fire, water and wind, each contained profound mysteries which were as deep as the sea. The ocean of magical knowledge was an endless one. And now, Linley had begun to wade into its depths. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 17, A Learning Period, Part 1. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 17, A Learning Period, Part 1. Spring left and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, Linley had spent half a year at the Ernst Institute. During those days in school, Linley was like a thirsty man of the desert, frantically drinking up the basic fundamentals to magic. With regards to wind-style magic, Linley's knowledge and strength continued to rise as well, and Doreen Cowart would give him pointers every so often as well. Today, the sunlight was bright and beautiful. The four brothers of dorm 1987 had just finished lunch. They were wearing a set of sky blue robes, the school uniform of the institute. Because of constant physical training, Linley appeared all the more mesmerizing, with his elegant form covered by the sky blue robes. This was why quite a few of the young girls in the wind magic class liked to chat with Linley. At this moment, the four brothers were walking while chatting idly. "Right, Linley, today the rest of us are going to attend the new students' fellowship." "Are you going?" George chortled. George loved to participate in student unions and fellowships, and he was excellent in ferreting out news and making new friends. Although he had only been in school for half a year, amongst the first-grade students of the Ernst Institute, George had become a mover and a shaker. "Nope." Linley's answer was succinct and direct. "Ha, I knew Linley definitely wouldn't go." Reynolds laughed loudly. Putting his arm around Linley's shoulders, Yale sighed, "Linley, my man, there's no need to be this diligent when it comes to studying. Based on your talent, if you just expend a bit of effort, in 30 years you can easily become a magus of the 6th rank. Why do you have to work so crazy hard? You should learn to relax and enjoy life. There's a lot of cute girls who will be at the fellowship, you know?" "Right. Really cute girls." Reynolds opened his eyes wide and nodded. Linley could only sigh helplessly. Under the guidance of the Yale, that innocent youngster, Reynolds, had begun to go astray. "Yale, you pervert, stop tugging at me. All right, time for me to go train. Tomorrow is the end of the month, I'll hang out with you guys then." Linley laughed. The last 2 days of each month, Linley let himself take 2 days break. Knowing Linley's temperament, Yale, Reynolds, and George all nodded. Linley immediately walked off, quietly but quickly heading towards the mountains behind the school. There were thousands of students at the Ernst Institute, and there were also many magi who were researching new spells here. There were also many servers. In short, the Ernst Institute was a well-populated place. On the road to the mountains, many students wearing blue gowns could be seen as well. Growl, a low roar sounded. Linley turned aside to look, and his eyes brightened. A magical beast. A flowing mane, slick cyan fur, and 4 thick, forceful limbs. A pair of eyes filled with wildness, viciousness, and a cold fierceness. Those coldly flashing golden claws made onlookers' hearts tremble. The magical beast, Windwolf. A terrifying magical beast that moved as fast as the wind itself. The most terrifying thing one could encounter in a forest of magical beasts was a pack of windwolves. If you encountered them, based on their speed, there was no way you could escape. A handsome, black-haired man was seated atop the windwolf. The young man was staring delightedly around him, seeming to be very proud of having such a fine magical beast. This should be a magical beast of the 5th or 6th rank, Linley decided. At the Ernst Institute, there were indeed quite a few people who had magical beasts. Aside from the magi who had been invited to come to the institute, some 5th and 6th grade students were able to buy soul-binding formation scrolls and had managed to tame some magical beasts to serve as their mounts. It's just a magical beast. Why be so cocky about it? Linley looked somewhat contemptuously at the self-pleased youngster. After departing from the school, Linley entered the mountain in the rear. The mountain behind the Ernst Institute was an extremely wide-ranging one. Long ago, magical beasts used to live in this mountain, but as time went on, all of the magical beasts were exterminated by the magi of the institute. By now, there were only a few normal beasts still living here. Upon entering the mountain, Linley's speed increased dramatically. He naturally began to use the wind-style supersonic spell, turning his entire body as light as a leaf. Like a spirit, he wound his way through the mountains. After running for several kilometers, Linley reached his target destination, an empty area next to some flowing water. Squeak squeak. Bibi chirped at Linley. Linley chuckled and said, "You want to go out and play again? Fine, but don't run off too far." Linley had a lot of faith in Bibi. A year had passed since he had met the little guy, but although Bibi still hadn't grown larger, and was still just 20 centimeters long, his speed had dramatically improved. Magi? Perhaps a warrior of the 8th rank would be able to catch the little shadow mouse, but only a saint-level magus would be able to do the same. Linley knew very well how strong the bodies of most magi were. The little shadow mouse, Bibi, scurried into the mountain forests. "Grandpa Doring, please come out and instruct me," Linley immediately said mentally. A mist flew out, transforming into Doring Cowart. Doring Cowart blinked and glanced at Linley. "Linley, what's going on? In the past, haven't you always ignored this old fellow and entered the meditative trance first? Why are you calling me out now?" "I was having a wonderful nap just now, humph." "You ruined my beautiful dream." Linley quirked his lips. Although Grandpa Doring was a saint-level Grand Magus, after getting to know him, Linley realized that although he looked kindly and amiable on the outside, on the inside, he was a playful scamp. "Grandpa Doring, I feel like I have reached the level of a magus of the 2nd rank. I want you to take a look and see for yourself," Linley finally said. "A magus of the 2nd rank?" Intrigued, Doring Cowart ran some calculations. Right, about a year has passed since you started learning with me. Right, first, perform the introductory spell of Shattered Rocks. Do your absolute best, understood? Shattered Rocks could be considered a spell which scaled. There was a Shattered Rocks spell of the 1st rank, but there was also a saint-level spell for the Shattered Rocks, only, the name for it was called Heavenly Meteor's Descent. Naturally, when the strength of an Earth-style magus increased, his power in using the Shattered Rocks would also increase. "Yes, Grandpa Doring." Linley immediately began to quietly mouth the words to a spell. The words had long since been memorized by Linley to the point where he could recite them without thinking. As the words to the spell continued, Linley could feel his entire spirit enter a special mode. The Earth-style mage force in his chest began to roil about, and natural elemental essence began to gather there as well. Suddenly, the nearby earth began to crack and shatter. 5 skull-sized pieces of rock flew up and began to circle around Linley's head. These 5 rocks were all covered with earthen specks of light, and as Linley's eyes began to shine, he let out a deep shout. The 5 rocks rapidly shot off to a far distance, carrying a gust of wind with them. Smash! The 5 stones covered in earthen light smashed into a thick tree trunk. The tree swayed, but its trunk did not shatter. In the end, the 5 stones still came tumbling down to the ground. "Yeah, not bad." Doring Cowart's eyes lit up. To be able to control 5 stones at once with such impressive speed shows that you do, in fact, have the power of a magus of the 2nd rank. Doring Cowart was very much satisfied with Linley's performance. Linley couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile on his face as well. He had just taken another step towards his goals. Linley would never be able to forget the words his father had said to him when he left. "If you cannot bring it back, even when I die, I won't forgive you." These words had pierced Linley's heart like a sharp knife, and he was constantly reminded of them. Right now, Doring Cowart was chortling happily. "But Linley, you must understand that a magus of the 2nd rank counts for little. Based on our ranking systems, magi of the 1st and 2nd rank are all considered entry-level magi. Magi of the 3rd and 4th ranks are considered mid-level magi, and 5th and 6th ranks are high-level magi. A magus of the 7th rank is called a senior magus, a magus of the 8th rank is a master magus, and a magus of the 9th rank is an archmagus. These ranks of 7 through 9 are the highest. The road you have to travel is a long way." "I know." Linley nodded. "Good. Train hard." Doring Cowart once more entered the coiling dragon ring. Linley collected himself, suppressing his excitement at becoming a magus of the 2nd rank. He once more tranquil sat and entered the meditative trance. The strong became strong one step at a time and through achieving many accomplishments. Approximately 3 kilometers away from Linley. Linley's wind-style magus instructor, the 6th-ranked magus Trey, frowned. The earth magic spell, Shattered Rocks? Based on its power, it should be of the 2nd rank. An entry-level magus has come to the mountain to train? Who is it? Just then, Trey had utilized the Wind Scout spell, and had sensed the earth-style magic which Linley had just cast. Based on the magic vibrations, Trey was able to determine what spell it was. Trey curiously walked in that direction. Based on his prowess as a magus of the 6th rank, his execution of the supersonic spell was far stronger than that of Linley's. Like a passing fog or cloud, Trey easily and tranquilly flowed through the mountain. In the blink of an eye, Trey had reached a spot 200 meters next to Linley. Standing next to a large tree, Trey saw Linley from afar. "It's him?" Naturally, Trey recognized his own student. This kid called Linley never talks in class. Even when experimenting in new spells, others will try them out, but he will just stand and watch from afar, never showing his strength. It seems, this kid called Linley is already a magus of the second rank. I remember him being one of our new students. Didn't expect him to be so talented. Linley already knew how to cast spells, so of course when the instructors told the other students to give it a try, he would just stand and watch. Never participating in any group activities, Linley's secretiveness was acknowledged by everyone who knew him. Looks like I have a genius amongst my students. Looks like this year, I should receive a reward when the first grade student competition commences. A brilliant smile was on Trey's face. As for Linley, right now, being in a meditative trance, he couldn't sense anything more than 100 meters away from him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 18, A Learning Period, Part 2. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 18, A Learning Period, Part 2. A month had passed after Linley had become a magus of the second rank. Within the first grade wind magic classroom, Linley would only go to the earth magic class once every month or so, but he attended every single wind magic class. Today, Linley was seated in his usual spot. Linley, you came. Just as Linley sat down, a very adorable young lady sat down next to him. Seeing the girl, Linley smiled. Delia, you came pretty early. There's still quite some time before the next class starts. Sitting together with a beautiful girl was of course something enjoyable. Naturally, Linley wouldn't push her away. Delia was no ordinary person. Her brother, Dixie, was the #1 genius of the entire Ernst Institute, and described as a talent which would be found once in a century at most. He, too, was a dual-element mage, and his elemental essence affinity was exceptional. But what's more, he was a supreme talent with 68 times the spiritual essence of an ordinary person. As the sister of Dixie, Delia naturally was pretty exceptional as well. It's because I know you always come early. Delia beamed, her eyes crinkling. The two sat together and chatted. Time passed quite quickly, and before they realized it, class had started. Instructor Trey energetically explained in front, and Linley sat beneath him, listening intently. But Delia, every so often, would sneak a peek at Linley. Alright, today's class is over for now. But before class ends, there's something I must inform you all about. Instructor Trey smiled as he spoke. All of the students immediately began to buzz. The older students all know that our Ernst Institute has a tradition. At the last 2 months of every year, a yearly tournament will be held. The yearly tournament is always the most noisy, energetic time at the Ernst Institute. The students who achieve victory in the yearly tournament will likely have a higher chance of being rated superior upon their graduation. When they graduate, most likely they will be invited by the 4 great empires. Instructor Trey laughed. All of the students below immediately began to grow excited. At the Ernst Institute, talents were as common as the clouds. And the #1 problem that all talents shared was that they didn't like to admit inferiority to others. Thus, the yearly tournament had become a way for talents to become famous. Close to 90% of the students would pay attention to the tournament, and everyone with some ability would participate. Naturally, we wind magic practitioners will also do battle. Everyone interested in enrolling, please speak to me. Instructor Trey smiled as he spoke, but his gaze drifted towards Linley. Instructor, I wish to enroll. Many students below immediately began to clamor to enroll. Great. Instructor Trey took out a duck feather quill pen and began to record down names, but after taking down 10 or so names, he realized that Linley was busy chatting with Delia, apparently not interested in enrolling at all. Trey walked over. Linley involuntarily glanced up and immediately called out respectfully, Instructor Trey. The nearby Delia also paid her respects. Trey smiled and nodded. Linley, this yearly tournament is an excellent opportunity to train oneself. I expect all of the elites of the first grade students will attend. Why aren't you enrolling? This is a rare opportunity. I'm not interested. Linley said directly. Instructor Trey couldn't help but start. Linley, you no doubt are unaware that the victors of the tournament will receive some rewards. Instructor Trey said enticingly. Rewards? Linley was in desperate need of money. His clan's economic situation was in such terrible shape. If he could win some money, he wouldn't mind attending the yearly tournament. Right. You should know that most students live in ordinary dorms, those single-unit ones. But the top 3 victors of the tournament are all qualified to live in those 2-story high buildings for a year. That's a proof of status. The rooms are much more comfortable as well. Instructor Trey continued. Lindley understood. There weren't many two-floor dorms, and most of those belonged to powerful magi of the 7th or 8th ranks. From what he was now hearing, the top 3 students in each grade also were allowed to live in them. Housing conditions? Lindley didn't care about it at all. I'm not attending. Lindley still said. Instructor Trey grew somewhat impatient. As a 6th grade student, if one of Trey's students became one of the top 3 in his grade, not only would he be rewarded, he would also gain a lot of face. Young people all cared about face. Instructor Trey leaned in towards Lindley, saying in a low voice, Lindley, are you concerned about revealing your ability? I know that you are a magus of the 2nd rank. Hearing these words, Lindley couldn't help but look up at Trey in surprise. How did Instructor Trey learn about his current level of power? After all, it was hard to judge one's abilities from external appearances. Seeing the expression on Lindley's face, Instructor Trey thought that he had hit the mark. Laughing, he said, Lindley, if you have ability, you shouldn't hide it. Even if you decide not to attend the competition for fear of revealing your ability, I might just decide to expose you myself. Whatever. Still not going. Lindley stood up unhappily, and then politely paid his respects. Farewell, instructor. And then, ignoring the stupefied look on Trey's face, he immediately left. Bah! This kid. After recovering, Trey couldn't help but laugh. The nearby Delia couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle as well. By the time the wind magic class had ended, it was almost 6 at night. The sky was growing dark. Lindley ran back towards his dorm. The brothers of dorm 1987 shared strong affection towards each other, and at night they always ate together. Lindley, you're back. A curly-haired youngster from dorm 1986 said warmly to Lindley. Harry, Holly, have you eaten dinner? Lindley smiled back in response. Lindley was on excellent relations with most of the nearby neighbors. Harry laughed and nodded. Of course I have. Your 3 brothers are all waiting for you inside. Lindley's back. Let's go, everyone, time to eat. Yale's voice sounded out. Clearly, from inside their dorm, Yale had heard Lindley's voice. Yale, Reynolds, and George all walked out and waved to Lindley. The 4 brothers proceeded towards the dining areas. The Ernst Institute contained some luxurious restaurants, but after being persuaded by Lindley, Reynolds, and George, Yale no longer took them to those places. The dishes in the small dining hall were simple and fresh, very pleasing to eat. After ordering some food, the 4 brothers began to chat amongst themselves. Lindley got most of his news regarding the Institute's going-ons from his 3 brothers, as Lindley, who spent all his time training in the mountain, probably would be totally in the dark otherwise. Man, in about a month, the school year is coming to an end. The last 2 months of each year, the entire institute will engage in the yearly tournament. The top 3 students in each grade are all allowed to live in those 2-story dorms for a year. Yale said. The yearly tournaments? Lindley began to laugh. He had just heard about this from the classroom. I'm definitely attending, Reynolds said confidently. Yale pursed his lips. Punk, you became a magus of the 1st rank on the road from the O'Brien Empire to the Ernst Institute. I wager that by now, you aren't too off from becoming the magus of the 2nd rank. That really is unfair. Reynolds spent a full year traveling from his home to come here. On the entire journey, Reynolds' family housekeeper had been teaching him magic, which is why he had become a magus of the 1st rank even before the journey ended. George smiled towards Lindley. You are forgetting about Lindley. Lindley was a magus of the 1st rank by the time he entered the institute as well. What's more, he's crazy about training, and he's a dual-element magus. I think he's probably the strongest person in our dorm. Lindley corked his lips in a smile. George, don't flatter me. Lindley, have you gained your 2nd rank yet? Be honest. George stared at Lindley. How could he gain his 2nd rank so quickly? From an introductory student to the 1st rank, based on our talent, a year is necessary. But from the 1st rank to the 2nd rank, at least 2 years is needed. The nearby Reynolds frowned as he spoke. Not necessarily. I also feel Lindley's been really sneaky. Yale also looked at Lindley. Lindley, have you become a magus of the 2nd rank? Lindley casually nodded. What was the big deal about becoming a magus of the 2nd rank? Even before the magus testing event, he had already become a magus of the 1st rank. A full year had passed since then. If he still had not become a magus of the 2nd rank, then all his hard work would have been totally pointless. You really reached it? Yale, Reynolds, and George's eyes all bulged out. None of them expected it to be true. Go enlist in the yearly tournament, Linley. You've gotta take part. Give those guys a good trampling and gain some prestige for Dorm 1987. Yale immediately said. By now, the servers had brought the dishes they ordered. Eat, eat. I'm not interested in the yearly tournament. Linley had no interest in competing with those weaker than himself. Those tournament battles were nothing more than exercises in showing off. Yale and the other three traded glances. They all knew how hard Linley trained. Although in their year, there were geniuses who had exceptional levels of elemental affinity and spiritual essence, in terms of being hardworking, none of them could match Linley. And with Linley being dual element, in their hearts, all of them believed that Linley was most likely the most powerful amongst the first grade students. It would be such a waste if you didn't participate. Someone else is going to get the glory, once again, in the yearly tournament. Yale mumbled. Too bad I'm not strong enough. If I had your strength, Linley, I would have given a dazzling display long ago. Then, I would be able to seduce some pretty girls. Linley laughed. That's enough. Let's eat. Stop fantasizing. Linley really didn't care about the yearly tournament in the slightest. But the vast majority of the students at the Ernst Institute were extremely excited about it. And not just the students. Even some of the full magi residing at the Ernst Institute would pay close attention to the tournament results. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 19, Who is Number 1? Part 1. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 19, Who is Number 1? Part 1. The mountain behind the Ernst Institute, a place of tranquility. Linley sat cross-legged next to flowing water. Listening to the murmurs of the water, he naturally entered the meditative trance, and all the nearby earth essence and wind essence immediately began to shine. Everything within 10 or so meters around Linley became extremely clear to behold. Earth and wind essence entered his body through his 4 limbs, as his flesh, bones, and organs all slowly absorbed nourishment from the essences. Slowly but resolutely, the strength of his body was continuing to climb. Additionally, a large portion of the wind and earth essences, after purification, came to rest with the central dantian in the middle of his chest. Splash, splash. The flowing water murmured unceasingly. Next to him, the little shadow mouse, Bibi, was chewing on a wild duck. The scene was as peaceful as a painting, as though it had come out of a painting. But while it was peaceful here, the Ernst Institute was extremely rowdy. All of the thousands of students, as well as many of the magi, and even many important people from the outside world were all at the Ernst Institute, watching the various battles. The yearly tournament. All of the students of the Ernst Institute were prideful heaven-blessed talents. Each and every single battle was amazing to behold. Amongst the first-grade students, balls of earth, flashes of lightning, and blades of wind flew hither and to. But the battles of the 3rd and 4th grade students were really astounding. Various supportive spells and area of effect spells were used. Spells such as shattered rocks now caused dozens, approaching 100, of large stones to smash upon the heads of the opponents, and lightning forked down without stopping. And the 5th and 6th graders? That was all the more terrifying. All sorts of astounding spells continuously flashed, filling the compound with unending sounds of explosions. The watching students all were roaring non-stop, as the energy was reaching a crescendo. Virtually all of the people in the institute were here. The yearly tournament went on for a bit over a month, which naturally was the wildest, most rowdy month each year at the Ernst Institute. During this frenetic period, Linley would only occasionally watch the battles of the 5th and 6th grade students. All of the rest of his time, he would quietly train by himself. This tournament actually requires one to not intentionally try and kill one's opponent. How can this sort of competition be considered a real competition, when one's hands and feet are tied? Under the influence of Doring Cowart, Linley, too, began to view the competition with disdain. Linley, your current assignment is to train hard and build up your strength. As far as combat experience goes, when you become a magus of the 5th rank, you should enter the mountain range of magical beasts and enter a series of genuine life and death experiences. Doring Cowart persuaded Linley. The Huadeli Hotel, the most expensive hotel and restaurant within the Ernst Institute. Tonight, Yale was hosting the 4 brothers of Dorm 1987 to a lavish meal at the Huadeli Hotel. On the first floor of the Huadeli Hotel. The floor of the hotel was as slick as a mirror. A row of beautiful waitresses stood there politely, ready to answer at a moment's notice. There were many men and women dressed in student attire at the Huadeli Hotel. Those who were able to afford this place were generally those who had strong economic backgrounds. A casual table of dishes might cost a few dozen gold coins. If Linley had come by himself, he definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. The yearly tournament had just ended, and all of the students at the hotel were discussing it. Most of the people here were youngsters, but one table was filled with 4 children. I'm pissed just thinking about this year's competition. It was so close. I was so close to entering the semifinals. Maybe I would have been able to enter the top 3. Reynolds was extremely dissatisfied. Reynolds was the youngest of the 4, and also the proudest of them. Yale laughed. It really was a shame. I didn't expect Rand, Londa, to become number 1 in the end. George chuckled but didn't speak. George was a friendly fellow and offended almost nobody. Rand? Right. I've heard you guys discuss him before. He was one of the new students who had exceptional elemental affinity and spiritual essence, right? Lindley remembered the name Rand. George laughed and nodded. Right, him. He has very high talent. Even before training, his spiritual essence had reached the level of a magus of the 2nd rank. All he did this year was accumulate sufficient mage force. It isn't too hard for someone with the power of a magus of the 2nd rank to become number 1 in the tournament amongst first-grade students. Relying on his talent alone? When it comes to talent, can he compare to our institute's number 1 genius, Dixie? Yale quirked his lips. I looked down upon Rand. He won the first-grade tournament, so what? Lindley, you didn't see how self-satisfied he looked upon winning. I really can't imagine how he would look if he actually were to win the 5th or 6th grade tournaments in the future. The stronger a magus became, the harder it was to progress even further. This was why the large majority of students at the Ernst Institute were high-level magi. The higher one's grade was, the fiercer the competition was. Reynolds nodded as well. I also don't like him. Our school's number 1 genius, the 3rd grader Dixie, won the 3rd grade tournament. Look at how composed he was. The difference between the two is too huge. What's more, the strongest amongst us first graders isn't Rand. Right. 3rd bro, you didn't participate. If you had, Yale harumphed. Based on age and seniority, the 4 of them had begun to address each other as 2nd bro, 3rd bro, and so on. Hey, what are you guys saying? Lindley and Yale turned their heads. 4 youths in the same hotel were making their way down from the 2nd floor. Their leader, a golden-haired youth, stared at Lindley's group coldly. Yale said loudly, "Oh, so it's Rand." What, didn't you hear what we were saying? Lindley couldn't help but laugh helplessly to himself. Yale feared neither heaven nor hell, and cared tremendously about face. Don't think I didn't hear, Rand said coldly. The brown-haired youth next to Rand sneered as well. He arrogantly said, "Rand, don't quibble with these 4 useless things. It's not worth your time. Reynolds, what do you think you are looking at? What, you aren't satisfied with the way you lost in the tournament?" Reynolds stared at the brown-haired youth, his mouth quirking in disdain. "And what do you think you are? You just got lucky and beat me once. Why so cocky?" The brown-haired youth's face grew cold. George smiled at everyone. "Rand, enough. It was wrong of us to so casually discuss you. Let's just forget about it. Shut your mouth, George. This is none of your business." Rand stared at Yale. "Yale, last time I saw you at the Fragrant Elm Bar, your arrogant manner pissed me off. And now, this time, you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. If you have the ability, come and fight me. Why don't you have the balls to fight?" After speaking, Rand intentionally laughed mockingly a few times. Although Yale was somewhat furious, he knew that he wasn't as strong as the opponent. Immediately, many gazes from all over the hotel focused on this altercation. Many of the high-level students of the Ernst Institute stood up and stared at the 2 parties with curiosity. Clearly, both parties were just 10-year-olds. I know that golden-haired kid. His name is Rand. He won the yearly tournament amongst first graders. I expect in the future, he'll have some accomplishments. The brown-haired kid next to him is called Rickson, Rueson. He was number 3 amongst the first graders. I know him. In terms of strength, Rand's party is stronger than their opponents. This should be fun. The group of magi of the 5th and 6th ranks all chatted and laughed, watching the 2 parties. Seeing others notice him, and hearing them praise him as the winner of the first grade tournament, Rand's face became even more arrogant, and he looked at Lindley and the others even more contemptuously. Rand glanced at the table where Lindley and the others were sitting. Juice? You guys are still drinking juice? Oh, Yale, I really feel embarrassed for you. The 4 brothers of my dorm are all drinking victory wine. You guys are drinking juice? Seeing how Rand went on endlessly, Linley couldn't help but begin to frown. Rand, we 4 brothers are eating here. Get the hell out. Linley's face sank down, and he stared coldly at the 4 of them. If he was training and was disturbed by beasts, he would immediately kill them. Oh, and this one. Rand's eyes shone as he stared at Linley. How come I never knew that in Yale's dorm, there was someone such as you? Linley's gaze grew cold. Like a wild rabbit, he shot forward with incredible speed. Rand's eyes only had time to widen. You dash. Before he could even react, Linley grabbed Rand by the chest and, just based on physical strength, hoisted him in the air. Rand couldn't make any noises come from his throat, and his eyes were filled with fear. Linley stared coldly at Rand. Rand, heart filled with fear, felt as though he would be killed at any moment. At this moment, Linley felt the dragonblood in his veins begin to blaze, as his bloodthirsty nature began to awaken. Linley couldn't help but frown as he tried to calm down. This is the Ernst Institute. I can't kill someone for no reason. The 3 students next to Rand were all stupefied and frightened as well. F***ck off. With the wave of an arm, Linley slammed Rand to the floor, as though he were nothing more than a beanbag. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 20, Who is Number 1? Part 2. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 20, Who is Number 1? Part 2. By now, Linley had nearly reached the peak of the 2nd rank for warriors. Given that the strength of an ordinary warrior of the 1st rank was enough to raise 100 pounds, a warrior of the 2nd rank could casually throw about 100-pound objects. You, cough, holding his throat, Rand coughed a few times, and then stared furiously at Linley. You actually. Yeah. Yale suddenly shouted loudly, his face filled with excitement. That felt so good. 3rd bro, I didn't expect you to be as strong as that. That kid is pretty small, but he is so strong. Those magi of the 5th and 6th ranks were all astonished. There were some Magus instructors in the hotel as well, and all of them were staring at Linley with surprise. A kid who appeared to be perhaps 12 or 13 years old was able to casually toss a 90-pound person with one hand. And this youth was a Magus. Hey, Rand, weren't you bragging about how you were number 1 amongst the 1st graders? Yale mocked. Rand's face went red, as his heart was filled with fury and shame. Staring at Linley, he shouted fiercely, are you a Magus? If you have the skills, compete with me using magic. What sort of behavior was that? A noble Magus actually used the lowly skills of a warrior. Rand was filled with anger and humiliation. He had just won the yearly tournament for the 1st graders, but just now, when Linley seized him by the throat and hoisted him up, he had been filled with the terrifying sense that his life was in the hands of another. Right, if you have the skills, compete using magic. Are you even a student of the Ernst Institute? Rand's nearby friends immediately called out in support. But towards Linley, the 4 of them felt some dread in their hearts. Linley's astonishing display of strength just now had shocked them. Magic. Reynolds immediately began to laugh loudly, as he said arrogantly, Rand, do you actually believe that just because you won the 1st grade tournament, you really are the strongest amongst the 1st graders? Dream on. The number 1 1st grader is our dorm's 3rd bro. You? Step off to the side. 3rd bro, show him a bit of your power. Yale urged as well. George had just been yelled at by Rand, so right now, he was in no mood to give Rand any face either. Rand, let me tell you something. Know your own limits. Many of the experts in our school simply don't deign to participate in the yearly tournament. Don't really believe that you are something special. Rand's face grew uglier and uglier. You'll know the truth upon dueling. Rand, compete with them. Those 5th and 6th grade students called out laughingly. They viewed the struggles of the 1st graders as nothing more than an amusing diversion. Rand was just 10 years old, after all, and had been called a genius since he was little. Even at the Ernst Institute, he was amongst the top tier. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Number 1? Rand ground out. Number 1 isn't something that is simply proclaimed. It comes through competition. If you have the ability, then come duel with me. Rand was very confident in his magical ability. After all, he had won the yearly tournament for 1st graders. Hey, why isn't the manager of this hotel coming in to calm things down? Some of the onlookers felt surprised and curious about this. In fact, the Waddeli hotel manager was standing far away, but he didn't want to interfere. Because he recognized these students. Even aside from the fact that these were students from the Ernst Institute, based on the status of these students, he didn't want to anger them. Especially Yale. Young Master Yale is here? Ugh. Forget it. He can do as he wishes. Even if he smashes the entire hotel, it's none of my business. The hotel manager rubbed and shook his head helplessly. He couldn't dare to offend young Master Yale. And upon entering the Ernst Institute, Yale's status amongst his family had only increased even more. Well spoken. Number 1 isn't self-proclaimed. It's one. Linley stood up as well, his face cold as he stared at Rand. Rand, if we are going to engage in a magical duel, let's make it exciting. If you win, when I see you in the future, I'll have to take the long way and avoid crossing paths with you. If I win, you need to do the same. Rand couldn't help but sneer, you call that exciting? When the loser meets the winner, not only does he have to take the long way around, he also has to give 100 gold coins. How about that? Linley frowned. 100 gold coins? He only had 100 gold coins each year for living expenses. He wasn't rich like some people. Ha ha. Rand, just 100 gold coins? Aren't you embarrassed, saying such a number? How about this? Loser pays 10,000 gold. Deal? The nearby Yale said loudly. 10,000 gold? Upon hearing these words, many students in the hotel sucked in a cold breath. 10,000 gold coins was not a small sum. There were perhaps only a very few number of students in the hotel who could so casually, calmly bring out such a large sum. 10,000 gold? Rand couldn't help but feel his heart shake. Although his clan was a large one each year, he only received 3,000 gold in living expenses. He didn't come spend money at the Huadeli Hotel every day. Today, he only came to celebrate him and Rickson becoming the number 1 and number 3 victors of the tournament. Don't have the balls? Yale pulled out a magic card, waving it around as he spoke. Rand agreed to him. Rickson said, we 4 brothers should be able to pool together 10,000 gold coins. I refuse to believe that this little punk who came out of nowhere can be a match for you. Rand and his 3 brothers glanced at each other. Fine. 10,000 gold it is. Rand said loudly, and then sneered towards Linley, let's go. This place is too small. We'll go to the arena where the tournament was held. If you have courage, follow me. After speaking, Rand arrogantly left the hotel, and his 3 brothers followed him. Let's go. Yale's eyes were shining. Reynolds and George were also excited. Linley nodded as well as he calmly chuckled, someone wants to give us 10,000 gold? How can we refuse? Linley, Yale, Reynolds, and George all left the hotel as well, directly heading for the arena. The entire hotel was now in an uproar. A duel with a 10,000 gold coin wager on it was rarely seen, even by 6th grade students. And what's more, of the duelists, one was the person who had just won the yearly tournament for 1st graders, Rand, and one was a mysterious kid that no one knew. Immediately, many people paid their tabs and headed off in that direction as well. The arena floor was made of limestone and extremely sturdy. Right now, Rand and Linley were each standing on a separate side of an arena dueling area. Beneath the upraised dueling area was a large group of people. After all, this was dinner time, so on the way here from the Huadeli Hotel, 1 person became 10, and 10 became 100. In a short period of time, a large group of people had been gathered. This exciting duel with a 10,000 gold wager was more than enough to attract many onlookers. Seeing how many people had come and how noisy it had become, a look of confidence appeared on Rand's face. Today, I am going to engage in a magical duel with this kid Linley, with the loser paying 10,000 gold coins and having to avoid the other in the future. Everyone, please be my witnesses. Rand said. He enjoyed the feeling of being watched by many. He didn't suffer from any stage fright at all. Immediately, many cheers exploded from below. During the yearly tournament, Rand had many supporters, while in contrast, very few people were supporting Linley. But Linley just stood there on the dueling area quietly. Said enough? Linley said calmly. Rand smiled arrogantly. Let's go. Rand and Linley almost simultaneously began to chant the words to a spell. As both were magi of the 2nd rank, the spells they used were all of the 1st and 2nd rank and were easy to cast, requiring just a word or two. Whoosh! 7 sharp blades of wind sprang into existence, slicing directly towards Rand. A magus of the 2nd rank? The experienced onlookers could immediately tell. But Rand had released a spell at the same time, and 5 balls of dull red flame shot towards Linley as well. The blades of wind were much faster than the fireballs, however, and Rand was forced to dodge in a rather sorry fashion. But Linley casually and effectively sidestepped the fireballs. And, while doing so, Linley's lips continued to move as he executed his second spell. Earth-style magic, Earth Tremor. Rumble. Rand felt the limestone beneath his feet begin to tremble violently. Under these circumstances, Rand couldn't focus enough to chant any spells. Immediately afterwards, Linley released his third spell, and 5 fists of earthen-colored stone shot out rapidly towards him. Rand couldn't even maintain his footing on the shaking earth. He just barely dodged 2 of the stones. Thud. One stone smashed into Rand's stomach, immediately causing him to vomit fresh blood. Rand hurriedly used his arms to cover his chest. 2 more striking sounds were heard, and Rand was directly thrown off the dueling area, his entire body covered with dust. Magic duel, Linley, victorious. Linley calmly glanced at Rand once. Linley was very clear about the attack he had just used. With just a month's recovery time at most, Rand would be fine. If he, Linley, had decided to be merciless, he could have directed the stones at Rand's head and most likely finished him. A dual-element magus of the 2nd rank. We have such an expert amongst us first graders? The onlooking first graders called out, astonished. For a 2nd-rank magus to appear amongst the first graders was a rare event, much less a dual-element magus, who would be the absolute strongest amongst them. This kid controlled his mage force very precisely, and his body movements were very nimble. Some of the 5th and 6th graders were a bit surprised. Just now, when facing the fireballs, Linley had been able to dodge while continuing to chant the words to a spell. From this one could tell how agile Linley was. Ha, Rand, did you really think you were number 1? Our dorm's 3rd bro, just using magic, is still able to easily trample you. Yale laughed loudly. Cough, cough. Rand stood up, clutching his chest. Rand knew in his heart that just then, Linley had shown mercy. Yale, tomorrow, bring Linley. I'll go with you to the Golden Bank of the 4 Empires local branch to transfer money. 10,000 golds. I'll keep my word. Rand took a long look at the distant Linley. This defeat at Linley's hands had totally woken Rand up from the arrogant haze of being a genius. Even if one was talented, if one wasn't strong enough, he would still be defeated by others. Linley, thank you. Rand said, bowing, causing Yale and others to be startled. And then, Rand stared at Linley and said resolutely, but there will come a day when I will defeat you. And then Rand, still clutching his chest, left with the help of his brothers, returning to his own residence. Linley, you are too awesome. You won your brothers a lot of face. Reynolds immediately ran over and embraced Linley, who had stepped down. Linley glanced around. Many people were now staring at him and discussing him. Most of the talented people at the Ernst Institute had become well known already. Nobody expected such an individual to appear out of nowhere amongst the first graders and easily defeat Rand, the tournament champion. Hi Linley, my name is Danny, Dan and I, a water magus of the 1st rank. I'm glad to meet you. Immediately, a golden-haired girl with a tall, slender figure walked over and said to Linley with a smile. Hi, my name is Linley. Linley didn't have the habit of talking to strangers much. Sorry, I'm going to go train and enter the meditative trance now. After speaking, Linley glanced expressively at his 3 brothers. Yale and the others knew what he was thinking, and immediately, the 4 brothers ignored everyone around them and departed, leaving behind that young lady, Danny, who frowned unhappily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2, Chapter 21, The Prue Gallery, Part 1. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 21, The Prue Gallery, Part 1. The Golden Bank of the 4 Empires was a bank that had been jointly established by the Yulan continent's 4 great empires. People who were capable of opening a magic crystal card account with the bank were undoubtedly people of great wealth. Given that the card itself cost 100 gold coins, normal people wouldn't be willing to part with such a high sum. 10,000 gold coins, if divided into hand-sized pouches, would fill 100 pouches. Even a burlap rice sack would be half-filled and very heavy. 100 gold coins, gone like that. Walking out from the local branch of the Golden Bank of the 4 Empires within the Ernst Institute, Linley couldn't help but sigh to himself. Now, next to his chest, was a magic crystal card of his own. Linley knew that while he continued to live at the Ernst Institute, if he put a huge pile of gold coins in his dorm, it wouldn't be safe. The safest option was to put them all in a magic crystal card. It must be known that the cost to create the card was not low. It had taken master goldsmiths centuries to develop, and each card responded to the fingerprints of its owner alone. Thus, every single magic crystal card could only be used by its original owner. This was the reason why magic crystal cards cost 100 gold coins. With these 10,000 gold coins, my living expenses at the Ernst Institute will be more than sufficiently covered, with lots left over. I can help father as well. Linley felt very happy. Yale's arm was around Linley's shoulders, and he whistled a little tune while delightedly peering at the nearby Rand and his brothers. Rand and the other three had taken out their living expenses money, and the four of them had perhaps only 1,000 gold coins left. But fortunately, the school year was about to end. Reynolds and George were both calmly smiling as well, and were joking with Linley to the side. But in truth, neither Reynolds nor George had suffered much in the past. Second bro, third bro, fourth bro, tomorrow, at the end of the month, my father will come over. At that time, I will arrange for carriages and guardsmen to be brought over. Where should we four brothers travel to? Yale suggested. The Holy Capital? Reynolds, George, and Linley's eyes all shone. Funli City, the Holy Capital, was no ordinary city. The Holy Capital is a great idea. On the way here from the O'Brien Empire, I stayed at Funli City for 2 days. I haven't had a chance to visit many places yet. Reynolds hurriedly said. George and Linley both nodded. The Holy Capital has lots of places to visit. Tomorrow, I'll take you guys out and expand your horizons. Yale said mysteriously. At dawn the next day, Yale and the others all had breakfast together, and then directly went to the Ernst Institute's main gate and began waiting for Yale's escorted carriage. After waiting for 2 hours, the carriage still had not arrived. Squeak squeak. Bibi, perched on Linley's shoulder, began to squeak. Bibi is getting impatient. Yale, you pulled us all here early in the morning, but the carriage still hasn't come. Reynolds said unhappily, while Yale laughed apologetically. I don't know either, they should be here by now. Linley just stroked Bibi's little head. There they are. Yale suddenly shouted loudly. George, Reynolds, and Linley, all of whom had almost fallen asleep, turned to look. From afar, there really was 4 carriages and hundreds of mounted guardsmen hurrying towards them en masse. Above the formation, there were even 7 or 8 griffins, and of the hundreds of riders, over 10 were riding magical beasts such as the vampiric iron bull or windwolves. So Yale's Kleinguard divisions are so formidable, Linley couldn't help but feel shocked. The eyes of Reynolds and George also shone. Doran Cowart was seated next to Linley, enjoying the sun. Upon seeing the cavalry division, his eyes lit up as well. Very shortly, the 4 carriages and hundreds of riders arrived at the main gate. 3 magi came out to greet them at the gate. A middle-aged man stepped forward in front of the 4 carriages. Before even speaking to the 3 magi, he strode towards Yale. Second uncle, what took you guys so long? Yale said unhappily. This second uncle of Yale's immediately laughed and said, did you grow impatient? All right, your carriages are all ready. The last one is filled with some goods, I'll have them clear them out so you have a place to sit. You are going to the Holy Capital, right? Cass, Kachi, take 3 others with you. You are responsible for protecting young Master Yale. This second uncle ordered. Off in the distance, a bald rider immediately dismounted, walked in front of Yale, and bowed. Cass pays his respects to young Master Yale. Next to Linley, Doran Cowart's eyes lit up and he said to him, Linley, this brother of yours definitely is extraordinary. Based on how he dismounted and his eyes, I can feel that this Cass is an expert who is a good deal stronger than even your Uncle Hillman. In addition, that hawk on his shoulder should be a magical beast of the 7th rank, the blue-eyed Thunderhawk. For Cass to be praised by Doran Cowart as an expert meant that he definitely was out of the ordinary. Linley, let's go. Enter the carriage quickly. Let's go to the Holy Capital. Yale beckoned. Linley and the other 3 entered the carriage together. The interior was very spacious, and the 4 of them weren't cramped at all. Immediately, the carriage driver began heading towards the direction of the Funli City, the Holy Capital. Cass and the other 3 riders all followed from behind. In the cabinets within the carriage, there were actually fruits, honey, and wine. The 4 brothers began to eat and drink and chat within the carriage. The Ernst Institute was only 20 kilometers away from Funli City, so after about half an hour or so, they arrived. They left the carriage. Under the protection of Cass and the other 3, Linley's group began to roam Funli City. Hey, where is everyone going? Funli City has an incredible amount of places to have fun. East Funli City has lots of luxurious places to spend money with lots of beautiful waitresses, while West Funli City has many art museums, such as the famous Prue Gallery. Yale was very familiar with Funli City. Beautiful waitresses? Okay, let's go to East Funli City. The eyes of that mischievous scamp Reynolds had begun to shine. It's only the afternoon. Those places are only fun in the evening. But of course, we can go now as well. Yale said laughingly. Lindley felt some reservations about those types of places, and so he said, Yale, forget it, what's the point of us kids going to those places? Just now, you mentioned the Prue Gallery? Since the Prue Gallery names itself after the famous Grandmaster Prue, it must be extraordinary. Let's go check it out. Prue, the #1 sculptor in the history of the Yulan continent. Grandmaster Prue? I've heard of him as well. In the past, one of his sculptures was sold for the price of several million gold coins. The name of that sculpture was Hope. Millions of gold coins, my God. So rich. Reynolds sighed. George laughed confidently. In the history of sculpture, from the beginning till now, there have been countless stone sculptures made. Of the top 10 sculptures, any one of them would be worth 1,000,000 gold coins. And of those top 10 sculptures, 3 were made by Grandmaster Prue. He can be considered the #1 person in the history of stone sculpting. Lindley sucked in a breath of cold air. Millions of gold coins? What an enormous sum that was. Even if his clan sold off their ancestral home, they most likely would only be able to scrape up 100,000 gold coins. Let's go check it out. Lindley immediately said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2, Chapter 22, The Prue Gallery, Part 2. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 22, The Prue Gallery, Part 2. The Prue Gallery. The #1 art gallery for sculptures, each of the largest cities in the Yulan continent had a Prue Gallery branch. The Prue Gallery took up an extremely large space, and a great majority of those entering the gallery were people of culture and breeding. Within the Prue Gallery, if you had too many ostentatious magic rings on your hands, the likely result would just be you being mocked and derided for having no class. Art, sophistication. This place valued these things the most. The entry fee to the Prue Gallery was 1 gold coin per person. A ding-dong sound, as clear as the sound of a mountain spring, rang out from within the Prue Gallery. The sound of it made listeners feel at peace. Countless people traversed the gateway, with many noblemen, noblewomen, and beautiful young girls, all dressed very tastefully. And commoners, in front of the Prue Gallery, would almost unconsciously comport themselves. When Lindley and his brothers, along with Cass and the 3 guardsmen, arrived at the Prue Gallery, anyone who was a decent judge of character could recognize the Ernst Institute clothing that they wore. Upon seeing the blue-eyed Thunderhawk on Cass' shoulders, they naturally would become very courteous and polite. Uncle Cass, coming along with us. The other 3 can wait for us outside. Yale instructed. Lindley, his 3 brothers, and Cass thus entered the gallery. In the main hall of the Prue Gallery, there was a large, man-shaped sculpture. This sculpture was precisely that of the #1 Grandmaster Sculptor, Prue. The entire Prue Gallery was extremely quiet. Virtually everyone, regardless of status, spoke in hushed tones, so as to avoid bothering anyone else. Yale, Reynolds, George, and Lindley viewed one stone sculpture after another, and in their hearts they felt as though these sculptures truly were incomparably beautiful. The Prue Gallery's exhibits are divided into 3 halls, the main hall, the experts' hall, and the master's hall. This main hall is filled with sculptures that some sculptors arranged to be placed here, to be valued and bought by others as they see fit. Each work is exhibited for a month, and after a month, the highest bid wins the sculpture. These ordinary sculptures are mostly just worth a few gold coins, with particularly good ones worth a few dozen coins. Yale laughed as he explained. But the experts' hall is different. The experts' exhibition is divided up into many individual rooms, with each sculpture in a room by itself. Generally speaking, an expert is someone whose sculpting ability has received general acclaim, and most expert sculptures are worth around 1,000 gold coins or so. As for the master's hall, that's even more amazing. In the innermost sanctum of the gallery, there are a very small number of master's sculptures. The price of these sculptures is frighteningly high. Any of them are easily worth tens of thousands of gold, and some of the masterpieces which first brought fame to their master sculptors are easily worth hundreds of thousands of gold pieces. Yale explained to his 3 brothers in detail. Lindley's breath stopped. Any masterpiece by a master sculptor was worth tens of thousands of gold coins. To a master sculptor, money really meant nothing at all. But it is quite difficult for a master sculptor to produce a masterpiece, since they naturally don't want to make any mistakes at all. Yale sighed as he spoke. A masterpiece that is worthy of being venerated throughout the ages requires talent, ability, and sometimes a sudden spark of genius. The works in this main hall are just a bit pleasing to the eye, is all. Let's go inside. Yale led them deeper within. Walking within the quiet Prue gallery, and listening to that peaceful music, Linley felt as though he were swimming in a sea of culture. And just at this time, Doring Coward flew out from within the coiling dragon ring and began to appraise the art nearby. Terrible, terrible. How can people have the face to bring out artwork of this quality to show others? Doring Coward said unhappily. Grandpa Doring, Linley turned to look at Doring Coward. This is just the main hall of the Prue Gallery. There is an expert's hall up front, as well as a master's hall. Prue Gallery? Doring Coward started, and then actually stopped talking. Grandpa Doring, Grandpa Doring? Linley mentally called out a few times. But seeing that Doring Coward was still lost in his thoughts, Linley no longer tried to call to him. He followed Yale, Reynolds, and George to the expert's hall. This hall really was different, as within the center of the main hall, each and every artist had their information recorded and the location of their displays recorded. Yale, Linley, and the others began to enter the individual display rooms. Although he didn't know much about sculpture, Linley could still clearly feel that the sculptures of the experts were clearly different than those in the main hall. They seemed to carry within them some sort of ineffable grace and culture. Just as Linley was falling into a reverie while enjoying the sculptures, Doring Coward's voice sounded out in his mind once again. Not bad. These at least can be considered accomplished. Doring Coward sighed with praise. But compared to the works of Prue, there's still quite a way to go. Linley was speechless. Doring Coward, how can these people possibly compare to Grandmaster Prue? Linley shook his head and laughed helplessly. Prue was the #1 sculptor in the entire history of the Yulan continent. Doring Coward frowned. Stroking his beard unhappily, he said, "What is it? Do you think that Prue was a grandmaster from birth? He, too, started as an ordinary sculptor and worked his way up, and becoming a true grandmaster sculptor in the end." Linley was stunned. There was some logic to Grandpa Doring's words. After finishing inspecting the expert's hall, Linley and the other three headed for the innermost master's hall. Everyone, remember, while within the master's hall, don't touch anything. If you break anything, it would be disastrous. Yale reminded them. Entering the master's hall. Silence. The master's hall was extremely large, but there were only very few sculptures inside. After all, only so many masters had ever existed, and each master had only 4 or 5 works of art on display. In the entire hall, there were only 20 or 30 works on display. But although there were very few sculptures, when Linley and the others saw these sculptures, they felt a spirit emanating from them, as though these sculptures had life. Oh, not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that in 5,000 years, the art of stone sculpting would reach such a height. Doring Coward said in amazement. If these can improve a bit more, they will be able to approximate Prue's level. Silently mesmerized within the art gallery, Linley and the others felt their spirits be uplifted. Night. The Ernst Institute's main gate. Linley and other 3 dismounted the carriage. Second bro, third bro, the 2 of you, ugh. I planned for us to have a good time tonight in Funlai City, but you guys are so thin-skinned. I started having fun in those places when I was 6 years old. Yale was still unhappily grumbling non-stop. Right on, Reynolds said from the side. George and Linley glanced at each other, and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Quick, open the gate. A furious, urgent shout rang out. Linley and the others couldn't help but swivel to take a look. They saw a curly-haired youth carrying another bloody youth, with a pretty girl by his side. The bloody youth's face was ashen white. His left arm was broken, with white bones sticking out, and chest covered with claw marks. Looks like some of the trainees who went to the mountain range of magical beasts were wounded. What group is this? We haven't even been at the Ernst Institute for a year, but we've seen so many high-level students who were injured outside. Yale said casually. The mountain range of magical beasts was east of the Holy Union. As a matter of fact, it was quite close to the Ernst Institute, perhaps just 100 kilometers away. Generally speaking, those in good shape would be able to jog from the mountain range to the Ernst Institute in about half a day. Here at the Ernst Institute, I've seen so many magical beasts. Wow, man, there are flying beasts, running beasts, and all sorts of beasts. But most of the people who have magical beast companions at the Ernst Institute are Magus instructors, and a few high-level students. George sighed in admiration. Just as the 4 brothers arrived at the main gate, suddenly, Linley! A familiar voice sounded out. Turning his head to look, surprised joy appeared on Linley's face. Uncle Hillman. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2 Chapter 23, A Wonderful Surprise. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 23, A Wonderful Surprise. Hillman was standing in a corner near the gate. Smiling, he walked over. The Ernst Institute has extremely strict management. They actually denied me entrance and just had a guard go looking for you. I didn't expect you would actually be outside. Yale, you guys go on ahead, I'll join you later. Linley turned his head and said. Yale, George, and Reynolds all smiled at Hillman, then entered the Ernst Institute. Uncle Hillman, why are you here? I thought you would only come here to pick me up after the semester ends. Linley said questioningly. Let's talk over here. Hillman pulled Linley off to a side, a look of irrepressible excitement appearing on his face. Linley, I have wonderful news for you, extremely wonderful news. Linley's eyes shone. What news? Linley urged him. Hillman smiled. Linley, do you remember little Wharton's date of birth? Of course. January 3rd. What, does this have something to do with his birthday? Linley questioned. Hillman laughed. It is December right now, so little Wharton is almost 6 years old. Just last night, your father tested little Wharton for the density of Dragonblood in his veins in the ancestral hall. And the test result was, Hillman once again began to laugh. Linley's heart rate sped up dramatically. The Dragonblood density test result was. Could it be? Linley asked, did the Dragonblood density in little Wharton's veins reach the cutoff? Hillman laughed loudly and nodded. Right. Your father was absolutely ecstatic. He excitedly drank wine with me until midnight. Your father said that his two sons are the absolute prides of his life. One is a mighty magus, and the other is a Dragonblood warrior. Ha ha. Wonderful. Linley's heart was full of excitement. The 5 millennium-old legendary Dragonblood warrior clan's prospects, prior to Wharton being tested for the Dragonblood density, had previously been carried on Linley's shoulders alone. The greater their former glory was, the heavier the burden Linley had been carrying. But now, his own little brother's Dragonblood density was sufficiently high that with just a few decades of hard work, he could become a world-renowned Dragonblood warrior. I came here today to tell you this wonderful news. Your father said to me that right now, the strongest people in Wushan Township are myself and him. We are both warriors of the 6th rank. Our level of expertise isn't enough to provide good tutelage for your little brother, and the training methods of your clan are written down but unclear. Hillman's face grew solemn. Thus your father has decided to send your little brother to the O'Brien Empire's O'Brien Academy to study. In that mighty military empire, in the finest military academy, your little brother will receive the best tutelage available. Linley agreed as well. A person who only had tremendous brute strength but lacked in technique and experience could only be considered a big, dumb ape. Wait. Linley frowned as he looked at Hillman. Uncle Hillman, that O'Brien Academy's tuition must be extremely high. Although they will allow their own students to study free of charge, no doubt they are extremely merciless in charging out of Empire students. Linley clearly remembered how much Reynolds had paid to be admitted to the Ernst Institute. Hillman nodded. The O'Brien Academy's yearly tuition is approximately 5,000 gold coins. Your father intends to have housekeeper Harry escort Wharton there and take care of him. The tuition fee really is high. In 10 years, it'll be 50,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins would approximately equate to the entire value of all of the Baruch clan's possessions, if sold off. Right. Uncle Hillman. Hillman looked questioningly at Linley as he watched Linley withdraw a magic crystal card from his pockets. Hillman was shocked. A magic crystal card? Previously, when he was a soldier, he had seen magic crystal cards before. Linley, how do you have a magic crystal card? Not even your father has one. Hillman looked at Linley with surprise. Linley tugged Hillman and said, I won this magic crystal card from a rich kid who lost a magic duel with me. Let's go to the Golden Bank of the 4 Empires. Right now, the guards at the Ernst Institute's entrance no longer attempted to bar Hillman's passage, because they recognized Linley, who had left earlier this morning. To Linley, this extra money didn't have too much usage. If he could use it to help his family, that would be enough. Wushan Township, within the Baruch clan manor's main hall. Hogg was pondering. Since his clan had produced a descendant with the requisite density of Dragonblood, he must be given the best upbringing. Even if they had to beggar themselves, it would be worth it. This was without question. Who should I sell the stone carving screen in the bedroom to? Philip is too stingy, he won't give a good price. Hogg was pondering non-stop. The tuition needed to send little Wharton to the O'Brien Academy was astonishingly high. The question in Hog's mind right now was how to sell his clan's possessions for a sufficiently high price. Suddenly, footsteps sound out. Turning his head, Hog said, "Hillman, you are back." What's that on your shoulders?" Hillman tossed the bag across his shoulders onto the floor. The bag collided into the floor with a heavy thud sound. Clearly, it was very heavy. "Lord Hog, Linley asked me to bring this to you." Hillman opened the bag and then poured everything out. One small, gold-colored sack after another formed a small mound on the floor, and the sound of gold coins clinking within the gold-colored sacks was very clear and crisp. These gold-colored sacks were used solely by the Golden Bank of the Four Empires. Each bag generally contained 100 gold coins. Gold coins? So much gold. There must be at least 10,000 gold coins here. Hog stared at Hillman, astonished. "Hillman, you say that Linley asked you to bring this here?" Hillman said solemnly, "In total, 9,900 gold coins. Linley asked me to bring this to you." At the Ernst Institute, a rich young fellow engaged in a magical duel with Linley, and in losing, also lost 10,000 gold coins. Linley stored them into a magic crystal card, and now, has withdrawn the entire balance. Hillman still remembered the words that Linley had said to the attendant at the Golden Bank of the Four Empires. "Withdraw everything." 9,900 gold coins? Linley's? Staring at the mound of gold-colored sacks, Hog immediately grew silent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2, Chapter 24, The Straight Chisel School. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 24, The Straight Chisel School. Many days later, at the Ernst Institute. It was morning. Linley had eaten breakfast, and was now headed to the back mountains, preparing to begin training. While walking on the road out of the institute, the little shadow mouse was on Linley's shoulders, scanning about in all directions. There were quite a few people at the Ernst Institute who had magical beast companions, and thus no one cared at all that Linley had a little shadow mouse as a companion. But just at that moment, "That guy is Linley, the number one magus amongst us first graders." A clear voice rang out from not too far up ahead. Linley couldn't help but stare at the direction of the voice, and saw two cute girls chatting to each other while staring at him. When Linley glanced at them, the two girls began to titter in a quiet voice. "I become famous." Linley mocked himself. Over the past few days, he would often run into people discussing him. Since he had defeated Rand, the victor of the first grade tournament, everyone had tacitly agreed that he was the number one expert amongst first graders. "Oh, in front is?" Linley suddenly saw a slender, small frame up ahead. Short golden hair, with a body as slender as that of Reynolds. A cold aura emanated from him as he calmly walked along the road. "Dixie?" Linley's pupils contracted. Dixie was 9 years old as well, and in fact was actually a month younger than Linley. But this 9-year-old child had already become a magus of the 3rd rank. Although it became harder and harder to progress in the higher ranks, a 9-year-old magus of the 3rd rank was still very astonishing. "It's Dixie. I heard that yesterday at the annual Magus assessment test, Dixie showed that he had already reached the requirements for the 4th rank." A number of 17 and 18-year-old girls said from the side. Most of the students in the 3rd grade were more than 16 years old, with only the genius Dixie as a clear exception. A magus of the 4th rank. Linley felt his heart violently shudder. They were both 9 years old, and Dixie was even a month younger than him. But he had already become a magus of the 4th rank, while Linley was only of the 2nd rank. Demeanor as cold as ice, Dixie walked past Linley. The absolute genius, Dixie. No one his age could come close to matching him. A white line shone out of the coiling dragon ring, and Doran Coward appeared beside Linley, smiling. "Linley, there actually isn't a huge difference between you two." When Dixie enrolled, his spiritual essence was 68 times that of his peers. This means that even before training, his spiritual essence had reached the level of a magus of the 3rd rank. That's why in his first year, all he had to do was accumulate sufficient mage force for him to become a magus of the 3rd rank. By now, he's been at the Ernst Institute for almost 2 more years, so it is very normal for him to become a magus of the 4th rank. Linley understood this in his heart. This person simply had too much natural talent. He was born with tremendous spiritual essence, and he had exceptional elemental affinity as well. Clearly, he must have accumulated mage force very quickly as well. Although his training speed right now is fast, I expect him to need another 3 or 4 years to advance from the 4th rank to the 5th rank. And to go from the 5th rank to the 6th rank, he will need 4 or 5 years. Right now, you are a magus of the 2nd rank, while he is of the 4th rank. But I am confident that in 10 years, you will catch up to him. Doring Coward said confidently. But Linley didn't believe it. Grandpa Doring, the more natural talent one has, the faster one will progress. He has much more talent than I do, and holds 2 more ranks than I do. How could I possibly catch up to him in 10 short years? Linley was no fool. His studies at the Ernst Institute had made him aware of how difficult it was for a magus to advance a rank. In the past, Doring Coward had told Linley that he would become a magus of the 6th rank in 10 years, but Linley had always had reservations about that claim. After all, to date, his rate of improvement was clearly insufficient. As he said these words, Linley had already left the gates of the Ernst Institute and entered the back mountains. As he passed through the mountain forests, Doring Coward suddenly said, "Linley, go to a place next to the mountainside." Next to a mountainside? Linley was confused. Don't ask too many questions. When you arrive, I'll explain. Doring Coward laughed. Most of the back mountain was covered with wild grass and many different large trees. But after a while, Linley found a place that satisfied Doring Coward's requirements. The place was a mountain peak that rose hundreds of meters into the air. At the base of the peak, Linley stood. "Grandpa Doring, what do you want me to do here?" Linley said questioningly. Laughing, Doring Coward said, "Linley, do you disbelieve my claim that I can let you reach his level in 10 short years?" "Ha, Linley, as a mighty Saint-level Grand Magus, I, in fact, am in possession of a method to improve one's spiritual essence." "A method to improve one's spiritual essence? Isn't the meditative trance enough for that?" Linley stared at Doring Coward questioningly. Doring Coward smiled calmly. "Linley, I will admit that the meditative trance has very good results. But after meditating, one will feel extremely tired." "Of course I would feel tired. The meditative trance involves me using my spiritual essence non-stop. After totally exhausting my spiritual essence, I would then allow it to recover. It'd be strange if it wasn't exhausting." Linley frowned. Doring Coward proudly said, "But my method is different. It doesn't cost spiritual essence at all. In fact, it is a form of entertainment." "Entertainment?" Linley was dazed. "Right. This form of entertainment is stone sculpting." A prideful look appeared on Doring Coward's face. "Stone sculpting?" Linley said, astonished. "Like the sculptures in the Prue Gallery?" Doring Coward smiled and said, "Right. When others sculpt stone, they will exert a lot of energy and exhaust themselves. But my stone sculpting method is different. Although it is also tiring when you first begin to train in it, towards the end, it will have extremely good results, but..." "Are you serious?" Linley couldn't quite believe it. Doring Coward stared at him. "Linley, you don't believe me?" "As a venerable saint-level Grand Magus of the Powan Empire, in the past, there were several sculptures I made which nobles offered 1,000,000 gold coins to purchase. But how could I, a saint-level Grand Magus, be willing to give the sculptures which I was the most proud of to others?" "You were that good? How come I've never heard of your name amongst the other Grandmaster sculptors, then, Grandpa Doring?" Linley said suspiciously. Doring Coward said awkwardly, "Well, I hid all of my works in an underground vault which no one knew about. After 5,000 years, I'm no longer even sure where it is located. 5,000 years is enough for a sea to turn into farmland. The entire Powan Empire had been eliminated. Who knew where the vault was now? Oh ho, so no one's ever heard of you?" Linley began to chortle. "You don't believe me?" Doring Coward stared at him. "Back in the day, when Prue was just a young kid, he came to me and earnestly begged me to allow him to view my sculptures. After analyzing my sculptures, that kid Prue had a mental breakthrough which in the end allowed him to become a Grandmaster sculptor. As a matter of fact, he can even be considered a student of mine." Linley was stunned. "Prue?" Linley was truly terrified now. Prue, the man who had been acclaimed throughout the ages as the finest sculptor in history, could be considered a student of Doring Coward. Of course, if one can describe Prue's works as being in pursuit of perfection, my works are in pursuit of a different extreme. I named my sculpting method the Straight Chisel School. The Straight Chisel School is totally different from all other sculpting methods. It pursues a totally different extreme. This method, in the beginning, is very exhausting, but as one masters it, you will realize its true fruits." A look of absolute confidence was on Doring Coward's face. Glancing at Linley, a smile appeared on Doring Coward's face. "But of course, in the past, I was the only member of the Straight Chisel School. From today forward, you will be a second member." In his heart, Linley had total confidence in Grandpa Doring, so of course he had decided to study sculpting with him. "And what's more," If Grandpa Doring's words were true, and he could grow stronger while also becoming a master sculptor, just based on his sculpting skills alone, he would be able to support his little brother's tuition. Recorded history goes back only a few tens of thousands of years at most. In the long ages before then, before the writing system had even been invented, stone sculpting had already existed. Doring Cowart said with a sigh. Hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years ago, our ancestors would record their memories and their visions in sculptures. This is the most ancient method of recording culture and history. Linley nodded as well. There was no form of culture at all which was older than stone sculpting. Throughout the ages, sculpting has always been very hard to do. And creating a sculpture with a unique aura is even harder. The harder something is to do, the more valuable a success would be. Doring Cowart sighed emotionally. Linley agreed in his heart. If you wanted to paint a single stroke, you could easily do so. But if you wanted to carve out a paint stroke, it would be extremely difficult, because stone is too unyielding. A stone's appearance, quality, grains, and coloration impact not only its appearance, but its entire potential and true form. We use chisels to remove the excess parts and allow its natural beauty to be revealed. This is stone sculpting. The stone sculpting way is really a way of controlling space and appearance. When stone sculpting, one must carve from the outside to the inside, one step at a time, slowly drawing out a form from within. And then, slowly, one would remove the excess parts, allowing the form to become more and more clear. This will allow the sculptor to naturally feel as though his work of art is evolving beautifully. Once he started, Doring Cowart couldn't stop talking about carving. But Linley could clearly tell how much Doring Cowart revered this art. Most stone sculpting methods use many tools, such as the butterfly chisel, a straight chisel, a skew chisel, a triangular chisel, a jade bowl knife, hammers, saws, and more. The reason there are so many tools is because stone is very firm and hard. Thus, they will use a butterfly chisel to draw the form, the straight chisel for the initial cuts, the triangular chisel. Listening to him speak, Linley began to understand more about the basics of stone sculpting. Doring Cowart suddenly laughed. But my stone sculpting method is totally different from that of others. This is because my stone sculpting method uses only a single tool, the straight chisel. This is why I have named my sculpting method the Straight Chisel School. How is that possible? You carve just using a straight chisel? Linley immediately argued. You just said yourself that more tools are needed. For example, the scales of a fish. How would you use a straight chisel to carve that? Isn't that totally impossible? Wrong. Although others cannot, we Earth-style magi can. Doring Cowart said confidently, Earth-style magi can totally sense the entirety of a rock's form. With sufficient wrist strength, we can sculpt stone using just a straight chisel. But of course, the Straight Chisel School is not a simple one to enter. Today, your mission is to go purchase a sufficiently sharp straight chisel. From today onwards, every day, I will spend 3 hours guiding you in learning how to sculpt stone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 2, Chapter 25, 6 years. Book 2, Growing Up, Chapter 25, 6 years. The flowing water continued to swirl as Linley sat cross-legged next to it. In his hands, he held a straight chisel and a rock the size of his palm. Begin with the basics. I'll start with this little rock as I begin my training. Linley sat there alone in the mountains behind the Ernst Institute. Under the tutelage of Doring Cowart, he began to study the art of stone sculpting. As he began to understand more and more about this art, Linley also began to understand why in the later stages, the Straight Chisel School could assist in improving one's spiritual essence. When others carved, they needed to use a large pile of tools. They had to spend a huge amount of time and mental energy just considering what tools to use where. Naturally, this would be exhausting. Every single work of art represented their blood and painstaking effort. But the Straight Chisel School was different. The only tool used was a straight chisel, so there was no need to consider what tool should be used for what. Naturally, the difficulty level was greatly heightened due to the use of just one tool. For example, using the straight chisel to carve out the parts normally reserved for the jade bowl knife required an extremely perfect understanding and grasp of the basic form of a stone. In addition, great strength was needed. If one tried to use just a straight chisel on some larger pieces which normally would require a saw to cut through, one would need sufficient strength. One could use an Earth-style magus unique connection to the earth to understand a stone's essence. But wrist strength had to be trained. As a magus of the second rank, Linley's wrist strength was not bad, but it was only enough to carve some smaller pieces. If he wanted to carve anything large, his wrist strength would not be enough. However, right now, Linley was just working on the basics. When the school year came to an end, Linley returned to Wushan Township. After the new year, little Wharton and his older brother, Linley, had only a few days to spend in each other's company. And then, under the auspices of housekeeper Harry, Wharton headed towards the O'Brien Empire. Linley had no choice but to wistfully watch little Wharton depart. Crying non-stop, 6-year-old Wharton parted from 10-year-old Linley and headed off. Time passed. Linley continued to be a solitary figure at the Ernst Institute. The vast majority of his time each day was spent in arduous training at the back mountains. Entering a young adult's growth period, Linley's appetite increased enormously, and he began to grow taller as well. Naturally, his physical strength and musculature also improved rapidly. In the art of stone sculpting, with Doreen Cowart's guidance and his own hard work, Linley continued to make progress. Spring went, autumn came. Flowers blossomed, flowers withered. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. At a waterfall in the mountains behind the Ernst Institute. Roar, roar. Like a solid sheet of water, the waterfall poured down in torrents, smashing into the deep pool of water. Linley was right next to the waterfall, wielding a 30-centimeter straight chisel in his hand as he constantly chipped away at a man-sized block of stone. The straight chisel in his hands danced in an almost illusionary fashion. Every place the straight chisel passed saw scraps of stone detach and fall down. An embryo of a statue was beginning to take shape from the stone. He continued from morning until evening, and the statue's form began to grow clearer and clearer. Linley's gaze was totally fixed upon the stone. At this moment, his entire being was focused on the stone and permeated it, as his heart had become one with the inside of the stone. This marvelous feeling caused Linley not to even notice the passage of time. This sensation of being totally one with nature actually caused Linley's spiritual energy to begin to regenerate, and even grow organically. But Linley himself did not notice this, as he continued to wield the straight chisel and unceasingly work on the statue. Pieces of excess stone continued to fall down, causing each detail of the statue to grow more pronounced. By the time the sun had set, the straight chisel in Linley's hands finally came to a halt. Phew! Linley let out a soft breath and brushed away some small pieces of excess stone still remaining. The entire statue had taken shape. A half-meter-long lively-looking mouse stood in front of Linley. At a glance, one might mistake it for a real mouse. This caused the little shadow mouse, Bibi, to begin squeaking wildly. From start to finish, this was done at one go. What an amazing feeling! Only now did Linley realize that his spiritual essence had improved dramatically. A white-robed Doreen Cowart smiled at him cheerily from the side. Linley, starting today, you can just barely be considered to have mastered the basics. Have you felt that special feeling yet? But your work can only be considered to be a superficial pseudo-artwork. It's only worthy of being placed in the standard hall at the Prue Institute. If you show it off there, I would be humiliated. Destroy it. Yes, Grandpa Doring. The straight chisel in Linley's hand flashed many times, and the statue suddenly became divided into more than 10 pieces. This year, Linley finally had mastered the basics of stone sculpting. And this year, Linley was 13 years old. Day after day, year after year. After mastering the basics of stone sculpting, Linley's spiritual essence began to improve at a much more rapid pace. Specifically, when Linley was 9.5, he had become a magus of the 2nd rank, and when he was 11, he had become a magus of the 3rd rank. And when he was 13, he had become a magus of the 4th rank. Magi found it harder and harder to advance in ranks as they grew more powerful. Logically speaking, from the 4th to the 5th rank, it should have taken Linley at least 3 years. But in reality, in year 9996 of the Yulan calendar, when Linley was 14.5, he reached the rank of a magus of the 5th rank. From the 4th rank to the 5th rank, he only spent a year and a half. It was even faster than when he advanced from the 3rd to the 4th rank. This was the benefit of entering the straight chisel school. Year 9997 of the Yulan calendar was the 7th year Linley had spent at the Ernst Institute. This year, Linley was 15 years old. Wearing a sky-blue robe, Linley was walking on a road within the Ernst Institute. On Linley's shoulders, the little shadow mouse Bibi continued to stand. Although 6 or 7 years had passed, Bibi's body hadn't changed in the slightest. By now, Linley was 1.8 meters tall and gave off a very steady, stable air. Earth and wind elemental essences had continuously nourished his body. Combined with Linley's non-stop training, and the advantages provided by his Dragonblood warrior heritage, Linley had already become a warrior of the 4th rank. He could easily lift boulders which weighed hundreds of pounds, and shatter rocks with his punches. His study of the straight chisel school of stone sculpting had also caused Linley's spiritual essence to constantly improve ever since he was 13. At the start of year 9997 of the Yulan calendar, Linley entered the 5th grade class at the Ernst Institute, the same grade as the Ernst Institute's number 1 genius, Dixie. It had taken Dixie 3 years to advance from the 4th rank to the 5th rank, but up until now, he still had not been able to advance from the 5th rank to the 6th. 15 years old. A magus of the 5th rank. Linley and Dixie both could definitely be considered freaks of nature. But in the hearts of the vast majority, Linley was even more of a freak, because since the day he took the ability assessment for the 4th rank, he had spent only a year and a half before attaining the 5th rank. Linley's astonishing rate of improvement had shocked everyone. Now, Linley was ranked along with Dixie as being the publicly acknowledged 2 ultimate geniuses of the Ernst Institute. Look, it is Linley. 2 years ago, he became a magus of the 4th rank, and just last year, he became a magus of the 5th rank in just 1 year. Too amazing. I predict that Linley will become a magus of the 6th rank before Dixie does. Linley spends every day training in the back mountains. I hear that recently, Dixie has also begun to train hard at the rear mountains. Most likely, he's being influenced by Linley. Very possible. Given Linley's astonishing rate of improvement, very possibly he will supplant Dixie and become the number 1 genius of the Ernst Institute. On the street, there were many people who, upon seeing Linley, began to discuss him amongst themselves. As the acknowledged genius of the Ernst Institute, no matter where he went, people would discuss him. But although Linley's strength continued to increase, he still refused to participate in the yearly tournaments. Genius? Linley mocked himself. Linley had never considered himself a genius. His strength came from intensive training every single day. For 6 years, he had been as steadfast as he was the first day. And that, combined with guidance from Grandpa Doring, was what gave him his current accomplishments. But right now, my strength is actually less than that of BB's. Linley glanced at BB on his shoulders. BB, what rank of power have you reached? Squeak squeak. BB smirked at Linley, then said to him mentally, I don't know either, since I've never competed against any other magical beasts. But you definitely aren't a match for me, hee. BB was extremely self-satisfied. Totally ignoring the worshipful gazes aimed at him by bystanders, Linley calmly left the Ernst Institute by the back gate and entered the mountains, once more beginning his solitary training. Those 6 years which went by like one day were the reason for his success. Linley quickly and casually floated through the forests, while the little shadow mouse BB continued to chat with him non-stop through their mental link. Boss, when are we gonna go to the mountain range of magical beasts to test our strength? You are already a magus of the 5th rank. You can begin to test yourself. And I, BB, will finally be able to show my awesome abilities. No rush. Linley's reply was very short. You are breaking my heart, man. I'm a magical beast, but I haven't gone to the mountain range of magical beasts a single time. What a tragedy. After 6 years, BB's abilities at self-expression had improved dramatically. Quiet. If you keep on making a fuss, then today I won't help you cook meat. As soon as Linley spoke these words, BB immediately shut his mouth and didn't make a sound. After entering the mountains, Doring Coward appeared by his side. Watching Linley, Doring Coward felt extremely gratified in his heart. Linley! Doring Coward suddenly said. Linley turned his head and smiled at Doring Coward as he engaged in mental conversation. Grandpa Doring, is something the matter? Doring Coward smiled. Based on your last few works of art, I can formally inform you that your abilities in stone sculpting have met the threshold. Linley's eyes involuntarily shone. His Grandpa Doring had an eccentric temperament. Any works of art which didn't reach his exacting standards had to be destroyed immediately. Per his words, if these works of art were to appear in the world, they would lose face for my straight chisel school, and lose face for me, an honorable saint-level Grand Magus. Thus, Linley had been forced to destroy every single sculpture he had made, even though they could have been sold for some money. Met the threshold? Grandpa Doring, do you mean? Linley stared at Doring Coward in amazement. Doring Coward happily nodded. Right. Starting today, after you finish a stone sculpture, you don't need to destroy it. They are worthy of remaining in this world. Naturally, if you wish, you can deliver your sculptures to the Prue Gallery to sell them and thus begin to build up a reputation for our straight chisel school. At the same time, you can make a bit of gold for yourself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.